Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Tomorrow Camp. Hanfei was going to cultivate in seclusion here for a year. The camp in this range was protected by the divine capital dynasty, so it was equivalent to a safe area. Hanfei knew that the heavenly race must have been prepared at this time, so he didn't plan to go out directly. He would use the excuse of cultivating in seclusion for a year first. As for how to deal with the heavenly race, he would deal with them later. Anyway, with the 9-palace luck ruler, Hanfei was not afraid. 21 days later, Hanfei looked extremely nervous, because he was going to expand his origin. See to 490,000 kilometers. Hanfei wondered if he would sense the chance to turn his origin C into a star at this point. Unfortunately, after Hanfei waited for a full day, his origin C had been expanded to 490,000 kilometers, but he didn't sense any chance to turn his origin C into a star at all. Feng Xingliu and the others certainly didn't expect Hanfei to expand his origin C so quickly, so they didn't know that Hanfei's origin C had reached the 490,000 kilometer threshold. After waiting for another 2 days, when Hanfei's origin C was open to 500,000 kilometers, he still didn't sense anything. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. No matter when he would turn his origin C into a star, it was already longer than 500,000 kilometers. Even if he couldn't turn his origin C into a star when the length of his origin C reached a heavenly number, it didn't mean anything. 3 months later, Hanfei became nervous again. This time, his origin C had been expanded to 630,000 kilometers. He couldn't help but be nervous. The further he went, the more resources he would consume. However, Hanfei didn't panic. The resources obtained from the heavenly race, plus those obtained from Black Shark and the resources he robbed these days, totaled nearly 1.4 million kilometers. In theory, these resources should be enough for Hanfei to completely open up his origin C. However, when he frantically opened up his origin C, he discovered another problem. That was, there was more and more mist in his origin C, which became more and more turbid. Hanfei knew the reason very well. This was because although he had established his origin C, the resources he consumed had all been used to establish his origin C, and he still lacked a lot of resources to set up his origin C. As a result, these 1.4 million kilometers of resources were not only to be used to establish his origin C, but also to lay out his origin C. Therefore, when Hanfei opened up his origin C to 630,000 kilometers, he found that he had to spend a lot of resources to lay out his origin C. And the resources that were theoretically enough seemed to be insufficient. Another 2 months later, when Hanfei finished laying out his origin C, he found that the consumption of resources was simply beyond his imagination. He calculated carefully and found that the resources he had were only enough for him to expand his origin C to 700,000 kilometers. However, Hanfei was still relieved, because 640,000 kilometers was a key. 2. Be honest, he didn't want to turn his origin C into a star when the length of his origin C was only 640,000 kilometers, because it meant that he wasn't the most talented person. However, star transformation at 810,000 kilometers was just a legend in the sea realm, and he came from a small place like the raging sea. Therefore, Hanfei hesitated. After repeatedly inspecting and confirming that his origin C was in good shape and did not become unstable because of the crazy expansion, Hanfei was finally relieved. He was excited and nervous now. Would he feel the opportunity to turn his origin sea into a star when it was 640,000 kilometers long? Once he turned his origin sea into a star, his strength should be guaranteed. Then he wouldn't have such an urgent need for resources in the short term. Several days later. It's already 640,000 kilometers long. Can I sense the chance? Han Fei went in and out of his origin sea, but it was 640,000 kilometers long. He still didn't sense the opportunity to turn his origin sea into a star. Damn it. Am I the genius who only exists in legends? Do I have to wait until my origin sea reaches 810,000 kilometers? Han Fei was indescribably excited. On one hand, in any case, his origin sea was already more than 640,000 kilometers, so he wouldn't be weak anyway. On the other hand, he felt he was poor again. The resources robbed from the heavenly race and black shark, plus all his own resources, couldn't last long. Sure enough, another 2 months later, Han Fei ran out of resources. At this time, his origin sea had reached 700,000 kilometers, and his strength had undergone a drastic change. Information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. Owner, Han Fei. Level, 103, Sky Opener? Soul Enlightenment. Bloodline ranking among the clans in the Infinite Ocean, the 200,016th. Chaotic Energy, 380,000. Soul, 6,292,645. Perception Range, 6.5 million kilometers. Strength, 6,229,879 waves. First Spiritual Heritage, Origin Spiritual Heritage. Second Spiritual Heritage, Eternal Darkness Spiritual Heritage. First Spiritual Beast, Twin Yin-Yang Spirit Swallowing Fish, Level 99. Second Spiritual Beast, the Emperor Sparrow, Level 101. Main Art, Void Fishing Level 9, Void Stealing Technique, Monarch Level, Ultra. Quality. In general, Han Fei had no doubts about the improvement of his soul power and strength, because his origin sea had expanded by 300,000 kilometers. Was it too much to increase his strength and soul a little bit? Not at all, right? However, Han Fei really felt poor now. He finally understood why the strong masters of the sea realm wanted to explore the origin grounds. It was because they needed to consume too many resources. The process of star transformation required too many resources, and most people died on this path. And this was only the first obstacle on the path to the sky-opening realm. It could be seen how many people would die because of the 3 obstacles in the sky-opening realm. This also indirectly confirmed how difficult it was to prove the Tao. At this time, Han Fei couldn't help but feel sorry and happy for the Beast King. He felt sorry for him because the Beast King's origin sea might not be very large. He felt happy for him because the Beast King had proved his Tao just like that. It was amazing. His talent was probably top-notch even in the sea realm. Now, Han Fei knew that he had to leave tomorrow camp. Now that he had run out of resources, of course he had to go get resources. Otherwise, his lackeys would have no food to eat. Of course, before doing that, Han Fei still had 2 things to do. Firstly, there were still more than 2 years before the 10,000-year competition of the Divine Capital Dynasty. And the 100-year gathering of the Void Temple was this year. The specific time should be in these few days. This was why Han Fei had to wait at the tomorrow camp for a year. 2 days later, Han Fei received a message from the eldest senior brother, so he came to the Void Temple from the Sea of Stars through the bronze door. Buzz. As soon as Han Fei came in, the others happened to arrive one after another. Obviously, everyone had been waiting for the gathering. As long as the eldest senior brother informed them, they would come immediately. At this moment, eldest senior brother was already sitting cross-legged, and senior sister Shenle landed directly on his arm. As soon as Han Fei appeared, he hurriedly said, "Greetings, eldest senior brother and senior sister Shenle." Senior sister Shenle smiled casually. "Little junior brother, I heard that you're already strong enough to challenge a late-stage star transformation. Realm expert? Your growth rate is really too fast. Remember not to be too hasty." Han Fei cupped his hands. "Thank you for your concern, senior sister Shenle. I've been tempering myself in the wilderness and fighting hard every day. My foundation is not bad now. I might not be able to challenge a late-stage star transformation realm powerhouse, but I can temporarily resist him, although not for long." "Well, that's not bad. You can contend with late-stage star transformation realm powerhouses after only 400 years. It seems that eldest senior brother was right about you." Han Fei looked back at the mountain-like big skeleton and bowed. "Nice to meet you, senior brother undead." Burp ah. At this moment, on the mountain behind, senior brother Old Desolate seemed to have just taken a sip of wine. Hearing Han Fei's words, he immediately said, "Hey, little junior brother, not bad. I always have faith in your capability. Hey, have you had any drinks recently?" "Yes, but not much." The fifth senior brother, "Well, it seems that you're not as good at drinking as me." Han Fei said, "Of course. Senior brother, I know you're good at drinking. However, I'm very good at cooking. Drinking and eating the food I made is a rare enjoyment on earth. If I meet you in the future, I must have a good drink with you." Ha ha ha. The fifth senior brother laughed out loud. "Good, very good. Alas, I didn't expect little junior brother to have such culinary skills. If what you said is true, I'm afraid we'll get drunk together more than once." At this moment, a azure dragon soared into the sky and senior brother Azure Dragon came over. He snorted and said, "Old Fifth, behave yourself. Little junior brother, have you improved your speed?" Han Fei said, "Senior brother Azure Dragon, my normal speed is 4 times the speed of light. If I borrow the power of the heavens and earth, it can be more than 5 times. "Oh?" Senior brother Azure Dragon couldn't help but ask, "Little junior brother, you can already borrow the power of the heavens and earth? It seems that your foundation has stabilized a lot." Han Fei said, "Thank you for your concern, senior brother Azure Dragon. My foundation has been solidified." It had only been 50 years, and Han Fei's foundation shouldn't have been stabilized yet. However, everyone had their own luck. The fact that Han Fei could stabilize his foundation meant that he had experienced a lot in the past 50 years. At this time, other people arrived one after another. Han Fei said, "Nice to meet you, senior sister Green Lotus, senior sister Red Lotus, nice to meet you." As soon as Feng Yu appeared, she said, "Little junior brother, thank you for helping me save the 2 kids. By the way, have they caused any trouble recently?" Han Fei's heart did a flip. "They didn't cause trouble, but I did. Does this count?" Therefore, Han Fei smiled. "Well, Haha, no, no. Feng Yu said, that's good. Bring them to the divine capital dynasty and don't let them cause trouble again. If you have time, take care of them. This is the first time the two of them are so far away from home. I guess my family will send a person over to protect them. I don't know when he will arrive. Just keep an eye on them. Han Fei, okay. Han Fei knew that he couldn't keep it a secret that he had pissed off the heavenly race. Just because he was familiar with Feng Yu didn't mean that he was familiar with the people of the Phoenix divine race. Forget it, he'd better wait for Feng Yu to arrive. With his current relationship with Feng Xingliu, the strong master of the Phoenix divine race shouldn't do anything to him. At most, they would return him the favor of saving the two kids' lives. Alright, since you're all here, chat after the class. Now that the eldest senior brother had spoken, everyone immediately shut up, sat in comfortable postures, and began to listen to the class. Everyone liked the eldest senior brother's lectures very much. Every small gathering was a small class, but 100-year gathering was a big class. They would definitely benefit a lot from the big classes. At least for Han Fei, who hadn't turned his origin sea into a star yet, there were many things he needed to make up for, so he must attend the big classes. At this time, the eldest senior brother said, Heavenly Tao. Star. Path. This time, Han Fei somehow felt that some words in his senior brother's voice seemed to form an invisible power that drilled into his body. He didn't know if it was because he was stronger, but it seemed that he had comprehended something. But Han Fei didn't know what he had comprehended exactly. He just felt that what the eldest senior brother said this time seemed to be related to the Great Tao and the path to become a monarch. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. When Han Fei woke up, he didn't feel any special improvement. Although this time he felt that he seemed to understand something, yet he felt that he didn't hear anything. After class, when everyone came back to their senses, they suddenly heard Feng Yu say, Thank you for your teachings, eldest senior brother. I've already perfected my state of mind and clarified my Tao on the path of sky opening. At this moment, senior brother Azure Dragon spoke first. Congratulations. 11. You have a chance to prove your Tao. Congratulations, 11. You have a chance to prove your Tao. Hiss. Han Fei took a deep breath. Therefore, this class might have been specially taught to Feng Fei. It definitely didn't mean that Feng Yu had a chance to prove his Tao, but it was an euphemism that Feng Yu was going to prove her Tao. At this moment, Han Fei couldn't help but feel nervous. Good Lord, Feng Yu and Feng Xingliu were the same age, who both had cultivated for 1,800 years. Now, Feng Yu was going to prove her Tao, which seemed to indicate the current strength of Feng Yu. The perfection of the star transformation realm? Han Fei's face turned solemn. It seemed that Feng Yu was even more talented than him. He had the demon purification pot, so he could accelerate time during his cultivation. But she didn't have it. She had only cultivated for 1,800 years. The only thing he was better than him was that she had awakened her divine heritage at birth. Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. Before he entered the Void Temple, Feng Yu was ranked last. Now, Feng Yu was about to prove her Tao, which meant that she could become a monarch at any time. This meant that in the entire Void Temple, except for Feng Fei and him, everyone was a monarch. Although Hanfei had this conjecture before, he had guessed that only the fifth senior brother, senior sister Green Lotus, and senior sister Red Lotus were monarchs. But from the looks of it, he was probably the only one who hadn't become a monarch. Hanfei was shocked. No wonder the Void Temple was the strongest among the 3 temples. There were only 10 of them in total, and almost all of them were monarchs. And the eldest senior brother was even an extraordinary monarch. This combat power was almost unparalleled in the Sea Realm. Hanfei even felt that his eldest senior brother, senior sister Shenlu, and senior brother Undead were all terrifying existences. Hanfei didn't think so before. He had thought that all monarchs were like the eldest senior brother. But after he had met Gu Tingnan, 10,000 scale monarch, and the Tuan family monarchs, he knew that there was a difference between monarchs. Eldest senior brother could cross the endless void and descend directly into the raging sea. However, Gu Tingnan and the others couldn't do it. They didn't even know where the raging sea was. Even if the Yin family found it, they couldn't enter it. Therefore, Hanfei had long discovered that the Tuan family monarchs were on completely different levels from his eldest senior brother. Unfortunately, he hadn't proved his Tao yet and knew too little about monarchs. It was meaningless to think about it now. His top priority was to turn his origin sea into a star. For others, perhaps it wasn't difficult to turn their origin seas into stars, especially for the descendants of the divine race like Feng Xingliu and Feng Yu. With their talent, their family resources must be at their disposal. However, as an itinerant cultivator, perhaps the difficulty of obtaining resources was beyond imagination. He had to rob, cheat, and loot, but the resources he obtained were still not enough. Fortunately, he still had a batch of qualification tokens, which totaled up to about 120. He didn't know how much he could sell them for later. At this moment, the class was over. When everyone congratulated Feng Yu, the eldest senior brother said, "There's no need to rush to prove your Tao, since 11 has already comprehended it. It might be tomorrow or in 100 years. Before proving your Tao, you can find some treasures to protect you and wait for the monarch's tribulation." Feng Yu cupped her hands. "Thank you for your reminder, eldest senior brother." At this moment, senior sister Shenlu casually threw out a green feather that flew towards Feng Yu through the endless void. Senior sister Shenlu said, 11, this feather can help you block the monarch tribulation. Take it. Feng Yu smiled sweetly. Thank you, senior sister Shenlu. Hanfei swallowed hard. Wow, everybody is giving treasures now. Should I give away a treasure too? But I'm very poor. All the good stuff I have is gone. I can't afford it. Then, senior brother Undead gave Feng Yu a massive strange mist, saying that it could also block the monarch's tribulation. Senior brother Azure Dragon gave Feng Yu a scale, and the effect was the same. The fifth senior brother gave her an ultra-quality godly weapon, which was a human skin made of the molting of a monarch silkworm. It was a magical treasure that could filter the monarch's tribulation. Senior sister Green Lotus and senior sister Red Lotus seemed to have a lot of spiritual treasures of heaven and earth, divine medicines, and precious grasses. They gave Feng Yu 2 red lotuses, saying that they could absorb the monarch's tribulation, increase her physical resistance, and condense her soul. When it was senior sister Dark Shadow's turn, she said, Little junior sister, I don't have anything good here. I'll make it up to you when I have some. Feng Yu hurriedly waved her hand. No, Senior Sister Dark Shadow, it's okay. Senior Sister Dark Shadow said, that won't do. The others have all given you something, so I can't be the exception. Then, Senior Brother Six God said, Junior Sister Feng Yu, I have a substitute egg here. If it fuses with your body, you can transform into your original body. If necessary, it can die in my place once. F***ck. Han Fei was shocked. At the edge of Dao proving, it was not easy to die in place of someone. This was equivalent to having one more life. Han Fei gaped in surprise. These people were too rich. He wondered what they would give him when he was about to prove his Dao. Then, Senior Brother Lei Heng said, Junior Sister Feng Yu, my gift may make you a little uncomfortable. Well, I'll give you a refined Monarch Realm lightning plate, which contains 3,000 Monarch Realm lightning strikes. If you temper your body with it slowly, it may help you improve your strength by about 10%. F***ck, there's such a thing in the world? Han Fei's eyes widened. Improve the strength by 10%. Are you serious? 10th Senior Brother? Feng Yu smiled sweetly. Thank you, Senior Brother Lei Heng. This time, when it came to Han Fei, he simply said shamelessly, Senior Sister Feng Yu, I. Before Han Fei finished speaking, he heard the 5th Senior Brother laugh and say, Little Junior Brother, forget it. You haven't turned your origin sea into a star yet. Don't consider anything related to the monarch's tribulation. Just focus on preparing resources for your star transformation. Han Fei couldn't have felt more awful. He said, that won't do. Everyone has given Senior Sister Feng Yu a gift. I have to give her one too. Senior Sister Feng Yu, I owe you one. I'll definitely give you a big gift later. Regardless of whether it worked or not, Han Fei would brag about it first. Most importantly, everyone had given a gift to Feng Yu. If he didn't, it would be embarrassing. Even if he was little junior brother, he was still a member of the Void Temple. How could he avoid his responsibility? Feng Yu said, Little junior brother, you saved the 2 brats from late-stage star transformation experts, which is already a big favor. You don't have to give me anything. Star transformation requires a lot of resources. Your foundation in the sea realm isn't stable, and you don't have any major forces backing you up. You'd better think of a way to turn your origin sea into a star first. Senior Sister Dark Shadow said, Can little junior brother already face late stage star transformation realm cultivators head on? Senior Brother Lei Heng said, Wow, this growth rate is too fast. Only 400 years? Senior Brother Six God said, You can contend with late-stage star transformation realm cultivators before star transformation. Little junior brother, you must have many opportunities. Han Fei smiled awkwardly and said, I'm flattered. In any case, he would have one more thing to do when he returned, which was to find treasures. After the gift-giving session was over, it was time to discuss current affairs. Senior Sister Shenlu, Senior Brother Undead, Senior Brother Azure Dragon, and 5th Senior Brother all expressed that they had nothing to say. In fact, Senior Sister Shenlu, Senior Brother Undead, and 5th Senior Brother had never mentioned anything in the current affairs discussion. Senior Sister Green Lotus and Senior Sister Red Lotus seemed to be in a special place. Normally, they didn't participate in the discussion either. Senior Sister Dark Shadow said, on the North Sea Divine Realms side, the Undying Army is already showing signs of defeat. So far, the Undead Army has begun to press towards the border of the East Sea Divine Realm. The war in the Sky Crater world of the East Sea Divine Realm may be intense in the next few hundred years. Senior Brother 6 God added, I personally participated in this battle. There's a piece of news that the army of the North Sea Divine Realm has temporarily eased. Another main reason is that a heavenly talent monarch was born among the undead. Han Fei's heart did a flip. It seemed that Senior Sister Dark Shadow and Senior Brother 6 God were both in the North Sea Divine Realm. Senior Brother Lei Hing said, well, I recently received news that the Emperor Sparrow has returned. The location is in a place called the Ruins of God in the wilderness of the East Sea Divine Realm. This is the first time the Emperor Sparrow has appeared in 1,000,000 years. As far as we know, the Emperor Sparrow is temporarily in the Sky Opening Realm and isn't very strong. After that, Senior Brother Lei Hing looked at Han Fei and Feng Yu and said, 11, little junior brother, you are both in the East Sea Divine Realm now. You can pay attention. However, I think with the identity of the Emperor Sparrow, it's unlikely for him to go to the Divine Capital Dynasty. He should still be in the wilderness, so it won't be a big problem in the short term. When Han Fei heard the news, his head suddenly buzzed. How did Senior Brother Lei Hing know that the Emperor Sparrow appeared in the Ruins of God? Han Fei's heart trembled. He was certain that he had never exposed the Emperor Sparrow the entire time. Even when he fused with him in battle, he didn't let the Emperor Sparrow appear. It was impossible that Senior Brother Lei Hing was from the heavenly race. If he was, he should have already known Han Fei's identity and that the Emperor Sparrow was his spiritual beast. If it wasn't Lei Hung, was it the Ghost Strait? The Ghost Strait was good at soul technique, but wasn't as good as Senior Brother Lei Hung. Besides, if even the 3 Sky Opening Realm cultivators of the heavenly race didn't know it, how could a little old man from the Ghost Strait know? At that time, he was blocked by the Blood Fiend and was far away, so he shouldn't be able to sense the specific situation on his side. Therefore, in the end, Han Fei confirmed a fact. Senior Brother Lei Hing was from the Divine Beast family. This was because when he left the Ruins of Gods, the Emperor Sparrow also sensed something. He said that he sensed the aura of a divine beast. Translator * Kenyi Translations Editor * Kenyi Translations. The only thing Han Fei wasn't clear about now was the attitude of the divine beasts towards the Emperor Sparrow. However, at least from Senior Brother Lei Hing's tone, he seemed to be very afraid of the Emperor Sparrow. This fear might have shaped the relationship between the two sides. Han Fei wanted to ask something, but after thinking about it, he didn't. At this moment, neither he nor the Emperor Sparrow was strong. In the face of a true expert, the two of them combined weren't enough to defeat him. Han Fei could only say that during this period of time in the Divine Capital Dynasty, no matter what happened, he wouldn't let the Emperor Sparrow appear again. Senior Brother Lei Hing said that the Emperor Sparrow wouldn't dare to go to the Divine Capital Dynasty, which meant that someone in the Divine Capital Dynasty could find the Emperor Sparrow. In the end, Feng Yu asked, little junior brother, has anything major happened in the Divine Capital Dynasty recently? Han Fei didn't intend to tell Feng Yu at first. Besides, if he told her that he had fought the heavenly race, he wasn't sure if this matter would be traced back to the Ruins of Gods. Therefore, Han Fei shook his head quickly. Nothing. Nothing happened at all. Everything is fine. Feng Yu didn't doubt him and nodded slightly. That's good. I think I'll arrive in less than 2 years. At that time, let's sweep the 10,000 year. Great competition. Han Fei laughed. Ha, ha ha. The 100-year gathering ended after the gift-giving session and a messy discussion. Han Fei kept the secret of the Emperor Sparrow well. However, he had accidentally told Feng Xingliu and Feng Qingqing that he had become enemies with the heavenly race. Feng Xingliu was easy to deal with, and he had probably forgotten about it. But Feng Qingqing was a smart girl who was still disguised as an ugly girl and hadn't changed back into her original self. The little girl was very smart, but Feng Yu probably wouldn't tell them about the appearance of the Emperor Sparrow, right? Even if Feng Yu knew that he had been to the ruins of gods, there was no evidence that the Emperor Sparrow was related to him. After all, the Emperor Sparrow had never been someone's spiritual beast. Han Fei felt that it shouldn't be a problem. After leaving the Void Temple, he took a long breath. I'm so poor. The old turtle had eaten a lot of energy crystals recently and was half asleep. Most of the time, he was digesting energy crystals. Fortunately, time had accelerated in his origin sea. Otherwise, he didn't know how long it would take this guy to digest them. He, who happened to wake up at this moment, couldn't help but complain when he heard Han Fei's words. You're not poor. I've never seen anyone establish an origin sea like yours in my life. Han Fei said, what do you know? I'm so poor that I don't even have the resources to turn my origin sea into a star. You call this not poor? Han Fei shook his head slightly. Forget it. I have something to think about now. Also, eat less of those energy crystals. They're easy to eat, but difficult to digest. The old turtle said, I ate very carefully. Han Fei didn't leave the Sea of Stars. He thought for a long time. It wasn't enough for him to rely on the Void Temple alone. The Phoenix divine race, whose power he could temporarily borrow, wasn't enough either. Han Fei felt that he lacked his own backer. For example, Feng Yu came from the Phoenix divine race, Lei Heng was from the Divine Beast family, senior brother 6, God should be a monarch of the insect clan, and senior sister Dark Shadow didn't reveal her identity, but since she could get the details of the Battle of the Undead Army in the North Sea Divine realm, she must have a force behind her too. As for his other senior brothers and sisters, they were all powerful monarchs. It didn't matter if they had a backer or not. Only he could be considered to be alone. He had to rely on bragging along the way. If he met someone truly powerful one day, he could only use the trump part of the Void Temple. The others were different. Even if they bragged as much as him, they still had the power behind them as a shield. Han Fei was thinking hard about how to borrow the power of the Void Temple for a long time. For example, should he let Gu Tingnan be his backer? But he was the dignified human emperor and Gu Tingnan was his competitor. Also, could he borrow the strength of the 10,000 scale monarch? But the chaotic wasteland was too far away and was remote, so the heavenly race might not treat the 10,000 scales as an opponent. Son of AB*TCH, if I become a god in the future, I'll take tens of thousands of disciples and let them boast about me every day. Suddenly, Han Fei paused and took a deep breath. A god? Han Fei swallowed slightly. Strictly speaking, he seemed to know a god, and he had communicated with him before. This person was the god of war. Although the old turtle later said that the god of war was only a monarch, he couldn't be a simple person since he could survive the battle of the gods and descend a divine decree from infinite distances. Yes, the god of war. Oh. How could I have forgotten about him? Buzz. A moment later, Han Fei appeared in his origin sea. As he issued an order in his heart, a god of war altar appeared. This was the most primitive god of war altar, the war giant's god of war altar. Although it was a long time ago, Han Fei had a deep impression of it. It shouldn't be a problem to reconstruct it. Above the sea of stars, the altar was floating in the air, and bonfires were everywhere in front of the altar. Han Fei used the void descending art to create 100 projections around the bonfires. Every projection put their fingers between their eyebrows, leaned forward, and raised their necks. Above the bonfire, barbecue was on a boat, and a sea establishment realm corpse and a lot of resources were placed on it. After everything was ready, Han Fei pondered for a while, stood on the altar, and shouted, "The great god of war. Faith of the war giants. Eyes of the earth. Sound of the ancient waves. In this boundless wilderness of the sea realm. With the sincere expectations, the current human emperor. Praise for the eternal continuation of the giant race. Praise for the peace and happiness of the beast race. Praise for the extinction of the sea demons. Fourthly, I pray that I, Han Fei, can prove my Tao. May you listen to the pious prayers of your people. May your light be eternal. Please give us your oracle." Whoosh! Above the altar, a curtain of fire rose to the sky. After waiting for 2-3 seconds, Han Fei thought that the ritual might be ineffective. This was because he was the only one making the ritual. The number was not right, or the environment was not right. However, starting from the 3rd second, Han Fei discovered that the resources placed on the bonfires were slowly melting and finally disappearing. His eyes widened. This had never happened before. The things on these bonfires were used as food, and the things on the altar were used for sacrifice. When Han Fei looked back, he found that the sacrifices prepared on the altar, which was the sea establishment level sea beast that Han Fei had prepared, and the energy crystals were gone. Huh? Han Fei's heart trembled. When he looked at the fire curtain again, he saw words surfacing, and these words appeared quickly and abundantly. On it were the words, "Without the barrier of the small world, it's much easier for the oracle to descend." Heh, you've actually come to the sea realm? How can you make a bunch of projections to offer sacrifices? Hiss. Han Fei was immediately shocked. Good lord, the god of war looks quite energetic this time. Han Fei hurriedly said, "Senior god of war." However, before Han Fei finished speaking, words appeared on the fire curtain. "Right, I can't hear you." Han Fei. Han Fei thought to himself, how do you know I'm talking? But he didn't think too much about it. He hurriedly extended his hand and carved words in the air. His movements were smooth and natural. "Senior god of war, I've saved the beast race. Now I'm the human emperor, and I broke into the sea realm alone." The human race here was suppressed by the chaotic wasteland's 10,000 scale monarch. The 2 monarchs of the Yin family in the city of origin tried to find the raging sea. As the human emperor, I broke into the sea realm alone, and came to the East Sea Divine Realm to participate in the 10,000-year competition. Along the way, I encountered a lot of hardships, fighting a divine beast and attacking the heavenly race. Unfortunately, I'm an itinerant cultivator with no one to rely on. I can only rely on my own strength in combat and snatching resources. Now I've become a mortal enemy of the heavenly race. Please help me, senior god of war. Han Fei kept writing. Although he didn't know which force the god of war was from, he knew that the god of war was a human, at least a humanoid. Besides, there should be a reason why the god of war's inheritance was in the raging sea. Han Fei suspected that he was from the raging sea. Since he had found him, he would naturally ask him for reinforcements. However, after a few seconds of silence, a line of words appeared on the fire curtain. I feel that what you said is very exaggerated. Han Fei hurriedly responded, Senior God of War, I'm not bragging at all. I've cultivated for 400 years and haven't turned my origin sea into a star yet, but I can already fight late-stage star transformation realm powerhouses, which I only told you. I think I can turn my origin sea into a star when the length of my origin sea reaches the heavenly number of 810,000 kilometers, but I don't have enough resources. God of War. God of War, how large is your origin sea now? Han Fei said, 700,000 kilometers. My foundation is extremely solid, but I haven't sensed the chance of star transformation yet. What Han Fei didn't know was that somewhere deep in the sea of stars, someone looked shocked. *CK, the human race finally has a peerless heavenly talent? On the fire curtain. God of War, I'm too far away from you, but I'll bestow you with the mark of the God of War. From today onwards, you can obtain the power of the God of War. For 1 to 10 seconds for every sky-opening realm creature you sacrifice. When you activate the mark of the God of War, you will temporarily obtain the strongest combat power that your original body can handle and the heritage of the God of War. Han Fei didn't look very happy. Instead, he frowned slightly and quickly replied, Senior God of War, my body can't even withstand my own strongest combat power now. I've finished cultivating the golden jade bones and haven't refined much golden jade marrow. And I've cultivated the young god, but my body still can't withstand my strongest combat power. What? In the depths of the sea of stars, a big star was shaking and moving. Then, a message from the God of War came again. Turn your origin sea into a star first, mold the ground veins, nurture a star core, inject vitality, and then temper your body. In this way, you can make rapid progress. Before that, keep a low profile. Han Fei? Han Fei had thought that he had found a backer, but the backer told him to keep a low profile first? Han Fei asked, Senior God of War, what do you mean? However, this time, what responded to Han Fei was an exquisite double axe mark, which sank directly into Han Fei's chest. In the next moment, many insights appeared in his mind. Oh. So that's how it is. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Although Han Fei hadn't turned his origin sea into a star, he learned the reason for the rapid progress in body tempering after star transformation from this God of War seal. He even directly understood the direction of his physical cultivation after turning into a star. According to the God of War, creating earth veins was to create connected earth veins for the entire source star like the human body. Then, a star core would be born and the entire earth veins would be controlled. It was equivalent to a central nervous system appearing. By injecting vitality into it, the source star would be revived, which was equivalent to giving birth to a mother star. Then, it would be body tempering, which would be even more terrifying. The god of war actually wanted him to connect his body with his origin sea. Hanfei was horrified. If the source star fused with his original body, his body would be equivalent to fusing with a star. Furthermore, from the God of War seal, it could be seen that this was not a technique created by the God of War. This was the path for every body cultivator. Or rather, this path was suitable for everyone. The difference was that if one's physique wasn't strong enough, they couldn't carry the power of the source star at all, so they couldn't completely fuse with the source star, and the power that erupted in the end wouldn't be enough. It was like two people establishing a 300,000-kilometer origin sea at the same time. One of them had a physique of 1, and the other had a physique of 2. The power provided by the origin sea was both 1, so the first person's final strength was 2, and the second person's final strength was 3. The truth was that simple, but Hanfei was briefly stunned after he figured it out. He felt that something was wrong. If that was the case, then if their basic physique was the key to the gap between them, how big could the gap between their basic physiques be? It didn't make sense. Hanfei immediately sent a message to the God of War. Senior God of War, I have some doubts. The difference between our basic physiques shouldn't be so huge even at the late star transformation stage. Is the body tempering after star transformation based on the size of the origin sea? The God of War replied, you haven't reached that level yet. Don't make wild guesses. From what you're saying, it seems that you can't use the God of War seal for the time being. But you've offended someone, so what you can do now is to keep a low profile. Hanfei wanted to roll his eyes. Are you kidding me? As soon as I came out of tomorrow camp, I announced the start of a battle with the heavenly race, okay? Hanfei quickly recovered. Senior God of War, is there anything you can help me with now? I'm afraid I'll be hunted by many late-stage star transformation realm powerhouses of the opponent, or even some in the perfected star transformation realm. The God of War said, then run. Find someone who can help you. I'm just a remnant soul. How can I have the strength to help you more? If you have a way to contact the wild ancient races in the West Sea Divine Realm, you can use the God of War seal to find someone to help you. Huh? The wild ancient race of the West Sea Divine Realm? Hanfei suddenly felt that he had found the backer he longed for, but this organization was too far away. He was in the East Sea Divine Realm, which was far away from the West Sea Divine Realm. How could he get there? Hanfei asked, Senior God of War, do you have any other instructions? God of War, when will you come to the Sea of Stars? Come to the Sea of Stars? Hanfei was stunned. Why would I go to the Sea of Stars for no reason? Although I can stay in the Sea of Stars for a long time now, if I keep staying there, I will faint sooner or later. Hanfei responded, Senior God of War, the human race is in danger, and I have 3 monarchs to eliminate. I'm afraid I don't have time to go to the Sea of Stars for the time being. The fire curtain was obviously taken aback for a moment. Wait, if you want to save someone, so be it. But you haven't turned your origin sea into a star yet. Why do you want to eradicate monarchs? Hanfei felt that the God of War seemed to have nothing to do and was chatting with him. He couldn't help but remember what the Giant King said. He said that he could chat with the God of War. Hanfei didn't believe it back then, but now he believed it. He had been chatting with the God of War for a long time. But Hanfei wasn't in a hurry. Even if the god of war wasn't a true god, he was definitely a super strong monarch. It wouldn't hurt to chat with him more. Han Fei said, "Senior god of war, the 10,000 scale race has enslaved billions of human beings. How can I let them off? The two monarchs of the Yin family conspired to kill my wife, so I must not spare them. And also, the heavenly race has tried to kill me time and time again. Such a big clan has been wreaking havoc on the sea realm for countless years. How can I let them off when I have the chance to get rid of them?" The god of war only felt that his head was hurting. He thought to himself, "What do they have to do with you? The sea realm is so big and has so many problems. Can you handle all of them?" However, the path of a peerless heavenly talent had no rules. What Han Fei wanted to walk was his path. The god of war could only try not to disturb him. Otherwise, once he tried too hard but ruined Han Fei's path instead, the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. However, the god of war felt that from what he knew of Han Fei, it was only natural that Han Fei was being hunted. The god of war responded, "By the way, if you have a chance, prepare some powerful creatures or resources in your origin sea. With only a sea establisher creature and the ordinary resources, there's not much time left for our call. It would be better if you sacrifice more sky-opening realm creatures. Before you turn your origin sea into a star, take care. I can't help you, Han Fei." With that, the fire curtain jumped and was extinguished. Phew. That's it? Han Fei opened his clothes, trying to see where the double axe mark were imprinted. However, when he lifted his clothes, he immediately exclaimed, "Good Lord." He saw two exquisite axes, dark red and filled with fighting intent. But why was the icon so big? It was fine if he was given an inch-long mark, but this god of war seal was like a tattoo on his chest, covering both sides of his chest. Huff. Turn my origin sea into a star first, mold the ground veins, give birth to a star core, inject vitality, and then temper my body. Han Fei remembered this sentence. In fact, all these years, he had thought of finding a body refining technique stronger than the void body refining technique. However, his growth in the past 400 years was too fast. It was so fast that he had been digesting his strength and consolidating his foundation for almost 400 years. Even now, with so many coincidences, he had just consolidated his foundation. How could he have the time to temper his body and soul? After hearing what the god of war said, Han Fei felt that there was actually no need for him to study techniques now. What he lacked now was only resources. He couldn't obtain all the resources he needed to complete the star transformation even if he captured Tianlong and the others once more. Buzz. Quickly taking the altar back to his origin sea, Han Fei returned to the outside world. In the past year, Feng Qingqing had been crazily absorbing the knowledge of the outside world in the Tomorrow camp, observing this world from all kinds of information, intelligence, and events. As for Feng Xingliu, he was either eating or showing off in Tomorrow camp. He looked so handsome that everyone praised him on the way. He felt great listening to them. Come back. Han Fei transmitted his voice to Feng Qingqing and Feng Xingliu's ears, and the two of them quickly returned to the yard they rented. The next second after Han Fei spoke, Feng Xingliu arrived and set in. Surprise, you cultivated so quickly? It hasn't even been a year and you're already out? Han Fei said, it's pointless to dawdle. I've done what I should do. Let's go. Feng Qingqing asked, Brother Han Fei, shouldn't we wait for sister to arrive? We've fallen out with the heavenly race, and they must have been prepared, right? Would they let you take so many resources from them for free? Han Fei grinned. What do you know about the outside world this year? Feng Qingqing said, I've gained a lot of knowledge. All we needed to do was to spend some resources, and then we could get all kinds of information. We have also known more about the heavenly race. As far as I know, the residence of the heavenly race is actually close to the divine capital dynasty, and they often travel to and from the divine capital dynasty. For tens of thousands of years, the heavenly race has been in the East Sea divine realm. They are more powerful than I thought. There are at least 5 monarchs in their clan, so the heavenly race will definitely attack us if Brother Han Fei doesn't reveal his identity. How many? Han Fei was shocked. Do you mean there are more than 5? Han Fei couldn't help but think, how many monarchs does the Void Temple have? There are more than 5 monarchs in the heavenly race alone? Feng Qingqing said, but in such an ancient race, there can't only be strong masters on the surface. For example, our Phoenix divine race has many hidden powerhouses. Han Fei's heart sank. Were the monarchs no longer valuable? Feng Qingqing blinked. Brother Han Fei, don't be surprised. Monarchs have a lifespan of millions of years. Since the heavenly race has existed for so many years, it's not surprising that they have so many monarchs. Huh? Han Fei was about to ask what he meant. Did she mean that there should be many monarchs in such a long time? But immediately, Han Fei was also taken aback. That did make sense. In the sea realm, even if it was difficult for a monarch to appear, it wasn't too much for one monarch to appear every 100,000 years in every area, right? So 10 monarchs appeared in 1,000,000 years, 110 million years. 1 sea realm, 5 divine realms, and so many forces. After such a long time, there should be at least tens of thousands of monarchs, right? Han Fei had suspected this before. He thought that it was because it was difficult to prove the Tao, but no one discussed it back then. Now that Feng Qingqing said it so bluntly, she meant that there was a secret behind it. Han Fei wondered if the girl had seen through his disguise as a superpower. Han Fei thought for a moment. Since there couldn't be so few monarchs in the major factions, where did all the monarchs go? The answer was obvious, the Sea of Stars. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. The information that Han Fei got from Chu Hao was that monarchs would travel the Sea of Stars because there were enough resources in the Sea of Stars and there were giant beasts in the Sea of Stars. It was a suitable training ground for monarchs. Now, although Han Fei felt that the sea realm was so huge that even he couldn't walk through the 5 divine realms, when he really reached the monarch realm, his goal might be different, right? Han Fei didn't ask Feng Qingqing anymore. Instead, he said, if we wait here, knowing that the heavenly races will attack us, wouldn't outsiders think that we're afraid? Feng Qingqing said, so, Brother Han Fei, you have to reveal your identity? If there are 2 divine races behind you, it will definitely be able to intimidate the heavenly race. Feng Xingliu said, our family alone can intimidate them. Feng Qingqing rolled her eyes. Shut up. Han Fei smiled. It's useless. The West Sea Divine Realm is too far away. The heavenly race won't be afraid of me no matter if I reveal my identity or not. the West Sea Divine Realm? Feng Qingqing and Feng Xingliu were surprised at the same time. Although Feng Qingqing had guessed it, she didn't expect that Han Fei was really from the West Sea Divine Realm. But the West Sea Divine Realm was so far away from the East Sea Divine Realm. Han Fei said, "All right, let's go. Qingqing, enter the Origin Sea. If the heavenly race doesn't send a few late-stage star transformation experts, I'm afraid they won't be able to stop me. Let's wait and see. Perhaps this will be another battle to capture captives?" Feng Xingliu asked, "Late-stage star transformation realm experts? We can't beat them." Han Fei asked, "Are there many late-stage star transformation realm cultivators less than 30,000 years old in the Phoenix divine race?" Feng Qingqing said, "Of course not, but there must be dozens of them." Dozens? Han Fei was speechless. It seemed that there were more heavenly talents than he had imagined. 30,000 years was neither long nor short. Those who could reach the late stage of the star transformation realm within 30,000 years could be considered heavenly talents. If dozens of them came, he might not be able to defeat them or escape. If that was the case, they might really have to wait for Fengyu. After all, Fengyu had already reached the perfected star transformation realm. Thinking of the perfected star transformation realm, Han Fei asked again, "Are there many cultivators in the perfected star transformation realm in the Phoenix divine race?" Feng Qingqing said, "Of course not. Those who have reached the perfected star transformation realm within 30,000 years are very likely to become monarchs. There's nothing to hide. There are only 2 such people in the entire Phoenix divine race. If my sister is counted in, there are 3. Han Fei nodded slightly, thinking that his sister had already reached the perfected star transformation realm. But now, Han Fei was a little hesitant. The heavenly race must know that he could steal power, so if they really wanted to attack him, they wouldn't only send 3 late-stage star transformation realm cultivators. Han Fei guessed that they would send over at least 5 of them. However, if there was a perfected star transformation realm expert involved, the situation would become even more complicated. Although perfected star transformation realm cultivators weren't allowed to participate in the 10,000-year competition, they could actually participate in the competition if they were less than 30,000 years old. Although he had the 9-palace luck ruler, once he went deep into the wilderness, even if he ran at full speed, it was impossible for him to reach the divine capital dynasty in a day. If the 9-palace luck ruler detected an impasse during this period, the consequences would be unpredictable, although Han Fei felt that they might not be able to find him in the vast wilderness. Han Fei thought for a moment and suddenly said, "How about this? If anything happens, I'll tell you in advance. Don't you have monarch jade slips with you? Just crush one and let it transport you from the battlefield to the divine capital dynasty. Then what about you?" Feng Xingliu and Feng Qingqing asked at the same time. Although the monarch's jade slip wouldn't be considered cheating as long as it wasn't used to kill the enemy, if you could foresee danger in advance, why wouldn't we take you with us? Han Fei licked the corner of his mouth. "I have my own path. A strong master will never be afraid of danger, even in desperate situations." "Well said. I'm with you." Encouraged, Feng Xingliu thought for a moment. If he were faced with so many late-stage star transformation realm cultivators, he would definitely admit defeat. Han Fei slapped him. "Shut up. I can't run away, but can you?" Feng Xingliu shook his head. No. But how can you run away? Humph. Because I have many trump cards. Huh? Han Fei patted Feng Xingliu's shoulder, then looked at Feng Qingqing and said, when we go back, you'd better let him come out to gain more experience. Or I won't be able to continue talking. Feng Xingliu immediately shouted. Hey! What do you mean? I suspect that you look down on me. Han Fei said, no, you are very outstanding. Very outstanding. I mean you should leave when you encounter danger, but you don't have to go if there isn't any danger. Feng Qingqing said, Brother Han Fei, I'm very curious about how you foresee danger. Do you have a prophecy technique that can reach the sky-opening realm? Or even the longevity realm? Han Fei didn't keep it a secret. He took out the 9-palace luck ruler with a flip of his hand. In the sea realm, although the human sacred weapon was still extraordinary, it wasn't as powerful as he imagined. Sometimes, he would encounter danger when he needed to. Even if he had the 9-palace luck ruler, the probability of transforming his luck was not high. He had already tried this. If he was at an impasse, it was impossible for him to change his luck now. It was fine if he wasn't in an impasse, but it was still very difficult to change his luck. Perhaps because his strength was high now, the limit of the 9-palace luck ruler wasn't enough to change his current luck. Buzz. The 9-palace luck ruler's marker moved and soon hovered between impasse and greatly ominous. Feng Qingqing's eyes lit up. A functional godly weapon? That was very rare. Feng Xingliu immediately exclaimed, You have another sacred weapon? Feng Qingqing asked, Sacred weapon? Feng Xingliu, Han Fei told me that he also has a compass that can point direction. Feng Qingqing couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. She could sense that Han Fei didn't seem to know much about the big clans. Even if the power behind Han Fei was in the West Sea Divine Realm, with Han Fei's identity, he should know a lot about the big clans. But Han Fei didn't seem to know anything at all. Unless Han Fei was a person like Feng Xingliu, she couldn't understand why. But Han Fei wasn't. He was much smarter than Feng Xingliu, which was why Feng Qingqing felt that Han Fei's identity was a bit strange and was very curious about it. With a thought from Han Fei, a large amount of immortal qi poured into the 9-palace luck ruler, narrowly bringing the 9-palace luck ruler's marker closer to greatly ominous, but the marker still occasionally touched impasse. After injecting 10,000 wisps of immortal qi, the marker of the 9-palace luck ruler finally fell on the greatly ominous. However, the marker was very close to the impasse, and it seemed that it could slide to the impasse at any time. Han Fei said, This thing can predict if there is a crisis today. Impasse is the most dangerous situation and would be a near-death experience. Greatly ominous means very dangerous. The kind of situation where the slightest carelessness can lead to trouble. Feng Xingliu immediately glared at him. Isn't this too close to impasse? Han Fei smiled and said, Yes, but we're not in an impasse yet. Well, it seems that there are already strong masters of the heavenly race guarding outside tomorrow camp, waiting for us to get out. Feng Xingliu was surprised. Then what should we do? Feng Qingqing asked, Brother Han Fei, the result of your test can only detect your own luck, right? Han Fei nodded slightly. Feng Qingqing glanced at Feng Xingliu. Even Brother Han Fei will be so dangerous. I'm afraid you can't. Feng Xingliu was immediately anxious. What do you mean by, I can't? Why I can't? I can. Han Fei looked at Feng Xingliu. Do you really dare to go with me? Feng Xingliu bit the bullet and said, why not? There's nothing I dare not do. Since I was a kid. Feng Qingqing scoffed. You wouldn't dare to fight, sister. Feng Xingliu, Yuluyalu %UN and asterisk. Seeing this scene, Han Fei couldn't help but have a headache. He felt that it was better not to bring Feng Xingliu with him. Han Fei looked at Feng Qingqing and said, in any case, you're going to the divine capital dynasty. If he is really in danger and can't escape, I'll let him escape with the monarch-level jade slip. As he spoke, he stomped, and layers of arrays appeared in the courtyard one after another. On the ground, Dao patterns floated. Feng Qingqing's eyes lit up. Was Han Fei also a master of arrays? When Han Fei and the other two stood in the arrays, the outside world lost track of them immediately. It was also at this moment that Tomorrow Camp immediately discovered it and reported the matter. However, what they didn't know was that Han Fei didn't disappear from Tomorrow Camp. Han Fei waved his hand, and a blue barrier appeared in front of him. Feng Xingliu immediately said, is this the great Tao of time? Feng Qingqing's eyes widened. The great Tao of time? Could it be? Han Fei said, don't ask. I'm not. Wait for me here. Qingqing, hurry up and enter his origin sea. Buzz. In the next moment, a teleportation array appeared more than 10 million kilometers away from Tomorrow Camp. Han Fei arrived instantly, holding a clone that looked like Feng Xingliu in his hand. In the next moment, Han Fei sprinted at full speed at 6 times the speed of light. After only 5 seconds, Han Fei felt a figure appear in the speed range. The person's speed was extremely fast. Han Fei had once seen someone as fast as him, whose speed was 9 times the speed of light. Once he entered Han Fei's field of vision, Han Fei knew that he was not far away from being caught. The person behind didn't approach rashly but kept a certain distance from Han Fei. Clearly, he already knew Han Fei's void stealing technique. 9 seconds later, Han Fei saw a person appear next to him. 13 seconds later, a person appeared on Han Fei's left side. These people were a certain distance away from Han Fei and were obviously still waiting. Han Fei sneered. Why? Are the people of the heavenly race all cowards? Do you not dare to fight me? Someone responded, what's the rush? Let's see how far you can run. 15 seconds later, Han Fei suddenly felt the void tremble, and dozens of shadows emerged from the void. Each shadow seemed to have the strength of the late-stage star transformation realm. Han Fei knew that the hunting of the heavenly race had begun. At this moment, Han Fei grinned and the vast ocean navigator appeared in his hand. As he pointed with the vast ocean navigator, the next moment, Han Fei found the shadow's original body. The next moment, all the shadows collapsed, and a figure smashed out of the void like a big star falling, smashing directly into the seabed. Bang! Without any hesitation, Han Fei easily killed one of them with the vast ocean navigator. At this moment, the people who were chasing Han Fei all changed their expression. This person's ability was indeed terrifying. As long as he found the original body, he could instantly deprive that person of some power. What kind of weird divine technique was this? 25 seconds later, there were as many as 5 people chasing Han Fei. Furthermore, Han Fei suddenly felt a terrifying force. It was multiple soul spikes trying to break his soul. Unfortunately, that person didn't know that Han Fei had already cultivated a young soul. With a few casual punches, he directly broke the soul attack. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. In the East Sea Divine Realm, the heavenly race were used to bullying others. No one had ever dared to bully them. They had hunted Han Fei before. At that time, they thought that Han Fei was just a nobody. Now that Han Fei was taking revenge crazily, in order to show the prestige of the heavenly race, they were prepared to punish Han Fei as a warning to others. In the eyes of the heavenly race, if they caught him, it was one thing to kill him. Anyway, they had to catch him first. If Han Fei would rather die than submit, they would just kill him. Even if Han Fei had a superpower behind him. Even if he had the support of a divine race, the heavenly race weren't afraid. After all, they were an ancient big clan with divine heritage too. Therefore, at this moment, the heavenly race had sent out many late-stage star transformation experts less than 30,000 years old. Yes, it wasn't fair. If you wanted fairness, you just had to bring out an equal amount of strength. Fortunately, Han Fei didn't care. If it were in the past, when he couldn't even beat a late-stage star transformation realm cultivator, he wouldn't have left tomorrow camp. But now, what better whetstone was there than a group of late-stage star transformation experts? If he could catch a late-stage star transformation expert, he would have the capital to extort resources from the heavenly race. Again. At this moment, the 5 experts surrounded him but didn't attack him. Suddenly, Han Fei stopped. The distance was too far, and the time node he left was about to exceed his senses. If he ran again, he wouldn't be able to go back. Han Fei, who had stopped fleeing, didn't attack either. He glanced at the 5 experts and said contemptuously, "You 5 cowards don't even dare to fight me together. Are all the heavenly race members as weak as you? Humph. Arrogant. How could the 5 powerhouses tolerate Han Fei's insult?" They split into dozens of clones and attacked Han Fei. Because of the combat experience of the elders in the ruins of gods, they knew that the best way to deal with Han Fei was to fight with their clones. However, they completely underestimated Han Fei's growth over the past decades. The dozens of clones were all killed before they could even reach Han Fei. Han Fei smiled in disdain. Well, it depends on whose clone it is. If your clone can reach the late stage of the star transformation realm, I admit that I can't beat you. However, don't you see what level you are? How dare you use your clones to suppress me? At this moment, Han Fei's chi and blood were soaring. He didn't look like a sky opening realm cultivator before star transformation at all. At this moment, the void suddenly trembled, and a young man in a windy cloak walked out of the void. When Han Fei saw this person, he suddenly felt a strong fear in his heart. He vaguely felt that this person was dangerous, a little too dangerous. Perfected star transformation realm? Han Fei narrowed his eyes and stared at this person, not daring to relax. The young man smiled casually. You're right. I didn't think I needed to do anything to subdue a nobody like you. I didn't expect you to have so many juggling tricks up your sleeve. Han Fei sneered. Do you want to try my juggling trick? The young man smiled casually. Of course. Since you're in such a hurry, feel the Sky Mirror Divine technique that I've selected for you. Boom. In the next moment, one young man after another appeared in the void. And these figures, in Han Fei's view, were all original bodies. Yes, countless. Clones seemed to appear in the void, but these clones made Han Fei's heart skip a beat. He felt that they were all original bodies. Han Fei couldn't help but think of the Mirror of Infinity. This was a strange technique similar to the Mirror of Infinity. It could make the original body produce countless clones that felt like original bodies. The young man smiled contemptuously and said, This divine technique is specially designed for you. It took us a long time to find it. Although it's difficult, it's only a matter of time for a sky opener to cultivate it. I know. You have a nautical instrument that can point to directions. Do you want to use it now? At this moment, Han Fei's mind was racing. It was impossible for there to be an invincible divine technique. Even the void-stealing technique was the same. There had to be a way to crack this technique. The fundamental to cracking it was how to break the mechanism of this divine technique. Since it was a technique, it was a phenomenon created with the Daoruns of the heavens and earth. Han Fei immediately thought of a countermeasure, which was to forbid all laws in this space to directly break the fundamental power of using this technique. However, after he forbade all laws in this space, his ability to reverse time would be instantly cut off, which meant that he couldn't return to tomorrow camp in an instant. According to Han Fei's plan, this escape was just a test. The direction he really wanted to run wasn't in this direction at all. However, Han Fei didn't panic immediately. Even if it was a divine technique, it was impossible for it to unleash the original body's strength 1,000 times at the same time to give him a devastating blow. However, the other party didn't give Han Fei any time to react. He just showed off his divine technique. Then, as he issued an order in his heart, countless clones surrounded Han Fei. Surrounding him together with the clones were the 5 super experts at the late stage of the star transformation realm. At this time, they had already perceived Han Fei's weird power. He could only deprive power for 3 times. In total. Who would he deprive power from? And how would he do it? Although Han Fei had the blood fiend puppet, it could only stop one person at most. In this situation, it was meaningless. At the moment they attacked, Han Fei sneered. Goodbye. When I crack this technique, you are nothing. Buzz. All of a sudden, time flowed backward around Han Fei, and in the next moment, Han Fei had already stepped into the river of time. You think you can escape into the river of time in front of me? You're too naive. In the next moment, one figure after another struck the river of time. The moment Han Fei stepped into the river of time, he was enveloped by violent power and his body was instantly penetrated. This was the first time Han Fei had faced the power of a perfected star transformation realm expert. When he felt the sword light from that person, most of his body was torn off. Under this round of bombardment of the late stage star transformation experts, his body exploded on the spot. Twin in one. Buzz. Amidst the crazy attacks of the young man and the crowd, Han Fei's figure turned into a stream of light in the river of time and disappeared from there. Vision. Huh. The young man frowned slightly. This person was indeed difficult to deal with. He didn't expect the other party's methods to be so special. The figure just now should be his original body. How could it be a clone? Furthermore, his intuition was that before he could even kill a clone of Han Fei, the clone had been sucked back by Han Fei's original body. Immediately, the young man said, "Remember this. This guy has other special techniques that can split him into two bodies. One can be seen and the other can't be seen. These two bodies should both be the original bodies. They can even attract each other. Someone was shocked. How can this guy have so many strange techniques? Besides, this guy has walked the path of time. Could it be? The young man said indifferently, don't think about that. If he's from the Time Temple, he must be carrying out some kind of trial now. He failed the trial himself. How can the Time Temple blame our heavenly race? Now let's return to tomorrow camp. That Feng Xingliu is fake. This person has reversed time. I'm afraid he has returned to tomorrow camp. As a perfected star transformation realm strong master, even across the river of time, this young man had seen through Han Fei's twin divine technique at a glance. In his heart, he had even begun to think about how to break the twin divine technique. This was the first time Han Fei had performed such a long-distance time reversal. If it was any further away, he wouldn't be able to sense the time node he had left. Han Fei had thought that he would return to tomorrow camp. However, he guessed wrong this time. Han Fei didn't return to tomorrow camp immediately, but was sucked into the white hole before he entered the speed of light. Hiss. Han Fei didn't know how he came to this white hole when he used time reversal. When his speed reached the speed of light, there would be three strange choices: the sea of stars, the white hole, and the stairs. Han Fei hadn't chosen any of them because he didn't dare to. This time, for some reason, he was sucked into the white hole. The moment he entered this place, Han Fei felt as if he had entered an inexplicable channel. There was a strange power in this channel, trying to tear his body apart crazily. Although Han Fei's physique was amazing, he felt that his body was almost torn apart at that moment. Buzz. But fortunately, it was only for a moment. When Han Fei felt his body suddenly lighten, he had already appeared in the array of the small courtyard in tomorrow camp, in front of Feng Xingliu. Hiss. Feng Xingliu gasped and his face changed greatly. Were you besieged? Seeing Feng Xingliu, Han Fei realized that he was back. It seemed that the white hole was still a path. However, when he looked at his own body, he couldn't help taking a breath. His body was dripping with blood and full of cracks, as if it would break at any time. But Han Fei had no time to think. He squeezed a mass of liquid divine light into his mouth and grabbed Feng Xingliu. Let's go. Chapter 2307, Catch a Perfected Star Transformation Realm Cultivator with Tricks. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. At this time, it was not the time for Han Fei to think about what the white hole was. When Feng Yu came, he could just ask her. With the heritage of the Phoenix divine race and Feng Yu's strength of the perfected star transformation realm, it shouldn't be difficult for her to know this problem. Now, he had finally won more than 30 seconds of time. If he didn't run now, when would he? Originally, Han Fei didn't intend to take Feng Xingliu with him. Although this guy's realm was higher than his upper limit of combat power was not high enough. Even if he unleashed his strongest divine technique, he couldn't resist or outrun a late-stage star transformation realm cultivator. Although theoretically speaking, Han Fei couldn't beat or outrun them either. He had many means. He wouldn't be as passive as Feng Xingliu. The reason why he brought Feng Xingliu with him was naturally that this was a peerless heavenly talent of the Phoenix divine race after all. If he really fell into an impasse, would he really resist it head-on? Feng Xingliu could be a variable. Unless Han Fei was sure that he could reach the divine capital dynasty safely. Or that Feng Xingliu couldn't run away, he didn't intend to be separated from him for the time being. F*CK, is this the great Tao of time? At this moment, Han Fei unleashed his full strength and accelerated with the great Tao of time, allowing his speed to reach more than 7.5 times the speed of light. That was the fastest speed Han Fei could reach. Feng Xingliu exclaimed, "Are you from the Time Temple? I heard that the Time Temple is very mysterious. It stands above the sea realm and no divine race can find it. Are you guys really so strong?" Han Fei said, "Shut up. I'm not." Feng Xingliu didn't care. He had always felt that Han Fei was very mysterious. Although Han Fei later admitted he was from a big power in the West Sea divine realm, seeing him use the great Tao of time, even a fool like Feng Xingliu would guess that Han Fei was a member of the Time Temple, let alone others. Perhaps it was because the great Tao of time was too unique, or perhaps it was because the Time Temple was too famous, and Han Fei refused to reveal his identity that remained a mystery that everyone suspected him. Today, Han Fei had only used the vast ocean navigator once. Therefore, he wasn't worried about where to go. With a thought, he asked the vast ocean navigator to point at a place that could protect him. Han Fei didn't think that he could escape from those people just because his speed had reached 7.5 times the speed of light. In fact, it would only take less than half an hour for the enemy to find him. If the enemy's speed was faster and he accurately knew the direction he was running, it was actually not easy to hide an ultralight speed, so it was only a matter of time before the heavenly race discovered his whereabouts. Han Fei estimated that someone would catch up with him in half an hour at most. Of course, most people couldn't catch up. Even in the late-stage star transformation realm, not everyone's speed was above 8.5 times the speed of light. For example, outside the ruins of gods, only one person's speed had reached 9 times the speed of light. It could be seen that the pursuit of speed in the sky-opening realm was still difficult. Han Fei ran for half an hour at such a high speed, which was a long distance. It was not that he didn't encounter a wilderness camp during the period, but there was no need to stay. If he stayed, it would be difficult for him to leave. In fact, in less than half an hour, the young man who had just been shaken off by Han Fei had already caught up. The young man said, "If you could stall for a longer time, for example, more than 100 seconds, it might be difficult for me to chase you. But you only stalled for about 30 seconds. How dare you run? Do you think there's no one in our heavenly race?" Feng Xingliu exclaimed, "A perfected star transformation realm cultivator?" Han Fei said, "Don't yell." Han Fei didn't stop at all. Ignoring the man's suppressing pressure, he sneered. "So what? You're the only one who caught up with me. Do you dare to attack me?" The man chuckled. "I alone am enough to deal with you. If our race's junior heavenly talents who would participate in the 10,000-year grand competition were here, I wouldn't have needed to do anything to deal with you." As he spoke, a sword light pierced through the endless void, forcing Han Fei to stop. The moment Han Fei stopped, this person turned into countless mirror images, each of which looked like the original body. He didn't think that Han Fei could break a divine technique in such a short period of time. Besides, although he arrived one step earlier, the others wouldn't be slow either. This time, the heavenly race had sent many strong masters. Among them, one speed had reached 9 times the speed of light, and 2 had reached 8 times the speed of light. The one with 9 times the speed of light would arrive in dozens of seconds. At most. The other 2 would be slightly slower, but as long as they stalled Han Fei for a while, it wouldn't take long for them to arrive. This person was full of confidence. He was a perfected star transformation realm cultivator. Even if this person's methods were strange and unpredictable, it shouldn't be a problem for him to suppress him for a while. Feng Xingliu said telepathically, Han Fei, can you still escape? I'm going to use a monarch jade slip. Han Fei said, don't use it so easily. Fight. Huh? Han Fei shook off Feng Xingliu and took a step forward. If it was just a one-on-one battle, Han Fei wasn't afraid of a perfected star transformation realm cultivator. This might even be an opportunity. With a thought, Blood Fiend appeared in the void. Han Fei wasn't a rigid person. Even if he had a plan, he wouldn't be in a hurry to reveal it. Blood Fiend was a puppet. This didn't conflict with the rules of the 10,000-year competition. It was just like how the Yin family could let a perfected star transformation realm cultivator hunt him. Any rules had loopholes that could be exploited. After he released the Blood Fiend, the young expert sneered. This puppet is not bad. Perhaps he has been in the perfected star transformation realm for a long time, but he's just a puppet after all. You think you can stop me with a puppet? What do you think the perfected star transformation realm is? Blood Fiend grabbed the river of murderous aura and swept across the clones. That seemed to be original bodies. But to Han Fei's surprise, one of the clones casually punched Blood Fiend back. Han Fei wasn't surprised. He and Blood Fiend attacked at the same time and their fist marks surged towards one of the clones. The young man smiled indifferently. He no longer used a sword but a fist. Bang! Han Fei was sent flying with a single blow. Then, the young man sneered. Even though your physique is unparalleled, how can you understand that all this will be made up by the realm in the end? You think you have a physique unparalleled in the world? But do you not know that any perfected star transformation realm cultivator is no weaker than you? Han Fei didn't say anything. After the god of war told him the way to transform his origin sea into a star, he already knew how to strengthen his physique in the late phase of the star transformation realm. He was just a little puzzled. However, unlike what the young man said, the effect of his body tempering would not be offset for by the realm. This was impossible. Bang! 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 Han Fei pretended to erupt, and golden fist marks swept everywhere. However, when the countless clones hit him at the same time, Han Fei was instantly sent flying. However, the young expert didn't want to give Han Fei a chance. He slashed back with his sword, and sword chi shot out like a rainbow. A great Tao that Han Fei had never felt appeared. That was the path of a sword cultivator. But Han Fei knew that if he was hit by this sword, he would probably be directly knocked out. But Han Fei's eyes glittered when he saw the sword too. He shouted, all laws forbidden in this space. Suddenly, the figures filling the sky froze. The young expert could no longer control these clones. It was also at that moment that there was only the sword shadow left between the heavens and earth. When the sword appeared, the young man's true original body was exposed. Without any hesitation, Han Fei glanced around and directly stole the power of the sword shadow. When he stole the power of this sword, Han Fei was also shocked. With his bearing power, his flesh and blood all exploded? How strong was this young man? Stealing the sword light, Han Fei had to quickly exhaust this sword light, or he would explode before the other party realized what was going on. Han Fei saw the only figure, and the one hidden among the many clones was his original body. The heavenly human expert was shocked. How is it possible? The laws of this world lost their effect at this moment. My divine technique also lost its effect. My original body can't switch freely among my clones. In the blink of an eye, Han Fei took out a mirror. Although the young expert didn't know what the mirror was for, he immediately felt his heart palpitate when he saw it. At this moment, his first thought was to escape. However, he discovered, to his shock, that he had forgotten how to burst out an ultralight speed. He realized that his speed had been deprived. Deprived of his speed, his first reaction was to bombard Han Fei with his soul. But when the mirror in Han Fei's hand shone, the young expert was shocked to find that he was forced into a space and appeared in a mirror world, surrounded by him in all directions. This person was a little stunned. He subconsciously thought that these were his countless clones. But then, he saw a sword light appear in the mirror. It was clearly his sword light. Puff, puff, puff. In the infinity mirror, the strong master of the heavenly race was attacked by the sword chi. But to Han Fei's surprise, the sword chi caused less damage to him than he expected. Han Fei hurriedly launched the all-great Daos in one sword on him. And the physique of a perfected star transformation realm expert was indeed astonishing. Anyway, after a round of sword tides and a slash of all-great Daos in one sword, although the strong master of the heavenly race was covered in wounds and blood, he wasn't seriously injured. This stunned Han Fei. How could a perfected star transformation realm expert be so strong? Han Fei didn't dare to let this person stay in the mirror of infinity for long. The mirror of infinity was just a replica mirror. Even ordinary people in the sky-opening realm had the ability to destroy it, let alone those in the perfected star transformation realm. Therefore, the moment the sword light failed to kill him, Han Fei immediately deprived him of his consciousness, giving him no chance to fight back. Then, Han Fei launched all great Daos in one sword again and stabbed into the mirror of infinity. He clearly couldn't beat a cultivator in the perfected star transformation realm, but if he stood still and let Han Fei beat him, how could he not kill him? Puff. 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 In the mirror of infinity, the body of this young man was directly obliterated by countless all-great Daos in one swords. As all-great Daos in one sword also had the power to destroy the soul, this person's soul was also minced, but he wasn't dead. After all, the power Han Fei used wasn't enough to kill a perfected star transformation realm expert. With a flip of his hand, Han Fei grabbed a god-sealing spear and inserted it into the mirror of infinity. Seeing that the god-sealing spear was infinitely replicating in the mirror of infinity, Han Fei stopped in satisfaction. In the distance, Feng Xingliu was dumbfounded. What did he see? Han Fei killed a perfected star transformation realm cultivator? Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. This. Feng Xingliu was dumbfounded. Only 2 seconds later, Han Fei, who had almost been beaten to death, suddenly turned the tide of the battle. He took out a mirror, casually shone it on the man, and killed him, making Feng Xingliu. Think of a terrifying chaotic spiritual treasure. Therefore, Feng Xingliu pointed at Han Fei and was stunned for a long time. Before he exclaimed, "Is that the Yin-Yang heavenly mirror? Are you a descendant of a demon god?" Huh? Han Fei was dumbfounded. The Yin-Yang heavenly mirror? A descendant of a demon god? He didn't understand. Suddenly, Han Fei remembered that the infinity mirror seemed to be copied from a mirror named the Yin-Yang heavenly mirror. Now it seemed that this Yin-Yang heavenly mirror had a powerful background. Han Fei immediately said, "No, wait a moment. This is just a replica." Feng Xingliu immediately said, "Then you are still a descendant of the demon god. Except for the descendants of the demon god, who can get a copy of the Yin-Yang heavenly mirror? No wonder you refuse to tell which force in the West Sea divine realm you were from. It turns out that you are from the legendary ancient demon god clan." Han Fei was dumbfounded. He was only using a mirror, but his identity had already been recognized? Moreover, it was from the West Sea divine realm and sounded quite impressive. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong with the descendants of a demon god? Can't the descendants of a demon god appear in the East Sea divine realm?" Feng Xingliu, "Yes, of course you can. I'm just shocked. No wonder you can be so powerful before star transformation. It turns out that you're a descendant of a demon god. I feel much better now." Han Fei was at a loss, but then he realized that Feng Xingliu wasn't like Feng Qingqing and was easy to fool. So he said, "Why do you feel better if I'm a descendant of a demon god?" Feng Xingliu said matter-of-factly, "The descendants of the demon gods are all the children of the gods and blood relatives of the gods. The orthodox bloodline of the gods flows in their bodies, which is much higher than the level of bloodline awakening. Now I can understand why you are so strong. I was wondering how it was possible for someone to be weaker than me in the realm but stronger than me in power. This doesn't make sense. So this is the reason." Feng Xingliu crazily hinted to himself that if Han Fei wasn't a son of God, he would at most be like him. Han Fei continued to run with Feng Xingliu. Although he had caught a perfected star transformation realm cultivator that was extremely valuable, he had to sell him on a suitable occasion. There were still a lot of people chasing him. Han Fei pulled Feng Xingliu and ran wildly. Feng Xingliu said, "Why are you the son of God, but you are not more than 30,000 years old? There are no divine sons in the sea realm anymore." Han Fei's heart did a flip. "It took me hundreds of thousands of years to be born, so I'm naturally not old." Feng Xingliu's heart stirred. That did make sense. It was said that the conditions for the birth of a divine son were very strict. Feng Xingliu couldn't help but feel a little excited, which was the excitement of seeing through Han Fei's identity. He said, "Are there many descendants of demon gods? I heard that the ancient demon god clan is the most mysterious force in the West Sea divine realm and hasn't appeared in the world for 100,000 years. Why have you appeared?" Han Fei said, "I thought you didn't like to study? How do you know about the ancient demon god clan and the Yin-Yang heavenly mirror?" Feng Xingliu immediately said, "Because I've heard a lot of stories. It's said that after the battle of the gods, many divine sons created the ancient demon god clan together and suppressed the sea realm for 30,000 years. But later, it was said that someone in the sea realm wanted to steal the power of the gods. and transplant the bloodline of the gods, so they launched a scheme against the ancient demon god clan. Finally, 100,000 years ago, a peerless catastrophe broke out in the West Sea divine realm. I don't know what happened to the ancient demon god clan, but many people died overnight. It's said that at that time, the sky in the West Sea divine realm was blood red, and the lightning of the great Tao rumbled for 7 days and 7 nights. Countless children of the gods died. Since then, the ancient demon god clan has disappeared, whose traces are completely wiped off from the world. And the yin-yang heavenly mirror of the ancient demon god clan has disappeared and never appeared again. When Feng Xingliu spoke, he glanced at Han Fei from time to time and whispered, "Hey, what did you experience back then? Who attacked you?" Han Fei thought to himself, "If you ask me, who should I ask?" Han Fei didn't expect the Mirror of Infinity to have such a background. Besides, the Mirror of Infinity was indeed a copy of the yin-yang heavenly mirror, which was irrefutable. Han Fei couldn't help but think, 100,000 years ago? 100,000 years ago, the ancient demon god clan was robbed. As it happened, 100,000 years ago, Chu Hao obtained the demon purification pot and was chased. And as it happened, he found the Mirror of Infinity in Chu Hao's monarch palace, which was a copy of the yin-yang heavenly mirror. Therefore, Chu Hao's identity was obvious. Chu Hao must be a member of the ancient demon god clan. Because he got the demon purification pot, the entire ancient demon god clan was implicated. Not good. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Since even the stupid Feng Xingliu could see that the infinity mirror was a copy of the yin-yang heavenly mirror, how could the powerhouse of the heavenly race and even monarchs not guess it? And once they guessed that he was from the ancient demon god clan like Feng Xingliu did just now, they would inevitably think of the demon purification pot through the replica of the yin-yang heavenly mirror. Perhaps Chu Hao had used this mirror before. They might even remember him. If all of this was connected by those experts, he would be doomed. Not to mention that he was not from the ancient demon god clan. Even if he were, no one could protect him. Perhaps eldest senior brother could protect him, but he would only protect him 3 times. At that time, if people guessed that he was related to the demon purification pot, the monarchs of the entire sea realm might attack him. Then there would be no place for him in the sea realm. Immediately, Han Fei looked at Feng Xingliu solemnly. "Xingliu, do you think we are brothers?" Huh? Feng Xingliu's heart did a flip. Yes. Feng Xingliu felt that his life had been quite exciting since Han Fei came to save them. Besides, although Han Fei was passionate about robbery, he was quite easy to get along with, in addition to hot pot and barbecue. In general, Feng Yu had made a good friend this time. Han Fei said, "Look, we're brothers. We robbed, fought, and ate meat together. Although we're not biological brothers, we're closer than biological brothers. From the first time I saw you, I regretted not meeting you sooner. I feel that you will definitely achieve more than Feng Yu in the future." Really? When Han Fei said the last sentence, Feng Xingliu felt his blood boil. In his entire life, up to now, only Han Fei had said that he would definitely achieve more than Feng Yu in the future. Feng Xingliu wanted to surpass Feng Yu in his entire life, but who would be optimistic about it? In fact, even he wasn't optimistic about it. He just refused to admit defeat. However, just now, Han Fei said so. Immediately, Feng Xingliu felt that his eyes were wet and his throat was a little choked. He suppressed his voice and said, "Good brother, we are good brothers." Han Fei immediately said, "Brother, to be honest, I'm indeed from the ancient demon god clan. However, this news and the yin yang heavenly mirror must be kept between you and me. No third person can know it. I haven't even told Feng. You can't tell Feng Qingqing or the elders of your family, or I won't live long." Feng Xingliu was surprised. "Wait, why is that?" Han Fei heaved a long sigh. "Brother, as you know, 100,000 years ago, the ancient demon god clan was harmed by some villains. Those people were trying to absorb our divine bloodline. Because of this bloodline, our clan was slaughtered and only less than 10% of our people survived. We fled and ran. Many people in the entire sea realm have been looking for us for 100,000 years. What do you think will happen if you leak that I have a copy of the yin yang heavenly mirror?" Feng Xingliu's heart skipped a beat. He said in shock, "Many people must be after you for your divine blood." Han Fei said sadly, "That's right. By then, it won't be the sky-opening realm cultivators who will attack me, but the monarchs. Brother, let me tell you. Many monarchs are not good people. In order to become stronger, they will do anything. Are you willing to watch your good brother being chased by monarchs? Are you willing to watch me fall into deep trouble? Are you willing to watch me die without a burial place?" Feng Xingliu immediately shook his head. "That's impossible. I won't tell anyone. I'm the most tight-lipped. But doesn't the person in your mirror know? Should we?" Feng Xingliu made a throat-slitting gesture with one finger. Han Fei shook his head. "Don't worry. I'll change his memories later. He is quite valuable. He's already on the verge of Dao proving. How much is he worth?" Feng Xingliu, "But," Han Fei said, "Bro. Do you know why I'm passionate about robbery?" "Why?" Han Fei said, "Alas. You might not believe it. Although our ancient demon god clan has the divine bloodline, our demand for resources is also huge. We were destroyed by various strong masters and didn't dare to snatch resources wantonly. We could only rob a little in the east and a little in the west and narrowly make our ends meet. When you were young, when you generously gave thousands of kilometers of resources to your servants, I was digging in a mine. When you went to the family's treasure house to collect resources, I was fighting with others for a few resources." Han Fei's face alternated between melancholy, excitement, regret, and emotion. Feng Xingliu felt ashamed when he heard that. No wonder Han Fei was so passionate about resources, no wonder he was so good at snatching resources, no wonder he was stingy and refused to give me more resources. It turned out that his childhood was so miserable. Without a word, Feng Xingliu was about to give all his resources to Han Fei. However, Han Fei stopped him. "Brother, who are you looking down on? A gentleman makes money in the right way. Do you think I can take my brother's resources?" Feng Xingliu said solemnly, "Since we're brothers, what's mine is yours. I'll be anxious if you refuse again." Han Fei said, "Wait a minute. Did you forget that I have something valuable in my hand? Besides, if you don't have any resources at all when you reach the divine capital dynasty, you'll be in trouble. So, keep it for now. If I need it, I'll tell you. We're good brothers." Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Just 3 or 5 seconds after Han Fei and Feng Xingliu's conversation, another late-stage star transformation expert of the heavenly race appeared. But this time, Han Fei definitely wouldn't use the Mirror of Infinity. This thing really couldn't be used now. Feng Xingliu was easy to fool, but others weren't. Han Fei didn't know how many people could catch up. By logic, as long as one's speed exceeded 8 times the speed of light, he could catch up. However, their strengths were different, so was the time when they caught up. The first batch of people who caught up must have reached 9 times the speed of light. Why didn't Han Fei feel that their speed was 10 times the speed of light? It was because if the speed really reached 10 times the speed of light, this person would have almost proved his Tao. Even if it was 9 times the speed of light, by logic, this shouldn't be something that experts less than 30,000 years old could have. However, the heavenly race also had a divine bloodline, so it was hard to say. He certainly wouldn't underestimate the heavenly race that was a powerful race in the East. See Divine Realm. Therefore, even when Han Fei saw the two of them, he didn't stop but continued to escape. When the two of them saw Han Fei, they were a little surprised, because they didn't see the perfected star transformation realm cultivator. That didn't make sense. That young master should have been the first to catch up with Han Fei. Besides, they had passed by a place where there were obvious traces of fighting. How could they not see that young master? Not stopping at all, Han Fei shouted, "How dare you two chase me? Do you want to die?" Someone responded coldly, "Han Fei, no matter where you come from, it's suicide to make an enemy of our heavenly race in the East Sea Divine Realm. What's the use of holding on for a while? How long can you last if you forcibly activate such a fast speed?" Han Fei said, "I can hold on until I'm exhausted. It's none of your business." Han Fei firmly believed that there was a way to get rid of the heavenly race. If he kept running in the direction the vast ocean navigator pointed, so he didn't stop at all. And these two people really didn't attack. They were waiting for other experts to appear, and at the same time, for the young master to appear. However, after half an hour, only 2 late-stage star transformation realm experts caught up. There was no young master. Half an hour later, another person caught up. Feng Xingliu said, "Do you want me to attack them? Let's go straight to the Divine Capital Dynasty. I think you should stop taking the trial. This has already exceeded the scope of a trial." Han Fei said, "Bro, there is great horror between life and death. If you walk on the edge of life and death often, you will gain a lot of insights, and your strength will definitely increase by several times." Gulp. Feng Xingliu swallowed hard. Sure enough, Han Fei was still influenced by his childhood experiences. It turned out that the gap between him and Han Fei was actually nothing more than fighting and experiencing life and death. At this time, Feng Xingliu had already forgotten the difference in bloodline between the two of them. Seeing that Han Fei was so persistent, Feng Xingliu said, "Including this, there are 5 of them. I can't think of a way to escape." He really didn't know how to fight a battle with such a huge disparity in strength. Anyway, he couldn't beat either of them. He could either use a Monarch Jade Slip or lay flat. Han Fei was not afraid because he was holding a captive in his hand. Han Fei gnashed his teeth. In order to capture him, the heavenly race had mobilized at least 5 late-stage star transformation experts and 1 perfected star transformation powerhouse. When the fifth person arrived, one of the 5 people immediately shouted. Stop them! Han Fei, let go of Feng Xingliu. Concentrate and experience with your heart. They dare not kill you. After you pass the life and death test, your strength will definitely increase greatly. Han Fei didn't want Feng Xingliu to leave with a monarch jade slip because he didn't think it was necessary. It wasn't a big deal that the heavenly race attacked him because his identity was unknown. However, Feng Xingliu was a core disciple of the Phoenix Divine race. According to Feng Qingqing, the Phoenix Divine race's status in the South Sea Divine Realm was similar to that of the heavenly race, so they weren't afraid of the heavenly race at all. The heavenly race could attack Feng Xingliu, but if they dared to kill him, they would be inviting a battle. Since he was sure that they probably wouldn't kill Feng Xingliu, Han Fei didn't mind give him a push. Feng Xingliu exclaimed, but I can't beat them. Han Fei said, don't worry. Just try your best. They won't dare to do anything to you. You are a once-in-a-10,000-year heavenly talent of the Phoenix Divine race. Don't you want to surpass Feng Yu? You have to believe in yourself. Now you have the opportunity. Just attack with your full strength. Buzz. Around Feng Xingliu, flames were steaming and billowing. Fight with all your strength. Don't be afraid. Once you pass the life and death trial, you'll be able to surpass Feng Yu. Feng Xingliu had completely believed Han Fei's words and felt that this was an opportunity for him to grow. Yes, he was a core descendant of the Phoenix Divine race. How dare these people kill him? Kill. Whoosh. Feng Xingliu launched his ultimate move as soon as the battle started. With a long sword in hand, the fire phoenix soared into the sky and pounced on a person. Han Fei issued an order in his heart and Blood Fiend chased after one of the people. Han Fei sneered. Now 2 of you are gone. How can you 3 take me down? However, the 3 people on the opposite side didn't attack. Instead, they looked at Feng Xingliu indifferently. Han Fei, you may have many means, but this boy from the Phoenix Divine race is still a fledgling. He's not proficient in all aspects and his combat techniques are relatively rusty. He's relying on his own foundation. How long do you think he can last? Han Fei grinned coldly. A bunch of self-righteous guys. You will never understand. The most primitive state of fighting is recklessness. The 3 of them looked at each other. Although they would wait for another person to defeat Feng Xingliu, they wouldn't just sit by and watch Han Fei. This person's background was mysterious, and he had many means. If they gave him a chance, he might cause trouble. However, when the 3 of them attacked at the same time, they didn't attack with their original bodies, but summoned a large number of clones. Obviously, they hadn't learned that divine technique, so they could only attack Han Fei in the most primitive way. However, if they only used their clones, Han Fei also had great strength if he erupted his full strength. With only 10 or 20 clones, they might be able to temporarily suppress Han Fei, but such a large number of clones could only suppress Han Fei for a second or 2. Among the many clones, Han Fei didn't even need to activate his great Tao. He only needed to steal power at will and use the other party's power to defend against them. After a while, these clones were all wiped out by Han Fei. One had to know that Han Fei today was no longer the Han Fei who was chased by the 3 cultivators of the heavenly race. The 3 of them realized that their clones were already useless. This guy already had the combat power to fight late-stage sky-opening realm cultivators head-on. They immediately split up into many clones and attacked Han Fei, together with both their clones and original bodies. This was not the ruins of gods. They didn't think that there would be a special situation like in the ruins of gods here. And because they didn't fight Han Fei with their original bodies in the ruins of gods, they didn't remember it so well. In the blink of an eye, 9 clones of similar strength appeared and surrounded Han Fei, attacking him at the same time. They thought that although Han Fei was special, he could control at most 6 clones at a time. They thought that with 9 clones, they could take down one Han Fei easily. What they thought of now was actually the same as the 3 people who chased Han Fei in the ruins of gods. The difference was that the 3 people only treated Han Fei as an itinerant cultivator with many opportunities. And now these people treated Han Fei as a member of the Time Temple. Therefore, these people were a little more cautious now, but they still didn't think that Han Fei could really stop them. In fact, after they attacked, Han Fei didn't use the frenzying eye to frenzy their clones. It wasn't that Han Fei didn't want to use it, but he didn't dare to summon the Emperor Sparrow at all. In the territory of the Divine Capital Dynasty, once the information about the Emperor Sparrow or the demon purification pot was exposed, he might die a tragic death. Over there, Feng Xingliu was sent flying and the void had already trembled many times. This guy's body was cracking and he had already activated the fire Phoenix divine technique. In just 2 seconds, he was forced to activate his ultimate divine technique. But Han Fei didn't care. He simply took out the vast ocean navigator. In the next moment, someone shouted, "Original bodies, retreat." They knew the vast ocean navigator, which could point to the original body. Although they didn't think it was useful, because even if the original body was deprived of some kind of power, their clones were still here. How could Han Fei do anything to them? Besides, the vast ocean navigator could only point to one direction at one time. How could he find all their original bodies? One of the 3 people lost consciousness for no reason, but there were 3 original bodies and 6 clones here. How could the others allow Han Fei to attack that person? 3 clones stepped forward together, blocking Han Fei's way. However, the body of the guy who lost consciousness suddenly moved. Not good. It's his original body that can't be seen. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Did they see through his twin divine technique? These people have really sharp eyes. Buzz. Since he had been seen through, Han Fei fused his twin bodies and flew back, holding the body of the heavenly race cultivator in his hand. At the same time, he reached out to grab the head of the person in his hand. The clones chasing him, however, roared, "Brat, you can't kill my original body even if it's asleep." Heh. In the next moment, Han Fei's hand penetrated through the head of the man's original body. As he suddenly pulled, the man's soul was extracted by Han Fei. Hiss. Not good. He's also a soul cultivator. Han Fei extracted its soul and rushed towards Feng Xingliu while obliterating it with his yang soul. He shouted, "Come on. If you split into 2 clones now, your soul will definitely not be strong enough. At this time, even if I can't destroy your main soul, I can still severely injure you and make it impossible for you to reach the perfected star transformation realm in this life. Come on, attack. Roar." At this time, the strong master of the heavenly race who had penetrated the Fire Phoenix divine technique split into 3 bodies, which rushed towards Han Fei at the same time. Then, a clone of the person who was grabbed by Han Fei shouted, "Stupid, our heavenly race has the spring of life. How can we be killed by you?" Han Fei's heart did a flip. Yes, Chu Hao asked me to find the spring of life. This is a divine object that can regenerate bones and revive the dead. This person is not afraid of me obliterating his soul. Around Han Fei, 11 super strong masters whose original bodies and clones had joined forces attacked him at the same time. Gravity, storm, soul attack, and various kinds of power of the great Tao bombarded him at the same time. Dharma idol world. A golden body suddenly appeared, and Han Fei forcibly pushed his strength higher to resist the storm-like bombardment. At the same time, he roared, "Explode!" At that moment, Han Fei activated all his strength, stuffed the infinity water into this person's mouth, and detonated it. Unfortunately, as an ultra-quality sea-quelling bizarre treasure, the infinity water could no longer penetrate a late-stage star transformation realm. Cultivator. His body swelled and cracked, but didn't explode. Bang! The power of Han Fei's young soul shook this person's main soul. The void lines were stealing his vitality and soul. Unfortunately, there was not enough time. Facing the siege of so many people, Han Fei was about to collapse. At this moment, he heard a chuckle. Then, a calm and gentle voice sounded. "Oh. So this is the heavenly race? So many people are bullying 2 people. How shameless." Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Who is it? The battle on Han Fei's side was extremely intense. Because Han Fei's physique was extraordinary, his soul was exceptionally powerful, and his methods were extremely special, they didn't dare to relax at all. The visitor approached from a distance. When Han Fei and the others noticed her, they saw a beautiful woman about 1.65 meters tall in a long dress, standing 10,000 kilometers away. Everyone was stunned at the first sight of this girl. This woman was slender and elegant. When she didn't move, she looked demure and gentle. There was a faint smile on her face, and there was gentleness and elegance in her smile. There was no flirtatiousness in her eyes, no cuteness, but infinite gentleness. Her jade-like fingers held a foot-long dagger in her hand, and her hands were crossed slightly. She looked like an innocent 15-year-old girl next door. On the whole, this girl gave everyone a feeling of gentleness and beauty. For some reason, they felt especially close to her. However, everyone immediately realized that this woman was definitely not that simple. How could she be an innocent and vulnerable girl if she could travel through the boundless wilderness and appear here? She was so innocent, as if she had never seen the vicissitudes of life. How could such a person become a star transformation cultivator? Girl, don't mess with the heavenly race. Leave now. However, the girl gently raised the foot-long dagger in her hand, and a knife mark appeared in front of the person who spoke. When everyone's gaze fell on the knife mark, the girl disappeared, leaving only a blurry shadow jumping in the air, but she was already gone. Watch out. As soon as the heavenly race cultivator blocked the knife beam in front of him, he felt danger behind his back. He immediately launched an attack, and the force field here became chaotic. But even so, a half-arc lit up and cut his back. Puff. This person was cut into 2 halves by the half-arc. Unfortunately, this girl didn't use her full strength, or maybe she wasn't so powerful that she couldn't kill this person in one blow. In fact, Han Fei felt that it was only natural, because even he couldn't blow up a late-stage star transformation cultivator with one blow, even if the other party was just a clone. This woman could cut him in half with a single slash, which was already very powerful. In terms of strength, she was definitely stronger than Feng Xingliu. At this moment, because the people who were fighting Feng Xingliu had come to besiege Han Fei, Feng Xingliu finally had a breather. Although he only lasted for 3 seconds under the attack of that late-stage star transformation realm cultivator, only he knew how it felt. There was no time to deal with the storm. Even if he used a divine technique, he was still penetrated and had no power to fight back. But just as Han Fei said, he was caught in a quagmire, but didn't suffer a fatal blow, which made him inexplicably more confident. Seeing that someone came to help them, he roared, "Fire Phoenix Sky Feather!" Feng Xingliu used the void as a slingshot, condensed a flame feather, and shot it with a bow. It was like a ferocious phoenix had descended, and flames burned the sky. After this blow, Feng Xingliu felt that he had unleashed all his strength and was exhausted. But even Han Fei and the girl couldn't help but exclaim. This blow was enough to resist a late-stage star transformation realm cultivator. This made them realize that the potential of Feng Xingliu was much higher than they imagined. When Feng Xingliu attacked, knife lights flashed around Han Fei, but these knife lights seemed to be directly imprinted on the souls of the strong masters of the heavenly race and were difficult to dodge. It was as if space had no obstacles against the knife lights bursting out of her shadowless blade. Han Fei felt that this method was very similar to Xia Xiaochan's shadowless blade, but much stronger. This knife didn't involve space, but also seemed to avoid time. It was like, directly slashing and then hitting. Between slashing and hitting, there was no third possibility. Unhindered? Han Fei suddenly thought of something. The unobstructed sword fluid that he had once used had given him this feeling. But now was not the time for Han Fei to think about this. Since someone was helping him, he could take the chance to break the siege of these people. Han Fei raised his hand and activated all great Daos in one sword. Multiple Dao runes intertwined and mixed. At this moment, he was at the peak of his strength and could completely defeat one person. Roar! The sacrificing punch erupted, and Han Fei's power was enhanced by the god slaying boxing gloves. He threw a punch that pierced through the stars, and someone took the punch and fell into a struggle. Han Fei waved his hand, and the Tao patterns of the heavens and earth gathered into a spear. The god-sealing spear was used as a tool to block the enemy, instantly suppressing a person. Huh! The girl was shocked. At this moment, Han Fei launched 3 attacks and repelled 3 clones of the sky-opening realm. This person was much stronger than she had imagined. She guessed that if it weren't for the fact that there were too many people besieging him and they were too strong, she might not have needed to do anything. Han Fei shouted in a low voice, "Girl, can you block them for 1 second for me?" "Okay." A soft voice came, followed by a melodious melody. A black bone fan drew a semicircle in the sky, separating Han Fei from these people. At that moment, Han Fei's 100,000-foot-tall golden body seemed to erupt with infinite power. The Yang soul penetrated his body and drilled into the soul of the person in Han Fei's hand. Roar! Han Fei's great Tao had reached its limit. With the god-slaying boxing gloves, the power of the heavenly Tao, the enhancement of the god's prayer bead, and The Dharma idol world, the power he carried exceeded 30 million waves. The dual powers of his body and soul were superimposed on this cultivator who had already split out two powerful clones. Boom. Han Fei's Dharma idol put his hands together and crushed the man's body and soul. If this person were in his peak state, Han Fei would have no chance of winning. He couldn't even shake the other party's soul. But now, he had sent out two powerful clones, and his original body fell into a deep sleep, so his soul was unguarded. Han Fei was not a kind person. Just now, the self-detonation of the infinity water failed to completely penetrate this person. Then he would definitely destroy him with all his strength. Han Fei, how dare you? F***ck your heavenly race. Why dare I not die? Han Fei felt that there was a huge force resisting between his hands. He immediately made up his mind and turned into a black fog. He rarely used the swallowing power of the black fog of the twin divine technique. But at this moment, he had no time to care about that. He only had 1 second. The girl couldn't resist the siege of so many people. If it weren't for the strange fan, she wouldn't have been able to resist it at this moment. At this moment, the world instantly darkened. The strong masters of the heavenly race were dealing with the combination of Han Fei and the girl, and one of them was resisting the Fire Phoenix divine technique. However, a sword light suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and the sword was like a swimming dragon, rampaging through the 9 heavens at a speed comparable to that of a monarch. East Sword Pavilion? A strong master from the heavenly race immediately called out the origin of the sword and sent 2 clones to block it. Then, a handsome young sword cultivator stood quietly in the distant sky, with a long sword erected in front of him. A strong master of the heavenly race asked, "Why is the East Sword Pavilion meddling in the affairs of the heavenly race?" The swordsman said indifferently, "Justice." Die. Han Fei's 10,000 feet golden body let out a deafening roar, and the body and soul of the heavenly race cultivator in his hand were completely annihilated. However, there were no traces of the Great Tao's annihilation. The other party had clones left. For a sky-opening cultivator, his clone also contained the soul, qi, and blood of the original body. Although Han Fei had killed the original body, the other party still had a chance to live. The relationship between the original body and the clones was different from the relationship between the original body and the avatars. An avatar was equivalent to molding another self. When the original body was destroyed, the avatars were also the original body. However, clones were only a portion of the power that the original body had temporarily diverted. They only carried the original body's power, but not the original body's yang soul, yin soul, memories, and so on. If the original body perished, they could immediately return and reshape the original body. But if the original body perished for a long time and was obliterated from the world, no matter how long they could hold on, they would eventually be obliterated and couldn't be reborn. Han Fei extended his hand and time intertwined. The clone of the heavenly human cultivator was shocked, thinking that Han Fei was using the great Tao of time to send his dead original body to another time. Once Han Fei succeeded in doing so, he would really die. It wasn't easy for him to reach the late stage of the star transformation realm. How could he be willing? At that time, his clones dissipated and attempted to return to his original body. He thought that Han Fei wouldn't kill him. Han Fei had captured so many heavenly talents, but didn't kill them. but used them to exchange for resources. How could he kill him? But he didn't know that Han Fei was waiting for this moment. At the moment when his clone dissipated and was about to return, Han Fei issued an order in his heart. Steal his power. Steal his vitality. Steal his consciousness. Han Fei reduced this person's combat power to the lowest. Then he crazily activated his great Tao, causing his body to explode and blood to flow. But at this moment, Han Fei welcomed the strongest combat power in history. He closed his palms again and struck with the power of his young soul. Stop. How dare you? Han Fei, you're asking to be killed. Rumble. At that moment, a blood-colored crack across millions of kilometers appeared in the sky and a blood rain curtain descended. This was the first time Han Fei had really killed a late-stage star. Transformation Realm Cultivator. Late-stage star transformation realm. Cultivators were too difficult to kill. If Han Fei hadn't destroyed this guy's original body and pretended to exile the remnants of his original body, luring his clone to return, and then stole his power to wipe him out in one fell swoop, he wouldn't have been able to kill a late-stage star transformation realm cultivator. At this moment, Feng Xingliu flew over, the girl appeared again, and so did the blood fiend. The clones of the other party quickly fused with their original bodies. In an instant, the situation became 5-4. It seemed that the heavenly race's team had no chance. Feng Xingliu asked in shock, "Is he really dead?" The girl glanced at Han Fei, her eyes full of shock. Then she said, "You're seriously injured." The sword cultivator from the East Sword Pavilion was also a little stunned. The sword hums kept ringing in front of him as he thought to himself, "This person is so strong." Translator *Henyi Translations Editor *Henyi Translations. Because of the appearance of two mysterious helpers, Han Fei thought that this was why the vast ocean navigator pointed here. Therefore, Han Fei didn't have to kill this person, because with this guy, he could get a lot of resources from the heavenly race. However, he still killed him, considering that he needed to sacrifice to obtain the power of the god of war. This person was a good sacrifice. Secondly, only in this way could he sell the person in the mirror of infinity for more sources. After that, Lin Xian took the fish that Dong Huangzhou caught to the river and killed them all. When he returned, he began to cook them as he said, "Babies, these fish are called black-eyed stingers. The most suitable way to eat them is to cook them in soup." End quote. The soup is thick and fragrant. With Father's special spices, it will definitely become an unparalleled delicacy. End quote. At first, the girls wanted to roast the black-eyed stingray, so Lin Xian explained it to them. Oh, so the black-eyed stingray is the most suitable for making soup. Then hurry up and cook it, Father. I want to drink a lot of fish soup. The little girls were all looking forward to it. Since Father said that soup is the best, then drink more soup. Dong Huangzhou laughed to herself. As expected of a good-for-nothing rich young master, he really had a deep understanding of food. Under the gazes of the five of them, Lin Xian finished cooking the black-eyed catfish soup. Before boiling, he sprinkled some special spices into the thick, milky white soup. A rich and fragrant aroma filled the air within a radius of 1,000 feet, causing the little girls to drool. As Dong Huangzhou only had 2 heaven and earth jade plates, the little girls quickly discussed and decided that the 4 of them would share 1 jade plate. Lin Xian and Dong Huangzhou would also share 1. Lin Xian had no objections to this. His daughter's arrangement was very reasonable. As the perfect stay-at-home dad, agreeing to their arrangements was also encouraging them to use their brains and improve their ability to deal with things. Dong Huangzhou didn't say much. It was not the first time she shared utensils with Lin Xian. Besides, on that night 4 years ago, the two of them had exchanged saliva quite a lot. In front of his daughters, he naturally had to be generous and let them feel that there was no estrangement between his parents. Just like that, the family of 6 savored the delicious meat of the black-eyed Spanish mackerel and drank the fish soup one bowl after another. Although there wasn't enough utensils, the little girls seemed even happier than before, their eyes full of happiness and joy. Although there are fewer things that can be used, our family relationship is even better. This little bully sister, Zhu, quickly concluded this logic. Lin Xian and Dong Huangzhou smiled in relief when they heard this. Unknowingly, his daughter had grown up a little. Han Fei looked back, and the gaze just now had disappeared. So he raised his chin at Feng Xingliu. Get on the ship. At this time, the strong masters of the heavenly race looked awful. Why were they so unlucky as to run into the crossing in this vast wilderness? One of them shouted, Han Fei, even if you can escape today, how can you leave the divine capital dynasty? Han Fei sneered. It's none of your business whether I can leave or not. Oh. By the way, remember to take 2 million kilometers of resources next time you come to me. The man sneered. Who do you think you are? Splash. Han Fei casually threw out a head. It was the head of the perfected star transformation realm cultivator who had been sealed by him in the mirror of infinity. Just now, Han Fei attacked the mirror of infinity twice. This person's consciousness had been stolen, his body had been smashed and had fallen apart. Then, he was sealed by the God-sealing spears and couldn't regather his body or do anything. Now he was still lying in the mirror of infinity in a daze. Han Fei said, remember, you only have 1 month. If you don't bring me enough resources within a month, you won't have a chance to see this guy again. Young master? The 4 people were greatly shocked. No wonder they hadn't seen this guy from the beginning to the end. It turned out that he had already been captured by Han Fei. But how did Han Fei have the strength to capture a perfected star transformation realm cultivator? A super strong master at the verge of Tao. Proving should be able to easily crush Han Fei, right? At this moment, they had no time to think. The crossing was almost here, and these people reluctantly retreated and disappeared into the void. Then, Han Fei's Dharma idol disappeared, and a mass of flesh and blood fell from the sky. While the body of the strong master of the heavenly race was still warm, Han Fei stuffed it into his origin sea. In the end, he couldn't help but sigh. A late-stage star transformation realm cultivator was really powerful. If it were ordinary people, they would have been crushed into dust by him. But this person still had a human form. From this, it could be seen that the path after star transformation, as the god of war said, was indeed extraordinary. Han Fei couldn't help but look forward to what would happen if he completed that path. At this moment, Han Fei cupped his hands at the girl and then looked at the sword cultivator. Thank you for your help. My name is Han Fei. I'm an itinerant cultivator. Slurp. Feng Xingliu looked at the girl with a smile. Gee girl, hello. My name is Feng Xingliu. I'm an itinerant cultivator. Han Fei rolled his eyes. Do you think she doesn't know who you are? When did you become an itinerant cultivator? The girl smiled. Well, I know about the Phoenix divine race, but I don't know about this one. The girl looked at Han Fei and smiled. The capital of horror, Wushuang, nice to meet you. Wushuang? Han Fei thought that the name didn't sound suitable for her appearance. Han Fei felt that such a gentle girl should be called Wenro, means gentle. On the other side, the sword cultivator looked at Han Fei. East Sword Pavilion, Wan Beichen. What was the sword chi you used just now? Han Fei realized that this one was attracted by the sword technique he performed. He immediately replied with a smile, I created it myself. All great Daos in one sword. Wang Beichen nodded slightly, but his expression didn't change much. Very strong. Let's spar when we have time. Han Fei, okay. Han Fei was dripping with blood, his body was cracked, and he was exhausted. In their opinion, he was seriously injured. It was the same case for Feng Xingliu, which was even weaker than Han Fei. Han Fei could fight the late-stage star transformation realm cultivators, but Feng Xingliu couldn't. It was equivalent to him being beaten up for 3 seconds. Han Fei casually stuffed a mass of liquid divine brilliance to Feng Xingliu, pinched a mass of it himself, and stuffed it into his mouth. It would be too high profile to use the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique, but if he used liquid divine brilliance, it wouldn't attract much attention. Everyone would think that this was some kind of healing divine medicine, but they wouldn't think that it was some kind of magical technique. It was the first time that Feng Xingliu was so badly wounded. As soon as the liquid divine brilliance entered his mouth, he shivered and felt that his limbs and bones relaxed. The pain on his whole body was relieved, and his injuries were recovering at a visible speed. He was about to ask what this was, but Han Fei shook his head slightly. Knowing what he meant, he didn't ask further. Han Fei looked at Wushuang and Wang Beichen. I owe you two a favor. Let me treat you to a meal first. A meal? Feng Xingliu immediately said, Great. We've run for so long and fought so hard. We should take a rest. On the crossing, there weren't many people who noticed the battle on Han Fei's side. The sky opening realm cultivators could notice the changes in the weather, but to watch the battle on Han Fei's side from afar was not something ordinary sky opening realm cultivators could do. However, most people knew that something big had happened ahead. The appearance of a great Dao crack was no longer a scene that could be caused by the death of an ordinary sky-opening realm cultivator. Unfortunately, when the crossing passed by the place where Han Fei and the others were fighting, many people didn't see the scene. Instead, many people gathered by the ship, collecting the spiritual rain after the destruction of the Great Dao. They didn't board the crossing for free. The sea establishment cultivators and sky-opening realm cultivators were charged at different prices every day they stayed on the ship. They also paid in different ways. After all, they themselves sometimes didn't know what they had as itinerant cultivators. As for the payment for boarding the ship, the amount of resources a sea establisher should spend for staying on the crossing for a day was about 100 kilometers. Furthermore, different resources would be collected according to their strength, but the lowest limit was 50 kilometer of resources. This was already a very small amount of resources. Why were there so few? It was said that the owner of the ship, South Monarch, had gone from an itinerant cultivator to a monarch. He knew very well how difficult it was for an itinerant cultivator to grow, so he didn't rob them of their resources. However, if a sky opener wanted to stay on the ship for a day, he would have to pay 1,000 kilometers of resources a day, which was equivalent to 100,000 kilometers per 100 days. In other words, he would have to pay 10 million kilometers of resources every 10,000 days. To be more exact, he would have to pay the resources needed to fully establish an origin sea if he wanted to stay for 27 years. For the sea establishment realm, this was naturally a huge number. But for the sky opening realm, this amount of resources wasn't much. It was precisely because of this that there were many sky opening cultivators on the ship. There were nearly 10,000 people on the ship in a single day on average. The South Monarch charged people from special powers even more. Anyone who was recognized as coming from a major power would be charged by 10,000 kilometers of resources a day. Because you came from a major power, I want to blackmail you. If you don't want to be blackmailed, get lost. This was the treatment Han Fei and the others received after they boarded the ship. Some peak-level sea establishment cultivators collected resources from them. According to our judgment, each of you will pay 10,000 kilometers of resources every day. How many resources do you want to pay? Han Fei smiled casually. How soon will we reach the divine capital dynasty? The waiter said, the speed of the crossing won't be very fast, so it will still take a year and 8 months to reach the divine capital dynasty. Han Fei's heart did a flip. This place was only 0.2 light-years away from the divine capital dynasty. In this case, the speed of the crossing was indeed not fast. Han Fei was sure that the crossing should be jumping for a while and sailing freely on the sea for a while, so it couldn't work at full power. Therefore, this felt like taking a cruise ship in another world. Han Fei looked at the man and was silent for a moment. Would you believe me if I say I'm an itinerant cultivator? The waiter shook his head with a smile, thinking to himself, what are you talking about? You, Han Fei, have already made a name on the crossing. You challenged the heavenly race, robbed them, and captured them for resources. And you call yourself an itinerant cultivator? Do you think I'm a sea pig? Han Fei shrugged helplessly and casually paid 2 portions of resources. The 2 of us will submit the resources for 100 days first. The waiter was not surprised. He just smiled and gave Han Fei and Feng Xingliu a token with the word South engraved on it. Feng Xingliu didn't say anything. He never took money seriously. He thought to himself, my brother is paying this petty money for me. Why should I scramble to pay? However, Feng Xingliu didn't know that small favors were the easiest to win people's hearts. Translator * Kenyi Translations Editor * Kenyi Translations. Han Fei booked a comfortable and spacious room with a small courtyard, a lotus pond, and low-level demon plants on the crossing. Feng Qingqing was listening to Feng Xingliu, telling her what happened during this period of time, which was slightly exaggerated. He fought a perfected star transformation realm cultivator and killed a late stage star transformation realm cultivator? Feng Qingqing looked at Han Fei in surprise and then listened to Feng Xingliu bragging, actually, I'm not bad either. I fought the late stage star transformation realm cultivator for 3,000 rounds. Although I was seriously injured, he wasn't much better. Han Fei couldn't stand it anymore and said, yes, he's not much better, but his hands hurt. Pfft. Wu Shuang couldn't help but laugh. Feng Qingqing was speechless, wondering When Feng Xingliu would stop bragging. Feng Xingliu was about to fly into a rage, but when he saw Wu Shuang's sweet smile, his heart melted. In the house, Han Fei tidied up a piece of land and casually waved his hand, setting up the hot pot and barbecue grill. This scene made Wu Shuang and Wang Beichen a little confused. In the next moment, Han Fei took out a bunch of regular prawns, clams, sea cucumbers, sea urchins, and mantis shrimps. Han Fei said, "Feng Xingliu, you barbecue." Then, Han Fei smiled at Wu Shuang and Wang Beichen. "Please wait a moment." Wang Beichen frowned slightly. How can a cultivator be greedy for food? At this moment, Feng Xingliu and Feng Qingqing gave him a mysterious and slightly smug look. Han Fei heated the pot with spiritual fire and put cold oil in it. As soon as the green onions, ginger, and garlic were thrown into the pot, the peppers were thrown in too. Qi la. In an instant, the fragrance overflowed. Wu Shuang was refreshed and her eyes lit up. Before the ingredients were added, her appetite was already aroused. This was an experience she had never had. Even Wang Beichen had never felt such a magical taste. After the crab meat, dragon slices, lobster meat, and fish-faced meat were put into the pot made a gurgling sound. Then, Han Fei casually pinched out some Tao patterns of heaven and earth, which swam on the fresh and tender meat in the pot. This was Han Fei's new cooking method. He directly wrapped the broth evenly on the ingredients. After one bite, the broth was neither too much nor too little. The ingredients were just right. As he chewed, he could still feel the original flavor of the ingredients in his mouth. The hot pot made this way tasted several times more delicious than the previous hot pot. Wu Shuang and Wang Beichen had never seen such dazzling arrays for cooking. Although it was strange, Han Fei seemed to be quite good at cooking. The hot pot and barbecue were ready in a moment. Han Fei took out the wine gourd and forged 5 exquisite glasses. He poured the wine gently into the glasses, filling the room with the fragrance of the Tao Enlightenment wine. At this point, the cups were placed in front of everyone, and Han Fei finally smiled and said, "Thank you for your help just now. Brother Beichen, your sword path is really powerful. I've seen a few sword cultivators before, but only 2 of them have this sword path." Wang Beichen couldn't help but look at Han Fei. "Oh? Who is it?" Sword cultivators had always been obsessed with the Tao of the sword. He recognized Han Fei's strength, so he befriended Han Fei and trusted Han Fei's judgment. Judging from Han Fei's strength, Wang Beichen believed his words. Wu Shuang was also quite curious. Wang Beichen was a peerless heavenly talent of the East Sword Pavilion. How many people could compare to him in the path of the sword? Han Fei smiled casually. Actually, they aren't very strong. One of them is called Tanggu, who is only in the sea establishment realm, but I don't know where he is now. The other is called Wang Yijian, who has just opened the sky. His sword path is wondrous. In the same realm, there are very few people who can resist his sword. This person is really a genius in the Tao of the sword. Wang Beichen couldn't help but say, "Wang Yijian? He's a heavenly talent that the East Sword Pavilion just recruited 100 years ago. This person's sword Tao is indeed powerful and rare. If he weren't in seclusion to transform his origin sea into a star, he would definitely have a place in this 10,000-year competition." "Oh, is that so? Did he go to the East Sword Pavilion?" Han Fei didn't expect Wang Beichen to know about Wang Yijian, but at least he Got some information about an old friend from him. He was relieved. It seemed that senior sword god and Wang Yijian were still fine and had walked out. Han Fei said, well, I've known him for more than 500 years. He once said that he was going to the East Sword Pavilion, but I didn't expect him to really go there. Seeing that Han Fei and Wang Yijian knew each other, Wang Beichen felt closer to Han Fei. After that, Han Fei looked at Wu Shuang and smiled. Miss Wu Shuang, when I met Wang Yijian and the others, one of them said that he longed for the capital of horror. That person's name is Kong Shen, but he's not very famous. Sure enough, Wu Shuang shook her head slightly, not knowing who this person was. Han Fei guessed that it made sense. Wu Shuang was talented, and Kong Shen had opened the sky for tens of thousands of years. He was definitely not a heavenly talent, but his strength should have improved further. He should have embarked on the path of star transformation now. After laughing, Han Fei said, I can understand why Brother Beichen helped me. And I'm also slightly involved in the sword Dao. However, I didn't expect Miss Wu Shuang to help me. Wu Shuang smiled faintly. The heavenly race has been the enemy of our capital of horror for a long time. Since ancient times, our two sides have never been on good terms. Therefore, it's only natural for me to take action. I wonder who Brother Han Fei is. On the crossing, news of your battle against the heavenly race has been spreading since 5 months ago. Huh? Seeing that Han Fei was a little stunned, Wu Shuang said gently, the crossing is slow, but people come and go often. Your name has already spread throughout the crossing. Feng Xingliu's eyes glittered. What about me? What about me? Wu Shuang narrowed her eyes and smiled. Feng Xingliu is famous too. It's said that you're a heavenly talent from the South Sea Divine Realm. Everyone wants to see whether the Phoenix Divine Race or the Heavenly Race is stronger. Feng Xingliu immediately raised his head slightly. There was no telling where his confidence came from, but he couldn't help but sneer. Of course it's the Phoenix Divine Race. A mere heavenly race doesn't deserve to be our opponent. Han Fei and Feng Qingqing chose to ignore Feng Xingliu's words at the same time. Have you forgotten who you were beaten by? You were almost blown up by the heavenly race, and you still have the cheek to brag? Han Fei beckoned, let's eat and talk. Unable to resist Han Fei's enthusiasm, Wu Shuang and Wang Beichen were also a little curious about the hot pot and barbecue. After taking a bite, Wu Shuang's smiling face immediately revealed shock. Although she quickly returned to normal, she soon picked up a garlic prawn. Han Fei couldn't help but secretly look at Wu Shuang, but he was a little disappointed. It seemed that she didn't know these foods, and this was the first time she had eaten them in her life. Wang Beichen had a mouthful of hot pot and his expression was much simpler. He was only stunned for a moment before he stopped eating. Han Fei asked, Brother Beichen, why don't you eat any more? Is it not to your liking? Wang Beichen shook his head and said simply, it's too delicious and distracts me. Han Fei was speechless. Were all sword cultivators like this? That shouldn't be the case. Some sword cultivators weren't. Perhaps a genius like Wang Beichen was too harsh on himself. During the meal, Wu Shuang asked tentatively, fellow Daoist Han Fei, you have the guts to challenge the heavenly race. I wonder which faction you're from. Han Fei, would you believe me if I said I was an itinerant cultivator? Wu Shuang said, it would be great if you were an itinerant cultivator. The Capital of horror welcomes talents like Brother Han. If you come, we can offer you ultra-quality godly weapons and peerless divine techniques. Han Fei laughed. I'm used to being undisciplined. I can go play when I have time. By the way, Miss Wu Shuang, you seem to have reached the late stage of the star transformation realm? Wu Shuang nodded slightly. Although I've reached the late stage star transformation realm, my foundation is still not solid yet. Han Fei thought to himself, if Wu Shuang were Xia Xiaochan, wouldn't she be growing too fast? It had only been a few years, but she had already reached the late stage of the star transformation realm? Besides, if she was Xia Xiaochan, it was impossible for him not to know. Because the yin-yang double pendants he gave Xia Xiaochan had no reaction. It might just be a coincidence. However, in case she didn't wear the yin-yang pendant now, Han Fei accidentally revealed the yin-yang pendant on his waist. In the eyes of Wu Shuang and Wang Beichen, it was impossible for them not to recognize this was a godly weapon. However, they didn't have any reaction. They were probably thinking, how can you call yourself an itinerant cultivator with such a treasure? After confirming that Wu Shuang was not Xia Xiaochan, Han Fei lost interest. After Wu Shuang and Wang Beichen left, Han Fei and Wang Beichen agreed to have an exchange of swordsmanship. Up to this moment, Feng Xingliu was still waving at Wu Shuang cheerfully, and Feng Qingqing said, Brother Han Fei, are the two of them really suitable to be friends? Han Fei smiled casually. Wang Beichen's purpose has been simple from the beginning to the end. He just wants to communicate with me about sword Dao. My sword technique must have aroused his curiosity. As for Wu Shuang, it's hard to say. Feng Qingqing said, at least she made you owe her a favor. And Han Fei looked at Feng Qingqing. And what? Feng Qingqing added, and I've heard this name before. Huh? Feng Xingliu immediately turned his head around. You've heard of her name? Then why didn't you introduce her to me? Why didn't you mention her before? Feng Qingqing rolled her eyes at him and said, this person is indeed called Wu Shuang, but she also has another name, Wu Shuang the Demoness. Wu Shuang the Demoness? Han Fei and Feng Xingliu were dumbfounded at the same time. This pure, beautiful, dignified, and demure girl didn't even speak loudly. How could she be a demoness? Feng Qingqing shook her head slightly. Men, she said, this person participated in the selection in the Central Sea Divine realm not long ago. Furthermore, as it happens, she also achieved good results. Like sister. I just read some simple information about her when I paid attention to sister. Han Fei frowned slightly. The same level as Feng Yu? And she participated in the trial in the Central Sea Divine Realm more than 300 years ago. It seemed that she was definitely not Xia Xiaochan. Han Fei really couldn't tell that Feng Yu had already reached the perfected star transformation realm. If Wu Shuang was as outstanding as Feng Yu, how could she have just entered the late stage of the star transformation realm? Besides, the name Wu Shuang the Demoness didn't sound very friendly. Han Fei thought of the City of Horrors, which didn't sound like a good place. How could there be such an innocent late-stage star transformation realm? Cultivator? Therefore, Han Fei made up his mind. He could befriend Wang Beichen, but as for Wu Shuang, he couldn't trust her too much. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations 1 month later. Han Fei's life this month was simple. He rested and strolled every day. Needless to say, there were a lot of good things on the crossing, and there were even godly weapons for sale. Godly weapons. They were rare even on the bodies of some strong masters, but they were sold here. It could be seen how rich the monarch captain of the ship was. Unfortunately, Han Fei didn't need any godly weapons now. However, it didn't seem to hurt to create some godly weapons of his own. In the past month, Han Fei spent 3 days exchanging swordsmanship with Wang Beichen. The two of them went out to spar, but it was only about swordsmanship and didn't involve anything else. In the late phase of the star transformation realm, one must have already had a lot of comprehension. Anyway, Han Fei felt that Wang Beichen should have benefited a lot. But in fact, Han Fei had also benefited a lot. Although he didn't embark on the path of a sword cultivator, it didn't mean that he didn't know how to play the sword. He was destined not to establish a sword palace anyway, but his understanding of the sword Tao could actually be used in other great techniques. For example, Han Fei easily learned how to make the sword chi persist for a long time from Wang Beichen. It was just because Wang Beichen told him that swords were alive. Humans could breathe, so could swords. With that, Han Fei realized that as long as a sword that could absorb the Tao runes of the heavens and earth burst out, it would not only be strong, but also last for a long time. His interaction with Wang Beichen was very plain and there was nothing else to talk about. Wu Shuang, on the other hand, often came to eat hot pot. Feng Xingliu was enchanted by her anyway, so Feng Qingqing wasn't happy. She probably cursed the demoness 1,000 times in her heart for seducing her brother. However, this woman didn't show any ulterior motives. Han Fei just repeatedly emphasized to Feng Xingliu not to expose his identity as a member of the ancient demon clan. Feng Xingliu repeatedly promised that even if it was Wu Shuang, he wouldn't tell her and would definitely keep his mouth shut. In this way, Han Fei was relieved. Feng Xingliu had too little experience. It was time for him to experience what it felt like to be a lovelorn. Today, the 1-month period was over. In the Mirror of Infinity, the young master of the Yi family had been controlled by Han Fei and hadn't woken up yet because Han Fei would deprive him of his consciousness every once in a while. This person's name was Yi Chen. During this period of time, Han Fei had already probed into his sea of consciousness, found his memories, and modified them. For example, he was sucked into the Mirror of Infinity, but Han Fei made it look like he was sucked into a calabash. He was destroyed by his own power. But Han Fei made it look like there were huge waves in the calabash. The waves were like a cage, like knives and swords, tearing him apart. But Han Fei didn't hide the God-sealing spear. As the saying went, truth and falsehood were mixed. Anyway, Han Fei didn't believe that this part of tampered memory would be discovered. Because in the eyes of the heavenly race, there was no need for Han Fei to tamper with this part of his memories. Besides, Han Fei had revealed the green thunder wine calabash back in the ruins of gods. However, he had never used the Mirror of Infinity. This was a killer move. He wouldn't use the Mirror of Infinity unless it was a critical moment. It was precisely because he was careful that only Yi Chen had seen the Mirror of Infinity. Then, he learned about the Yin-Yang Heavenly Mirror and the secrets behind it through Feng Xingliu. On this day, Han Fei was resting on the deck of the crossing and fishing with a fishing pole. There were actually many people fishing like Han Fei, but definitely not as many as on the dragon ship in the raging sea. This was because in this wilderness, no creatures above the explorer level would easily take the bait. Han Fei's fishing skills had changed. He would cast out his fishing hook, simulate a spiritual treasure, and fish for rare sea demonic beasts. At this moment, Han Fei caught a sea cucumber that was emitting green light. But at this moment, 3 people appeared beside Han Fei. The person in the lead was a woman. She was tall and gave off a very oppressive aura. She must be at least in the perfected star transformation realm. For a moment, Han Fei thought that this woman was a monarch. Han Fei put the sea cucumber back into his origin sea, put away the fishing rod, turned sideways, leaned against the railing, and said with a faint smile, "You're here. I thought your heavenly race didn't care about a perfected star transformation realm cultivator. I almost wanted to kill him." The woman glanced at Han Fei indifferently. "You are indeed bold. It seems that you are not afraid of the heavenly race. This game is not bad. At least, you give us a chance to continue to hunt you." Han Fei shrugged. "Do you think I'm scared? Let's go. As long as you bring enough resources, I'll be happy to let him go." "Look, I don't like killing." Seeing that Han Fei was unusually calm, the woman couldn't help but frown slightly. This person was not afraid of her at all and was even full of disdain. The emotion in his eyes couldn't be fake. However, she didn't understand what qualifications Han Fei had to look down on her. When Han Fei returned to his room, Feng Xingliu, Feng Qingqing, and Wu Shuang were all there. Seeing Wu Shuang, Han Fei felt that the girl must have sensed something. Was she here to join in the fun? Han Fei greeted her, "Miss Wu Shuang, good morning." Wu Shuang smiled. "You went fishing early in the morning. I told Qingqing and Xingliu the story about the capital of horror for a while." Han Fei said, "Thank you." Han Fei took out the green thunder wine gourd and smiled. "Oh, right, I forgot to ask. What's your name?" The woman with a powerful aura said indifferently, "Yi Kai, I believe you will remember this name in the end." Han Fei chuckled. "Really? You must think your name is really remarkable." Yi Kai snorted. "Cut the crap. Where is he?" Han Fei waved the calabash in his hand and said, "Here." "But where are the resources?" "I have to check the resources first." Although Han Fei didn't think that the other party would attack him on the ship, what if the heavenly race didn't care about morals? Among the 3 people who came this time, one was in the perfected star transformation realm. If they really fully unleashed their strength or used some targeted techniques, he might not be able to capture Yi-Chen as a captive again. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, someone knocked on the door. Everyone couldn't help but look at the door, and someone outside the door said, "Mr. Han Fei, on the crossing, large-scale transactions are not allowed so casually. Once the transaction amount exceeds 100,000 kilometers of resources, we have to collect tax." Han Fei's heart did a flip. "Come in." A late-stage star transformation realm cultivator on the crossing walked in with a smile, followed by 2 cultivators who had just entered the star transformation realm. Han Fei asked, "Fellow Daoist, what are the tax points on the crossing?" The man smiled. "It's not expensive. 5 points. We promise that the deal will be absolutely fair." Good Lord, Han Fei thought to himself. He had hunted a perfected star transformation realm cultivator with all his might but had to hand over 5% of the resources he obtained. However, why did he feel that the crossing was helping him? It was because Han Fei couldn't guarantee the success of this deal, but the South Monarch could. Although he hadn't seen the South Monarch in a month on the ship. Could it be that the South Monarch was really, as the rumors said, to only blackmail the strong? Without hesitation, Han Fei nodded quickly. Thank you. Kai frowned slightly, but she didn't pay much attention to it. She looked at Han Fei. The 2 million kilometers of resources you asked for are too much. You should know how much more than the resources you asked for last time, right? Han Fei shrugged. I know. But how can that group of small fish last time compare to a cultivator who has reached the perfected star transformation realm and is on the verge of Tao proving? Isn't he even worth 2 million kilometers of resources? Kai said, you should know that you should quit while you're ahead. At least there will be some room for reconciliation. Han Fei sneered. Reconciliation? I just don't like your heavenly race. Next time I see you, I'll snatch you again. Why should I reconcile with you? Kai, are you really not afraid of death? Han Fei said, I'm not bluffing. I won't die even if you die. Kai said indifferently, 1 million kilometers, the limit of the heavenly race. Han Fei grinned. Heh. If you really want to only give me 1 million kilometers of resources, I don't mind. How about this? I'll destroy 50% of his soul and half of his lifespan before handing him over to you. After all, it's a fair exchange. If you want a discount, I'll give you a discount, right? You should know that I can do it. Han Fei. Behind Kai, a late-stage star transformation realm cultivator was about to flare up, but Kai stopped him with a gesture. Then, Kai said, I'm very curious. Which force are you from? Do you dare to tell me? Han Fei said, this is a secret. If you want to know it, give me another 1 million kilometers of resources. I'll definitely tell you and prove it to you. Upon hearing that, Feng Xingliu immediately said, Hey, Han Fei, this is inappropriate. You can't tell them. Han Fei turned to look at Feng Xingliu. Don't worry. These days, there's nothing that can't be exchanged for resources. As long as this woman can afford the resources, I'll tell her the secret. Feng Xingliu really thought that Han Fei would talk about the ancient demon God clan, but in the eyes of others, the two were clearly acting in collusion. Kai snorted coldly. I hope that you won't show up in the entire 10,000-year competition. Otherwise, the heavenly race will find out sooner or later. Han Fei chuckled. Cut the crap. Just give me the resources. With that, Han Fei walked to the late-stage star transformation cultivator of the crossing and said, since the crossing is supervising the deal, I'll let the person out first. With that, Han Fei shook the green thunder wine gourd and released Yi Qin. His battle suit was corroded, but he was still intact. Han Fei tilted his head. Resources? Kai, let him wake up. Han Fei chuckled. If he wakes up, he will run away. What if you don't admit it? Give me the resources first. Kai clenched her fists and threw out 6 small worlds. Han Fei reached out to take them, scanned them with his perception, and quickly confirmed the amount of resources. Then he grinned and said, That's right. The heavenly race are rich and powerful. Do you lack these petty resources? Slap. With a snap of his fingers, Yi Qin suddenly woke up and looked around warily. When he saw this environment, he immediately felt that something was wrong. Han Fei was here. Why was Kai here? What was this place? Memories flooded into his mind. He remembered that he was sucked into a calabash. Then, he was hit by a terrifying wave in the calabash and lost consciousness? At this moment, Ichen's head was regrown in the blink of an eye. He said coldly, Kai, why are you here? Kai glanced at Ichen indifferently. Because of you, the family paid 2,000,000 kilometers of resources. You were captured. Buzz. Ichen was instantly dumbfounded. Only one sentence echoed in his mind. You were captured. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. As a peak-level star transformation realm cultivator, how could he accept the fact that he was captured by a sky-opening realm cultivator who hadn't even entered the star transformation realm? However, Ichen wanted to vent his fury, but this ship belonged to the South Monarch, the strongest person in the East Sea Divine Realm, so he would only be courting death if he vented his fury here. Therefore, the heavenly race left dejectedly again. This time, even Wu Shuang was amazed by Han Fei's robbery skills. 2,000,000 kilometers of resources. She dared to say that 60 to 70% of the emperors in this world had never seen so many resources in their lives, but Han Fei had easily made the heavenly race give him so many resources. At this moment, Wu Shuang felt that Han Fei's killing of the heavenly races late-stage star transformation realm cultivator was significant. It showed his attitude that he dared to kill the people of the heavenly race. If the heavenly race wanted to save their people, they had to give him money. After the tax collector left, Wu Shuang said, Fellow Taoist Han Fei, you have to be careful. No matter what the heavenly race you see is like now, they will only be stronger than now. Among the younger generation, the strongest has reached the edge of Tao proving and has many divine techniques. Besides, there are many small forces attached to the heavenly race. You have to be careful in this 10,000-year competition. Han Fei smiled. Thank you for your reminder, Miss Wu Shuang. The 5% of 1,000,000 kilometers was almost 200,000 kilometers of resources. But Han Fei didn't care. Anyway, the resources he got this time were enough for him to transform his origin sea into a star. In the end, it was only natural for him to pay a certain protection fee since the crossing protected him. The strong had the final say. No matter how much the crossing could earn in a day, it was because it had a monarch guarding it. When the time came, he could also build a big ship like the crossing and travel the world. Then he could earn countless resources with his fame. That would be great. At this moment, Han Fei continued to establish his origin sea. He didn't need to wait long. He only needed a few months to know when he would transform his origin sea into a star. 2 months and 3 days later. The legendary tavern. This was one of the many taverns on the crossing. One of the characteristics of these taverns was that they had gathered many stories from the 4 major divine realms. Besides, these stories were just anecdotes to attract people to drink here. This was because the wine here was expensive and people would be charged by the hour. However, many people came to drink every day just to hear these stories. For example, ever since Feng Xingliu knew that there was such a wonderful place on the ship, he came every day, wishing he could live in a tavern 24 hours a day. More importantly, this guy would even reward the storytellers. Whoever told the best story would be rewarded with a bunch of resources, which made many People exclaim how rich he was. For this reason, the legendary tavern had specially opened a private room for Feng Xingliu and offered him a 20% discount on alcohol. Originally, Han Fei wasn't very interested in these things, but ever since he heard some rumors about the Emperor Sparrow here, he fell in love with this place. Therefore, Han Fei and Feng Xingliu went to the tavern every day. Occasionally, they would even chat with other customers. On this day, on the table of the private room, liquor and barbecue were set up. Feng Xingliu, Han Fei, Feng Qingqing, and Wu Shuang were all there. Han Fei specially invited Wang Beichen to join them. The storyteller said, "Today, let's not talk about those trivial stories. Let's talk about the competition of 10,000 years, the strong masters." From all sides. The old man casually looked at the private room where Han Fei and the others were. Then he said, "The grand competition of 100,000 years is a grand event that happens once every 100,000 years. In the last grand competition of 100,000 years, heroes gathered. Lord South Monarch of the Crossing rose 100,000 years ago. The time before last time, the gods were still around and personally selected talents from the participants. But that's a long time ago. Today, I'll talk about some famous strong masters today." "Great. Great, Oldly, take your time. I won't leave today if your story attracts me." The old man laughed. The 100,000-year competition involves the three realms of sky opening, sea establishment, and venerable. The venerable realm is naturally not worth talking about. And there is a sea establishment realm. Competition every 10,000 years, so we won't talk about it either. As for the sky-opening realm competition, the cultivators on the heaven, earth, and God role were all involved in it. An itinerant cultivator said, "Why? Are there any strong masters on the God role to participate in the competition this time?" "Haha. I'm not sure, but there are some on the heaven roll to participate in it." Someone sighed. The heaven roll is already very impressive. TSK. It seems that there will be a lot of competitive pressure this time. Someone said, "Wait, what are heaven, earth, and God rolls? Why haven't I heard of them?" Almost half of the people in the tavern didn't know, including Han Fei. The old storyteller chuckled. "Then let's talk about heaven, earth, and God roll first. Most people only know that there are three roles in this world, recording the heavenly talents of the 5 divine realms in the sea realm, but they don't know there are true and false heaven and earth roles." The old man said, "In this world, only the central sea divine realm counts the strong masters on the God roll, and there are only 10 of them. Among the 10, if any of them has proved his Tao, their positions will be filled by successors, maintaining the 10 positions. The heaven roll is 800, and the earth roll is 3,000. But in the 5 divine realms, except for the central sea divine realm, the other 4 divine realms all have heaven and earth rolls. Therefore, there are real and fake heaven and earth rolls. The central sea divine realm updates them every 1,000 years to determine the true heaven roll and the true earth roll. Therefore, there are 3,200 people on the heaven roll. We know now, or even many, because the heavenly talents of the central sea divine realm are not counted. The earth roll is the same." Someone exclaimed, "Even if someone can be on the earth roll, he must be an extraordinary cultivator, right? Even if he is on the false roll, he ranks among the top 10,000 people in the sea realm. The sea realm is so big that he Must be super strong to be able to rank among the top 10,000. The old storyteller chuckled and said, yes, but don't be scared by the heaven and earth rolls. Because many people keep a low profile, they aren't listed in the heaven and earth rolls. The replacement of the people on the heaven and earth rolls is usually because of the lack of members on the heaven and earth rolls. Sometimes, it's not discovered. Any strong master on the heaven and earth rolls who hasn't appeared for more than 1,000 years will be kicked out of the heaven and earth rolls and replaced by others. Someone smiled and said, Oldly, we've long known about heaven, earth, and God roll. Tell us who will come this time, okay? That's right, Oldly, don't popularize knowledge to newcomers all the time. It's very expensive to drink in the legendary tavern. The old man smiled and said, all right. Then let's talk about some strong masters on the heaven roll that I know of this time. After that, he took a sip of hard liquor. Well, in terms of the heaven roll, how can it be separated from the major divine races, major powers, and major cities in the 4 divine realms? This time, I'll list 39 people on the 3 rolls. Number 1, you should have heard of the heroic deeds of the other descendants of her family recently. Hey, Oldly, stop nagging. The old man snorted. 300 years ago, in the Central Sea Divine realm, the heavenly talents competed for supremacy, and in the Phoenix Divine race in the South Sea Divine realm, the strongest in the younger generation, Miss Fengyu, ranked first on the heaven roll. This time, she is also a participant in the 10,000-year grand competition in the East Sea Divine realm. Hiss. The first place on the heaven roll? F***ck, does she have to be so strong? How can we fight her? We might as well just admit defeat to her. The old man said, alas. You can't say that. The 10,000-year competition is not as simple as fighting. Don't be narrow-minded. In the private room, Feng Xingliu's face sank, but Feng Qingqing put on a smile. Han Fei, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. Good Lord, the first place on the heaven roll, which was decided by the Central Sea Divine Realm. Even if there was also the first place on the heaven roll in other divine realms, it was unlikely for the person to compete with Fengyu. This was because Han Fei knew that she had already reached the perfected star transformation realm and was only one step away from proving her Tao. Wu Shuang said, Fengyu is indeed powerful. She won first place through fighting. It's almost certain that she will win first place on the sea realms heaven roll. Feng Xingliu snorted. The mere first place on the heaven roll. Han Fei patted his shoulder. It's obvious that you can enter the God roll. The mere first place on the heaven roll is nothing. Feng Xingliu immediately said in embarrassment, the God roll, well, no, I'll get at most, the 10th place. Feng Qingqing and Wu Shuang secretly rolled their eyes. Can't you tell he is mocking you? Why don't you take a look at your own conditions? The God roll? The old man talked about the battle records of Fengyu in the Central Sea Divine Realm. From then on, Han Fei knew a little more about Fengyu. As the old man continued to speak, after mentioning a dozen names, he finally mentioned Wu Shuang. He said, hey, do you know that the 36th place on the heaven roll, Wu Shuang, the demoness, from the capital of horror, is on our ship? Han Fei couldn't help but look at Wu Shuang, who didn't seem to care about the title. She just smiled. It doesn't sound good. The old man said, Wu Shuang the demoness is good at hunting, masters the ultra-quality godly weapon, wind god fan, and is also a master of arrays and the creator of the demon god seal. Han Fei immediately turned to look at Wu Shuang, and Feng Xingliu also looked at Wu Shuang in shock. But the latter looked a little shy, pursing her lips and revealing 2 dimples on her face. Han Fei found that this old man seemed to know a lot. Han Fei was about to continue listening, when he suddenly had an inexplicable feeling. Is it the time for me to transform my origin seed into a star? Immediately, Han Fei thought for a moment, flicked his finger, and threw out a star shell. Take it. Taking Han Fei's reward, the old man was overjoyed. Thank you, sir. But immediately, a voice appeared in his mind. Send the information over. Later. I'll buy it. Feng Xingliu couldn't help being surprised. Brother, this is the first time you gave a reward. Han Fei smiled and said, I learned it from you. Well, listen, I suddenly have an epiphany and need to cultivate in seclusion for a few days. I'll go back to my room first. After a while, when Han Fei entered his origin sea, his heart did a flip. At this moment, his origin sea had been expanded to 810,000 kilometers. Han Fei seemed to have expected this. He put on a smile. Finally, I'm going to transform my origin sea into a star. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Ever since he heard about the heavenly number theory from Feng Qingqing, Han Fei had a feeling that his star transformation wouldn't be simple. However, he didn't expect it to be 810,000 kilometers. This was because the star transformation could happen at any time. The best time he felt was the best time to transform his origin sea into a star. Perhaps it would be best to turn one's origin sea into a star when the length of his origin sea reached a heavenly number. However, if someone sensed that he was going to turn his origin sea into a star when his origin sea was 800,000 kilometers long, but they insisted on doing it when his origin sea was 810,000 kilometers long, the result might not be better than when it was 800,000 kilometers long. This was because you couldn't change your fate. This forceful behavior would cause a certain amount of karma, so it wasn't necessarily suitable. As for Han Fei, his origin sea happened to be 810,000 kilometers exactly. Besides, Feng Qingqing had said that there was no one who could turn his origin sea into a star when his origin sea happened to be 810,000 kilometers long, even in tens of thousands of years. Such a person only existed in legends. Could it be that he was the 1 in a million chosen one, the son of destiny? However, Han Fei wasn't surprised. He immediately thought of the demon purification pot, because his origin sea was the combination of his origin sea and forge the universe. A treasure of the demon purification pot's level wouldn't just expand his origin sea to 640,000 kilometers. Most of the time, he couldn't make the decision for the demon purification pot. Therefore, Han Fei felt that he had benefited from the demon purification pot. However, in any case, it was really awesome for him to have the chance. At this moment, Han Fei immediately stopped the star transformation. He had seen the process of star transformation from the Blood Fiend's star bead and learned that he could actually completely control the star transformation process. Although his entire origin sea had a coverage of 810,000 kilometers, this was only a plane, so the resources he had obtained now were only on the plane. However, the star transformation required this plane to transform into a planet. In terms of surface area resources alone, Han Fei's resources weren't even Enough to cover the surface of the planet, let alone by volume. However, to create a star, he didn't have to completely fill it up with resources, right? If he had to, he felt that perhaps he could barely meet his resource needs even if he conquered the entire heavenly race. Therefore, the star transformation couldn't be so complicated. Otherwise, how could so many people achieve it? Otherwise, if so many resources were needed to do it, how strong would they be after the star transformation? It would be impossible for him to cross realms, to kill enemies. Therefore, Hanfei suddenly felt that the so-called star transformation was only the first step of the sky-opening realm. The initial star transformation allowed his origin sea to become the origin star and give birth to a star bead. However, star transformation couldn't be so simple. An ordinary star wouldn't require so many resources. Therefore, the quality of the star depended on the amount of resources and one's potential. This was because cultivation was to embark on the path of becoming a god. One couldn't just transform his origin sea into an ordinary star. The star transformation and star path were closely related. In theory, the first step was star transformation, and the second step was the star path. As for the third step, everyone was different and his was soul enlightenment. The information the god of war gave him was that he would first transform his origin sea into a star, mold the ground veins, give birth to a star core, inject vitality, and then temper his body. This was more like part of the star path. It was to fuse his origin sea with his body. But for him, the order changed. The first step was soul enlightenment, the second step was star transformation, and the third was the star path. The end of the star path should be the consummation of star transformation. Hanfei didn't know if his guess was right, but it couldn't be wrong to transform his origin sea into a star now. Therefore, Hanfei issued an order in his heart, and the mountains, rivers, and earth began to distort. Part of his origin sea that was originally flat began to rise higher. According to the star transformation technique he had learned, this process might take some time. 3 days later. 2 years later in his origin sea. Hanfei clearly felt that the speed of star transformation began to accelerate, because a hemisphere had already begun to appear. A tremendous amount of resources melted in his origin sea, crossed the boundless black fog, and kept expanding. From this moment on, it indicated the official beginning of star transformation. Huff. 3 days later, Hanfei came out of his origin sea. In the past 3 days, he had discovered some problems. The star transformation consumed more and more energy, and the consumption of resources was higher than he thought. Therefore, he had to come out and ask. After coming out, Hanfei went straight to the legendary tavern, where Feng Xingliu was listening to stories. Seeing Hanfei coming, Feng Xingliu immediately greeted him. "Hey, you're out of seclusion? Come and listen. They're talking about the miracle forest in the South Sea Divine Realm. It's said that 100 years ago, the Holy Lady of the spiritual race appeared. My family is in the South Sea Divine Realm. I heard that there hasn't been a Holy Lady in the miracle forest for tens of thousands of years. I didn't expect to hear the news of the Holy Lady's birth here." Hanfei was not in the mood to listen to this now. He immediately stomped and set up a soundproof array. Immediately, Feng Xingliu hurriedly said, Hey, don't. I'm having fun listening." Hanfei said, "I'll hire him to tell stories to you later, okay?" Now I have some questions for you. Feng Xingliu said helplessly, that's fine. You've been acting weird these past 2 days. What's wrong with you? Han Fei asked, let me ask you something. After you start to transform your origin sea into a star, do you only need to consume resources during the process? Do you have to use some other things? Feng Xingliu said, well, in theory, yes, because the amount of resources doesn't account for much in the entire star body. So, hey, have you turned your origin sea into a star? That's not right. You said more than a year ago that your origin sea was only 400,000 kilometers. Why have you suddenly turned your origin sea into a star? How can it be so fast? Feng Xingliu was shocked. He knew that Han Fei would be able to expand his origin sea faster since he had got enough resources, but he didn't expect it to be so fast. I can accept that you're going to transform your origin sea into a star in 8 or 10 years, but it's only been a year. What kind of crazy speed is this? Han Fei quickly stopped him. Did you forget my identity? Different from others, it's much faster for me to establish my origin sea. Hiss. Feng Xingliu was shocked. Is this the strength of the son of a god? He's really strong. His speed of establishing his origin sea is 10 times faster than mine. No wonder those people want to hunt the ancient demon god clan. So, that's the reason. Feng Xingliu secretly made up his mind. He couldn't let anyone else know about this, or else his buddy would be in serious trouble. Immediately, Feng Xingliu said, well, have you already started? Han Fei nodded slightly. Yes. Feng Xingliu asked curiously, how big is your origin sea now? Han Fei said without thinking, 490,000 kilometers. Feng Xingliu gasped in shock. Sure enough, Feng Xingliu, am a true genius. Even the son of a god can only transform his origin sea into a star when his origin sea is 490,000 kilometers long. It's exactly the same as me. It seems that my potential is very great. Han Fei asked, so, what should I pay attention to when transforming my origin sea into a star? Feng Xingliu thought for a moment and said, theoretically speaking, you only need to form your origin star in the early phase of the star transformation. With sufficient resources, it's naturally fine for you to form your origin star city. But Han Fei frowned. But what? Feng Xingliu said, but, if possible, it would be best if you could find a way to get a star core. By swallowing this star core, you can nourish your origin star and help it gather energy, and the stronger the star core is, the better. Also, if you have world origin, it will be even better. Of course, the two I mentioned can be used after the star transformation. It's just a matter of order. With the two before your star transformation, your origin star will be more stable. If you get them after the star transformation, it will take you some time to consolidate your origin star. Han Fei's heart sank. When he heard Feng Xingliu's words, he knew that if his origin star could be stable, who would be willing to stabilize the origin star in the future? Immediately, Han Fei asked, wait a moment. I know what the world origin is. But what is a star core? Feng Xingliu explained, it's the core of other people's origin stars, or natural stars. However, the energy contained in the core of natural stars is much weaker. You should know that when you transform your origin sea into a star, you have to transform it from a plane into a ball inside this origin Star, it's not empty. It also needs to wriggle and find a state that suits it best. At this time, such a huge energy mobilization requires a lot of energy to drive it. Even if you don't use energy to drive it now, after star transformation, you still need energy to sort out the interior of your origin star. Sort out? Feng Xingliu nodded. Yes. It's the process of sorting out. However, this sorting requires a huge amount of energy. The best energy is the star core. The energy contained in a star core is beyond imagination. Han Fei suddenly thought of something. Well, can I directly dig out the star core of the heavenly race cultivator I killed? Feng Xingliu said in surprise. Well, can you find where his origin star is? It's different from those who haven't opened the sky. After a person who hasn't opened the sky dies, his origin star may fall into the sea realm. We can even land on it and snatch the resources of his origin sea. But once he opens the sky, although his origin star is still connected to the sea realm, after he dies, it won't appear in the sea realm because it's an independent star. You can only go to his origin star through a certain void node. When I transformed my origin sea into a star, my uncle, a monarch, dug out a star core for me. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. Humph, you show off. Han Fei didn't pay much attention to it. Instead, he said, in other words, after he died, his origin star was still alive? Feng Xingliu, yes. It said that as long as the origin star is still alive, even if this person's body dissipates and his soul is destroyed, he will still be reborn in the future. And after he transforms his origin sea into a star again, he can find the lost origin star. Of course, this is a legend. In fact, when people die in the sea of stars, their origin stars will most likely be swallowed by a star sea giant beast or something. Then they will really die. Han Fei. This was not the first time Han Fei had heard this. He had even guessed it himself. However, even in a family like Feng Xingliu's, this was still a legend, and legends were not trustworthy. Han Fei, got it. Keep listening. I'm leaving. As soon as Han Fei came out, he returned to his origin sea a moment later. But then, he crossed the swamp of the Sea of Stars and appeared above the Sea of Stars, carrying a broken body in his hand. Han Fei had planned to use this late-stage star transformation realm cultivator of the heavenly race as a sacrifice to the god of war, but fortunately, he was not in a hurry to use the power of the god of war seal, so he was not in a hurry to make a sacrifice. He didn't expect it to come in handy now. Han Fei held the vast ocean navigator in his hand. As the marker spun, Han Fei took the soul points scattered in the bones of this broken body and opened his origin sea in one fell swoop. In the blink of an eye, Han Fei quickly got in. Han Fei had entered other people's origin seas more than once. He didn't feel anything wrong before. But now that he thought about it carefully, if the origin sea of a sky opener was a big star, when he entered someone's origin sea, wouldn't it be equivalent to crossing a long distance in the Sea of Stars and instantly appearing in his origin sea? Therefore, the so-called connection between cultivators and his origin sea was actually equivalent to a miniature wormhole. By entering the origin sea, he had crossed billions of kilometers in the Sea of Stars. Buzz. In the origin sea of the heavenly race powerhouse, as soon as Han Fei appeared, he felt that there were several great Daos permeating here, trying to suppress him. Han Fei sensed that the demon purification pot was about to come out, but this time, Han Fei hurriedly said, "Master Calabash, this person has died. Let me do it this time." Sure enough, the demon purification pot didn't continue to drill out from between Han Fei's eyebrows. Han Fei sensed that this Origin Sea world was quite rejecting him. He didn't know if it was because he had killed the owner of this Origin Sea that this world was trying to suppress him. Unfortunately, the ownerless power of the Great Tao, apart from restricting Han Fei's soul from completely exploring this world, couldn't suppress Han Fei at all. Huff. The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up slightly. This was the first time he had strolled so leisurely in someone else's Origin Sea. In the past, he came and left quickly and basically relied on the demon purification pot to absorb the energy. Now he felt it most vividly without relying on the demon purification pot. This big star was full of vitality. As far as Han Fei could perceive, this star was a world with a good environment. When he looked up, he could even see the scorching sun. Did this guy create a galaxy himself? In his perception, there seemed to be a few places in his Origin Sea that had been penetrated by some kind of power. He wondered if it was because he had done something to his Origin Sea during the battle with him. Han Fei smiled and didn't pay much attention to it. Because this person died unjustly, most of his power was distributed to his clones, and then his original body's consciousness was directly stolen and he fell into a deep sleep, so he never used the power of the Origin Star. In any case, this person was in the late stage of the star transformation realm and knew much more about the star transformation realm than him. Han Fei walked and stopped, his mind racing. This person's Origin Star's ground veins had a very special backflow. Han Fei crossed more than 100,000 kilometers and found more than 3,200 main ground veins, hundreds of thousands of branches, and tens of millions of small, unidentified and insignificant branches. 800 veins gathered and led to the depths of the star. These are the Earth veins. After the star transformation, all sky openers know how to mold and sort out their own Earth veins. Unfortunately, these molded Earth veins are part of this star body. It's too difficult to dig it over and turn it into my own use. However, the star core should have gathered most of the star's vitality and power. Digging this thing is equivalent to having most of its power. With a thought, Han Fei came to a place where ground veins gathered in a few steps. Buzz. After a while, Han Fei appeared deep underground. Theoretically speaking, if there was a star core, it should be the Earth's core. Following the ground veins to the deepest part, the main veins of the ground veins began to gather. Further down, Han Fei found a path from some ancient cracks. The power of the Great Tao burst out from inside. The power of the Great Tao rejected Han Fei, but that was all. It couldn't resist Han Fei's power. Unfortunately, the power of repulsion greatly limited his perception range. And the closer he went to the star core, the greater the repulsive power, and the smaller his perception range would be. However, this was only an ownerless Origin Sea, so Han Fei wasn't worried. Another moment later, Han Fei felt a terrifyingly high temperature, so high that Han Fei felt that he would be burned. There was also a huge amount of energy swarming towards the three twisted pillars. The so-called star core was much smaller than he had imagined. What Han Fei saw was probably smaller than 500 kilometers. However, when he glanced over, his body suddenly stiffened. This was because he saw an incredible scene. The huge energy was swarming towards the three twisted pillars. He didn't pay attention to it in the first place. However, data appeared in Han Fei's eyes, and a strange creature that he had only heard of appeared. Name: three-headed dragon snake, star sea giant beast. Introduction: the three-headed dragon snake is a rare star sea giant beast that lives in the sea of stars. It's a strange beast born by looking for ownerless stars and absorbing the power of the stars. By swallowing the power of the stars, it can strengthen its own strength, swallow the dourins of the stars, and embark on a path exclusive to itself. The star sea giant beast is good at finding and discovering stars that match it. Level: greater than 108. Quality: star sea giant beast. Realm: late stage planet level. Great Tao force field. Battle technique: dragon snake soul fire, force field storm, strange cage. Collectible: behemoth heart, behemoth crystal core, 3 dragon teeth euro. Absorbable. Note: this is a three-headed dragon snake that is about to advance to the star level. Deal with it with care. Huh? A star sea giant beast? Han Fei's eyes widened. Although he had known that there were star sea giant beasts in the sea of stars, he never thought that he would meet one under such circumstances. Also, what was the planet level? And what was the star level? Fortunately, the information said that it was also level 108, which was easy to understand. It was equivalent to a late-stage star transformation realm cultivator. But it was still one step away from the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. Han Fei didn't expect that the enemy's origin sea that he had fought so hard to conquer would be occupied by a star sea giant beast. At this moment, he remembered the traces of battle and destruction on the ground. It was probably the destructive blow that the three-headed dragon snake dealt to some ordinary creatures in this origin sea. When Han Fei looked at the three-headed dragon snake, the three-headed dragon snake was also staring at Han Fei with its 6 big round eyes, stunned. The three-headed dragon snake was probably thinking, wasn't this person already dead? Wasn't the origin star already empty? Why was there a person now? The three-headed dragon snake's round eyes gradually began to constrict and become vertical, which clearly meant that it seemed to be ready to enter a combat state. Buzz. Han Fei immediately activated the Great Tao, held the god-slaying boxing gloves in his hand, activated the god's prayer bead, and activated the power of the heavenly Tao. This was the first time he faced a star sea giant beast. So he didn't know how strong it would be, so he had to be careful. Roar. The 3 dragon heads roared one after another, and this place was covered by the star core flames. Swish. The huge tail swept over, and the three-headed dragon snake was angry. You blind bee *starred, don't think you can escape. In terms of strength, Han Fei was never weaker than others. When he used the sacrificing punch, his strength was terrifying and had reached the late stage of the star transformation realm. Rumble. Han Fei and the three-headed dragon snake flew out at the same time, breaking a pile of rocks in this narrow earth core. Hee hee. I thought the star sea giant beast was very strong. I didn't expect it to be so weak. Having gained combat experience, Han Fei was about to take action when he found that the gravity here changed. However, Han Fei had also mastered the great Tao of gravity. At this moment, it had gradually evolved into a force field. By changing the force field around him, he could eliminate the power created by the three-headed dragon snake. As the saying went, the great Tao attracted each other. There was no telling if it was because of this, but Han Fei, the powerhouse of the heavenly race, and the three-headed dragon snake, which all took the Tao of gravity, collided. Bang! 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 At this time, the god-slaying boxing gloves took effect. This three-headed dragon snake often fell into an inexplicable state of madness. As a result, when they fought for 100 rounds, it was crazily suppressed by Han Fei. Punched, kicked, and smashed. Its skin and flesh were torn apart, and its head and mouth were broken and dislocated by Han Fei. But perhaps it had gradually adapted to the god-slaying boxing gloves. Han Fei suddenly discovered that he was imprisoned by a strange force field cage. Steel. The three-headed dragon snake shook its dislocated chin and spewed out a weird magnetic force, forming a storm, preparing to cover the imprisoned Han Fei. But in the next moment, it suddenly forgot how to use its imprisoning cage. Hey, what is my great Tao? The three-headed dragon snake had never encountered this before, so it was stunned. Han Fei, on the other hand, brandished his sword and punched the three-headed dragon snake like raindrops. After fighting for a few seconds, this thick-skinned three-headed dragon snake burst out a layer of blue-green flames that could burn the soul. Steel. The three-headed dragon snake. Puff. After fighting for more than 300 seconds, Han Fei finally killed the three-headed dragon snake. He happened to lack the dragon tendon of the sky opening realm, so he just accepted this gift with a smile. Dragging the three-headed dragon snake with one hand, Han Fei looked at the star core and tore off his battle suit that had been burnt. Its physique is tough, and its soul power can resist me for so long. In the end, it can even unleash an ultimate blow. Its chi and blood power is shocking. Its overall strength is comparable to a late-stage star transformation realm cultivator, or even close to a perfected star transformation realm cultivator. Is this the power of a Sea of Stars giant beast? Isn't it too strong? Han Fei was shocked. If it weren't for the void-stealing technique, this battle might have taken 6 hours to end. And this was just a rare star sea giant beast in the Sea of Stars. Wasn't it? Only one level higher than ordinary star sea giant beasts? Then what if there was a legendary or even legend level 1? Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. Han Fei wanted to stuff the 3 dragons into his origin sea, but he failed. Huh. Why can't it be stuffed into my origin sea? Is it impossible to store these things in my origin sea? Han Fei couldn't help but reach for the star core, but his clothes were burnt by the terrifying energy of the star core. Han Fei was speechless. He had no choice but to attach an energy battle suit to his body. It seemed that it was time for him to build a godly weapon level battle suit for himself. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing if he accidentally lost his clothes in a fight. Hi-hey. Han Fei accumulated strength and threw a punch from the earth core outward. The golden sky-sweeping fist mark blasted from the earth core to the ground. And then to the sky. Beat, beat, beat. For a moment, countless fist marks burst out, and soon, Han Fei dug out a super huge hole. When Han Fei pulled the star core with a void hand, he clearly felt that there seemed to be a power in the entire star that was playing tug-of-war with him. Land of Earth Veins? Han Fei thought of the words of the god of war again. First, transform his origin sea into a star, mold the ground veins, nurture the star core, inject vitality, and then temper his body. It seemed that the ground veins were created for the star core. The star core was equivalent to the heart of a human being. Thinking it through, Han Fei cut the ground veins with his knife. When the ground veins collapsed one after another, Han Fei felt that the interior of this star seemed to be collapsing. Go. Han Fei wanted to kick the star core that had a diameter of more than 500 kilometers, but after that kick, the star core only rolled a few times. Han Fei's face suddenly changed. This thing was so heavy, and its density had reached a terrifying level. It felt like the first time he grabbed a small world. As expected of the core of a star, the terrifying energy gathered here probably provides the energy required by the entire star. Roar. Han Fei unleashed his power and casually dragged the star core and the three-headed dragon snake to the surface. The vast ocean navigator continued to point. After Han Fei forcibly tore open a huge hole with a fist mark, he dragged the two things into it quickly. What Han Fei didn't know was that, not long after he left this star, the spiritual plants on this star began to decay, and in a few decades, they would completely wither. And because this star lacked a star core, its destruction was inevitable. But Han Fei had no time to observe the destruction of a star. In the sea of stars, thanks to the guidance of the vast ocean navigator, Han Fei dragged the star core with one hand and the three-headed dragon snake with the other, and was about to drill into his sea of stars. Suddenly, Han Fei felt a crisis in his heart. He only had time to turn around when he saw a bright red palm suddenly slapping at him. Who is it? Feeling the terrifying pressure, Han Fei's eyelids were jumping wildly. Steal. Han Fei hadn't seen anyone yet, so he could only steal the power of this palm. Mark. However, in the next moment, with pops, cracks appeared on his body in many places. His energy had nowhere to vent and condensed into an energy explosion on the surface of his body that released the stolen power in this way. Besides, Han Fei realized that something was wrong. The power he stole was interrupted in an instant, so he didn't steal much. Otherwise, Han Fei suspected that he would just explode. So strong. I can't even withstand a single palm mark. Han Fei was shocked. Is this a monarch? When Han Fei came back to his senses, he saw a beautiful woman with fan-shaped hairpins on her head. She was wearing a red dress that could be worn as a battle suit. The woman was looking at Han Fei up and down arrogantly and sizing up the star core and the three-headed dragon snake. Han Fei asked solemnly, "Who are you? A monarch of the heavenly race?" Han Fei was already prepared to call out to his eldest senior brother. The reason why he didn't attack was that the other party didn't have any killing intent. The woman stretched lazily and said leisurely, "Can you put on your clothes first? Do you want to keep swinging that thing in front of me?" Han Fei? Han Fei looked down and blushed. He hurriedly condensed an energy battle suit to block his body. It couldn't be helped. His previous battle suit had been burnt by the star core, and he had only condensed an energy battle suit. Who the hell knew that he would be ambushed at the entrance of his own origin sea? Could it be that this person had been ambushing him for a long time? When the energy battle suit was condensed, Han Fei asked again, "Who are you?" A faint smile appeared on the beautiful woman's pretty face. "You can call me South Monarch. Or, you can call me Aunt Nan." Shoot. Han Fei was stunned. Was this the South Monarch? He had always thought that the South Monarch was a man. Why was it a woman? If it was the South Monarch, he had guessed right. The other party was indeed a monarch. Besides, although everyone was on the crossing, the stars were far away from each other. When did she come? Or had she just come? Seeing that the South Monarch had no intention of killing him, Han Fei's attitude changed drastically. He quickly cupped his hands. "Hi, Aunt Nan. Thank you for helping me out last time." Han Fei was talking about him being hunted by the heavenly race last time. Although it was Wu Shuang and Wan Beichen who appeared, if it weren't for the crossing, he would have to ask Feng Xingliu to activate the Monarch Jade Slip. South Monarch chuckled. "Everyone is wondering who you are. It turns out that you're from the wild ancient race of the West Sea Divine Realm. Although the former god of war of your wild ancient race is not an orthodox god, there are still gods in your race. Why do you have to hide your identity?" Han Fei's heart did a flip. Did this South Monarch see the god of war seal on him? It must be the case, since the god of war dared to ask him to go to the wild ancient race. The god of war seal should be an important symbol of the wild ancient race. As the #1 itinerant cultivator in the East Sea Divine Realm, it was said that she was extremely powerful. It was not surprising that she knew this. However, Han Fei didn't know much about the wild ancient race. Thinking for a moment, he said, "Auntie Nan, this is the East Sea Divine Realm. What's the use of my identity as a member of the wild ancient races? Besides, with my relationship with the Phoenix Divine Race, the more mysterious I appear now, the more advantageous it will be for me, right?" Regarding this, South Monarch agreed. The strong clans of the West Sea Divine Realm naturally couldn't be high profile in the East Sea Divine Realm. If it was the South Sea Divine Realm or the North Sea Divine Realm, it would be fine. For example, the Phoenix Divine Race could still be arrogant in the East Sea Divine Realm, but the West Sea Divine Realm was too far away. South Monarch didn't ask further. "Well, I was wondering why there was an abnormality in the sea of stars outside the crossing. You found the origin star of the heavenly race cultivator and happened to encounter a star sea giant beast?" Han Fei hurriedly said, "Aunt Nan, you're so wise." South Monarch snorted. "You have a sweet mouth. Fortunately, you only encountered a planetary-level star sea giant beast. Otherwise, even if it went further and reached the star level, you would have big trouble." "Well, it's not necessarily true. You seem to have some special methods." Han Fei smiled awkwardly. "Well, I'm flattered." Han Fei wanted to run now, fearing that South Monarch would take away the resources he had worked so hard to get. If South Monarch wanted them, should he give them to her or not? The South Monarch said, "This is the first time you've encountered a star sea giant beast, right?" Han Fei nodded. This was indeed the first time. When he saw the three-headed dragon snake just now, he was stunned. The beautiful woman said, "A star sea giant beast is considered truly dead only when its crystal core is taken out. Otherwise, the crystal core still exists in its original body, and the original body hasn't been completely crushed, so you can't take it into your origin sea. Because theoretically, he is still alive." "Ah, well." Han Fei was dumbfounded. He didn't expect this to be the reason. Therefore, the star sea giant beast could actually be stored in the origin sea. Han Fei put his hand into the body of the star beast and took out the crystal core of the beast. He glanced at it and found that it was a refining material, the main material for forging godly weapons. It also contained some star power, but Han Fei didn't know what star power was. Now with South Monarch in front of him, he didn't have the time to study it. Then, as Han Fei issued an order in his heart, the space phantom of his origin sea descended, and this star sea giant beast was immediately absorbed into his origin sea. Han Fei was speechless. So that's the reason why I couldn't take it into my origin sea. Han Fei looked at the star core again, and the South Monarch said, "This person's star core is at the late stage of the star transformation realm. How can you, a person who hasn't transformed your origin sea into a star, enter it at will? You can't take it in even if you drag it to the entrance of your origin, Great Tao. You have to destroy the Great Tao origin in this star core first and make it ownerless before you can smoothly take it into your origin. See?" Then, South Monarch shook his head slightly. "Forget it. You're still a little lacking if you want to obliterate the Great Tao origin of the late-stage star transformation realm cultivator. Let me help you." As she spoke, South Monarch grabbed casually. A force field was forcefully extracted from the star core, followed by a terrifying power that caused ripples in the void. South Monarch must have been obliterating this person's Great Tao origin. 1 second later, South Monarch said casually, "Try again." With a thought, the phantom of Han Fei's origin sea descended again. In the next moment, the star core was also taken in. Wow! Han Fei immediately felt that being ignorant was really scary. He didn't even know this. And South Monarch suddenly said, "How did you get the inheritance of the God of War seal? You don't even know this? You're not from the wild ancient race, right?" "Huh? Of course I'm from the wild ancient race." South Monarch shook her head. "You are not. Otherwise, as the inheritor of the God of War seal, how could you not even know the way to collect the star sea giant beasts and star cores? You are more like an itinerant cultivator who knows nothing about this world." Han Fei asked, "Well, Aunt Nan, would you believe me if I said that I'm a member of the wild ancient race who has been wandering outside since I was born?" "Oh, is that so? Then you should know that if you have the God of War seal, you should have the God of War axe, bestowed by the God of War. Where is your axe?" Han Fei rolled his eyes. "Well, my God of War axe," South Monarch said teasingly, "keep making up stories. There's only one pair of God of War axes, which are kept by the God of War. Why would the God of War give them to you? Heh, you itinerant cultivator." Han Fei. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Sure enough, being ignorant was dangerous. With just a few words, South Monarch had exposed his identity. Damn, he was like a child in front of her. After a moment of silence, Han Fei suddenly said, "Aunt Nan, you didn't suddenly appear here just to expose my identity, did you?" The South Monarch teased, "Well, have you given up acting?" Han Fei suddenly smiled and said, "All right. I confess. I'm a trial taker of the Time Temple who hasn't entered the Time Temple yet." South Monarch chuckled. "That's an acceptable explanation. Forget it. I don't care who you are. Are you interested in joining the crossing? You will be protected by it." Huh? Han Fei was stunned. He didn't expect such an answer. Why did South Monarch want him to join the crossing? He couldn't help but look at his origin sea. Logically speaking, because of the mire of the Sea of Stars, it was impossible to tell how big his origin sea was. Even if he had already turned his origin sea into a star, there were countless strong masters on the crossing. Why did South Monarch only come to him? Han Fei thought for a moment and shook his head slightly. Aunt Nan, thank you for your kindness, but I still have a lot of things to do and many enemies to fight. I'm afraid I won't be able to serve the crossing. South Monarch snorted. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you right now? I've never seen a person who hasn't entered the star transformation realm but dares to refuse a monarch's kindness before. Han Fei said, Aunt Nan, I don't think with your identity and strength, you will fight me, and nobody who hasn't turned my origin sea into a star yet. Right? Humph. South Monarch waved her hand casually. Go. Remember not to appear in a place where you shouldn't with that star sea giant beast and the star core. Also, you owe me a favor. Although your favor is useless for now, I think you'll be somebody someday. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Could it be that South Monarch locates me because of these two things? Han Fei had to figure this out. It was like a sword hanging above his head. If South Monarch could find his origin star, so could others. In this case, how could he be safe? Anyway, South Monarch didn't seem to have any killing intent, so Han Fei braced himself and asked, Aunt Nan, I have a question. South Monarch seemed to know what Han Fei was going to ask. She stretched lazily. This is the second favor. Han Fei was stunned for a moment, wondering if this could be considered a favor. However, South Monarch didn't seem to give him a chance to regret it. She threw a golden talisman over. Han Fei subconsciously grabbed it and scanned it. A great technique appeared in his mind. Star concealing technique, sky opening realm, godly quality. Introduction. The sea of stars is endless with billions of stars. The stars of those under the sea establishment realm can't be seen. Only the stars of those above the sea establishment realm will appear. The light of the stars is the manifestation of the cultivator's origin stars. When cultivators approach each other, it's not the stars approaching but shining at the same time. The star concealing technique can block the light of the stars, so the origin stars will become dim and can be hidden in the chaos. Deduced art, unknown. Effect, blocks the light of the stars. Disadvantages, the origin stars whose light is obscured may be mistaken for a destructed star by the star sea giant beast and be attacked by it. Remarks, conceals starlight, and the origin sea is not easily detected by outsiders. Hiss. Han Fei was stunned to see the message, which subverted his understanding of the positioning of stars. Whether it was the mobile castles or the sea monster fortresses, they searched for prey by observing the sea of stars. Whenever there was a flashing star, they would chase after it. At that time, Han Fei thought that it was because the cultivators were close to each other, causing their origin stars to be close to each other. However, the star concealing technique told Han Fei that it was all wrong. It wasn't that their origin stars approached, but that their starlight shone at the same time at that moment. In fact, their origin stars were still far away from each other. Han Fei was stunned for a long time before he asked the first question, where can there be starlight without the sun? South Monarch, before you transform your origin sea into a star, you can treat your origin star as a sun. Han Fei asked again. Starlight burst out in different places. How can the stars move so fast in the vast sea of stars? Han Fei couldn't understand. Even if it was just starlight, the stars Positions were fixed. Then, South Monarch looked at Han Fei like looking at an idiot. Light, the light emitted by a shining star is directionless. You can see that light from billions of places. Only where your original body is the most dazzling place of starlight. Idiot. South Monarch waved his hand casually and said, "Remember, you owe me 2 favors now." Buzz. South Monarch's figure turned into a mass of light spots and dissipated as if blown away by the wind. A clone? A projection? Han Fei's eyes flickered. He finally understood the principle of stargazing. Good Lord, he had been despised by South Monarch. However, he seemed to have aroused the interest of the South Monarch and owed her 2 favors, which made Han Fei a little uncomfortable. After a while, in his origin sea, because the ownerless star core had reached his origin sea, he could mobilize the power of his origin sea at will and directly envelope the star core. Sure enough, Feng Xingliu was right. With the star core, Han Fei immediately felt that the consumption of resources and the energy loss of his origin sea returned to normal. He didn't know how long this star core's energy could last, but the star core of a late-stage star transformation realm cultivator should be enough, right? Instead of paying attention to the problem of the star core, Han Fei immediately began to practice the star concealing technique. He certainly didn't want what happened today to happen again. Otherwise, imagine when he stepped out of the sea of stars, he would suddenly encounter a monarch. Good Lord, his soul would be scared out of his body. After a while, Han Fei learned that the so-called star concealing technique was actually used on him to cover up the starlight. It turned out that because cultivators were connected to their origin seas, the connection between the 2 was this starlight. Therefore, what the star concealing technique covered up was this starlight. 3 days later. On the crossing, South Monarch looked up at the sea of stars and found that there was a shining star in the sea of stars, which suddenly dimmed, lost its brilliance, and disappeared into the endless sea of stars. Tisk, as expected of a genius who could make his origin sea reach 810,000 kilometers when he transformed his origin sea into a star. It only took him 3 days to block the starlight. Huff. Han Fei came out of his origin sea, feeling very good. The star concealing technique might not be very important to others, but it was extremely precious to him. Covering up his origin star ensured the secrecy of his whereabouts. Coupled with his heaven-concealing divine technique and technique of infinite transformations, it was almost impossible for anyone below the monarch level to find his whereabouts. Even if a monarch personally observed the sea of stars, he shouldn't be able to find him now. With this in mind, Han Fei was very happy. Now he could attack the heavenly race without worry. His days on the crossing were destined to be carefree. There was no telling if it was because he was close to the divine capital dynasty, but the battles were more frequent in the wilderness now. Many people who met the crossing didn't know it, but they knew that it was a camp, so they just boarded it. Therefore, the crossing had taken in many people along the way. Han Fei sighed. The daily income of resources was astronomical. Even if he fought tooth and nail to coerce the heavenly race to give him resources, it might not be enough for the crossing to earn for several months. In the next few months, Han Fei would occasionally cultivate in seclusion for a few days. For the rest of the time, he listened to stories with Feng Xingliu. Unconsciously, Wu Shuang seemed to have become his friend. Although Wu Shuang Only visited occasionally, listened to stories, and came to eat occasionally. She had a rather terrifying affinity towards everyone. Even though Han Fei knew that she was called Wu Shuang the Demoness, he didn't feel very vigilant towards this girl. 1 year later. This lasted for a year, and Han Fei's origin sea was about to be transformed into a star. Han Fei felt that it would only take him half a month at most to successfully transform his origin sea into a star. In fact, the situation was better than Han Fei had imagined. The energy contained in the star core of a late-stage star transformation realm cultivator was too much. There was no telling if it was because this person was from the heavenly race that his star core was so full of energy. Anyway, this star core was almost enough for him to completely transform his origin sea into a star, and it seemed that there might be some energy left. Another half a month passed. Standing in his origin sea, Han Fei suppressed his joy, because on this day there was only a small piece of darkness covering up his origin sea, which was about to completely dissipate. 6 hours later. Buzz. Han Fei's origin sea trembled slightly. At this moment, his origin star was born. Han Fei clearly felt that a milky white bead slowly appeared between his eyebrows. I've also given birth to a star bead. Han Fei's voice was slightly emotional. In addition to the star bead, he also sensed that energy was abnormally gathering inside the origin star, as if a star core was being born. However, this power was too vague to give birth to something like a star core. After all, the energy in his origin sea was too chaotic at the beginning of the star transformation. Han Fei scanned around with his perception and found that there were still some resources obtained from the heavenly race, about 400,000 kilometers. In fact, the range of his star was not small. All kinds of resources had failed to cover the surface of his origin star. As for the remaining resources, as well as the remaining power of the star core, he might as well use them all at once. Therefore, Han Fei sat cross-legged with himself as the center. Inside the origin star, the Tao runes surged, and the energy of the remaining star core exploded, causing the origin star to tremble violently. On the star, the remaining resources were gathered around Han Fei, shattered by the power of the great Tao, turned into energy on the origin star, and scattered everywhere. Origin returning. Different from others, Han Fei's way of establishing his origin sea was origin returning, to turn all the resources here into the energy of the stars. In this way, Han Fei had no resources left at all. However, the strength of his origin star was consolidated in just half a day. At this time, when Han Fei looked at his information again, he found an abnormal change. Owner, Han Fei. Level, 105, Sky Opening, Star Transformation. Bloodline ranking among the clans in the Infinite Ocean, the 200,016th. Spiritual Energy, 390,000. Soul, 7.09 Origins, 7,092,598 points. Perception Range, 7,100,000 kilometers. Strength, 7.03 Star Powers, 7,030,111 waves. First Spiritual Heritage, Origin Spiritual Heritage. Second Spiritual Heritage, Eternal Darkness Spiritual Heritage. First Spiritual Beast, Twin Yin-Yang Spirit Swallowing Fish, Level 99. Second Spiritual Beast, the Emperor Sparrow, Level 101. Main Art, Void Fishing Level 9, Void Stealing Technique, Monarch Level, Ultra. Quality. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Han Fei was surprised by his new information template. It was only natural that his realm had changed from soul enlightenment to star transformation. As for level 105, Han Fei could understand it as that he hadn't fully finished star transformation, and he still had a long way to go. As for the chaotic chi turning into the immortal chi, Han Fei had foreseen it. The chaotic chi was a power needed by the sea establishers. It was a transitional power and would be replaced in the end. After all, once one opened the sky, he could set foot in the sea of stars and absorb the chaotic chi easily. The fact that the chaotic chi existed before he turned his origin sea into a star was easy to understand. This was because it was not easy for ordinary cultivators who had just opened the sky to cultivate in the sea of stars. Perhaps they could cross the quagmire of the sea of stars, but being in the sea of stars was dangerous. However, after transforming their origin seas into a star, it might be relatively simple for them to set foot in the sea of stars. Therefore, in his information, the chaotic chi was replaced by the immortal chi. What surprised Han Fei was the soul and power they had respectively undergone some kind of transformation, but retained their original expression. For example, Han Fei's current soul showed 7.09 origins. Han Fei didn't know why the measurement was origin, but one origin equaled 1 million points of soul power. This was a very simple data transformation. It was the same for power. It was fine to change from waves to star power, but Han Fei didn't know what unit the star power was. However, since it had retained its previous expression, it seemed that this change wasn't complete. He could just ask Feng Xingliu about this matter later. Of course, he'd better not ask for the time being. Otherwise, Feng Xingliu would be shocked by his star transformation speed. Before turning his origin sea into a star, Han Fei had heard that the difference in strength between before and after star transformation was not huge. Han Fei discovered it, but it wasn't the case. He didn't know if it was because he had turned his origin sea into a star when his origin sea was 810,000 kilometers long, but his strength and soul had also improved greatly. Both of them passed the 7 million mark. For ordinary people, they might have conducted the star transformation when their origin seas were only 300,000 kilometers long. It could be imagined why. They said that their strength hadn't increased much after the star transformation. Besides, regardless of the growth in strength before and after the star transformation, there were two things that were absolutely incomparable. Han Fei felt that after the star bead was born, he could mobilize the power of the origin star, which would burst out through the star bead. Although Han Fei had never tried it, he felt that if he unleashed such a power, it might far exceed all his current techniques. Another benefit was that his origin star was revolving and would spontaneously fuse with the heavenly Tao to absorb and give birth to the Tao runes he should own. This meant that Han Fei's continuous combat power would greatly increase. For example, he could use ultimate moves many times. The only disadvantage of his origin sea was that it looked extremely barren, because everything it should have had been used by Han Fei in the origin returning and turned into a part of his origin star. I've finally turned my origin sea into a star. Han Fei had thought that this day would be very far away, but when he walked out of the chaotic wasteland, he realized that this step was actually not very far away. Especially after becoming enemies with the heavenly race, he felt the illusion that resources were flowing like water. Would Luo Xiaobai and the others have the same feeling if they left the raging sea? For example, Zhang Xuanyu and the others were very suitable to survive in the wilderness. It wouldn't be a big problem for him to quickly establish a 100,000-kilometer origin sea. It had been more than 350 years. They might have already opened the sky. A faint smile appeared on Han Fei's lips. He knew that he should go. Although it was safe on the crossing, it was so comfortable here that he forgot what the wilderness was. If it weren't for the star transformation, he wouldn't have stayed on the crossing for so long. In fact, it was only a year, but in Han Fei's view, hundreds of years had passed. His star transformation was over. On the crossing, Han Fei said, "I'm getting off the ship. Xingliu, do you want to go with me?" Feng Xingliu asked in surprise, "Why do you suddenly want to get off the ship?" Feng Qingqing also said, "Brother Han Fei, the crossing will go straight to the divine capital dynasty, and it's less than a year before the 10,000-year competition begins. There are still 8 months before the crossing arrives. There's no need to get off at this time, right?" Han Fei said, "It's too peaceful on the ship. What else can I do except listen to stories, drink, eat, and sleep every day?" Feng Qingqing said, "Brother Han Fei, there's actually a lot of information hidden in the taverns. If you pay attention, you'll find a lot of stories and information about the 4 divine realms, mysterious treasure troves, and secret realms." Feng Xingliu nodded quickly too. He felt great on the crossing. He didn't have to fight and could listen to stories. He wished he could stay in the legendary tavern every day. Han Fei thought for a moment. "Feng Yu should have arrived by now, right?" Feng Qingqing replied, "Sister sent me a letter that she was in the sea area outside the divine capital dynasty, but she didn't know where the crossing was, so she didn't come looking for us. We're going there anyway, so she simply played by herself outside." Play? Han Fei thought to himself, Feng Yu is also a combative person. I wonder if she is looking for someone to fight. However, if what the old storyteller said was true, and Feng Yu was the first place on the heaven roll, who could be her opponent now? She didn't have to participate in this 100,000-year competition at all. Han Fei said, "How about this? I'll get off the ship myself, and you stay on the ship. I'll see you in 8 months." Feng Xingliu was taken aback for a moment. "No. We came here together, so we should leave together. But why are we going to the wilderness?" Han Fei said, "Grab the qualification token." Feng Qingqing had never seen anyone so passionate about robbery. She thought to herself, "You've already snatched a lot of resources along the way. Why do you still want to rob? Are you just enjoying robbing?" Little did she know that Han Fei had almost used up all his resources. Not just Feng Qingqing, even the South Monarch couldn't have thought of that. More than 7 months passed. In the wilderness outside the divine capital dynasty, 3 people were running amok. A 5-person team was lying flat on the sea because the qualification tokens they had obtained over the years had all been snatched by the 3-person team in front of them. In the 3-person team, Feng Xingliu pointed a spear at the 5 people and said, "The 5 of you only have 42 pieces in total? I really don't know what to say about you. If it were me, I could have got 420 pieces." The 5 people were speechless. "We are not you. Also, 420? Do you think the People who came to participate in the 10,000-year grand competition are fools? Even if they can't beat you, why can't they run? In the team, Han Fei said, "Hey, you guys, we are not bloodthirsty. Hand over all your resources and we will leave. Don't play any tricks. I hate being deceived the most. Give us as much as you have." After a while, Han Fei glanced at the resources of these 5 people, which added up to less than 200,000 kilometers. He sighed. These guys are smart. When they went hunting, the resources they took with them were pitifully few. They must have been snatched by them. Then, Han Fei pointed at a bearded man and said, "Destroy him." "Don't." The bearded man's heart did a flip. Did this person really know that he was hiding resources? But before he had time to think, a flame spear shot out with a vortex at the tip of the spear. As the spear stabbed over, the bearded man was directly minced by the spear vortex. This was not Feng Xingliu's own move, and Han Fei didn't need to ask. Feng Xingliu said he got this from the stories he heard. In the past few months, Feng Xingliu had demonstrated big techniques and moves he had heard from the stories countless times. Perhaps the techniques weren't like that in the first place, but after hearing the stories, Feng Xingliu felt that they should be so he created new techniques on his own. This was the most talented thing that Han Fei had seen from Feng Xingliu so far. He could create great techniques with his own imagination. Even Zhang Xuanyu couldn't do that. Therefore, it was hard to tell whether Feng Xingliu was a genius or an idiot. When he acted like a genius, he was shockingly talented. But when he acted like an idiot, even sea pigs would admit defeat. When the bearded man was reborn, Feng Xingliu shouted, "And there won't be a second time." The bearded man hurriedly took out the last bit of his wealth. Although his heart ached, resources were not as important as his life. After taking all the resources, Feng Xingliu waved his hand. "Let's go. Go rob someone else." The 5 people. Another moment later, Han Fei suddenly said, "Well, I think we've arrived at the divine capital dynasty." After a while, when Han Fei and the others saw a city on the sea a million kilometers away, the 3 of them stood quietly in the void. Feng Qingqing said, "That's definitely not the divine capital dynasty. It's the divine capital dynasty's watchtowers on the sea. There should be many such watchtowers. Seeing this means that we're about to enter the safe area of the divine capital dynasty. In the safe area, no fights are allowed. You can't even attack the ordinary creatures in the sea, because they can't withstand the impact of the power of sky openers or even sea establishers." Watchtower. Han Fei had thought that this was an offshore facility of the divine capital dynasty, but it was just a watchtower. A watchtower was an island on the sea, nearly 100 kilometers wide, like a small city, with a lot of people on it. As for the watchtower, it did seem to have a tower thousands of feet high. Feng Qingqing explained, "The watchtower is also a small village. After all, there are not only strong masters in this world, but also ordinary people, including law enforcers, explorers, and venerables. This is their battlefield, but not ours. Therefore, our robbery trip is over." Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. 10 days later. From the time Han Fei and the others discovered the first watchtower to the time they came to the divine capital dynasty, the total journey was 10 light days, which was a 10-day journey at the speed of light. This was the first time Han Fei and the others had seen the true appearance of the divine capital dynasty. At this moment, Han Fei and the other two were standing at a certain entrance outside the divine capital dynasty, looking at the city in amazement. Han Fei had always thought that a city should look like a city with many houses and roads. But the city in front of him was too sci-fi. Han Fei had been surprised many times along the way, but he couldn't help but exclaim now. The divine capital dynasty was a city that looked very sci-fi. It was 3,000 kilometers deep into the sea, 6,000 kilometers high into the sky, spanning 12 million kilometers, with 4,900 islands on the sea. It was a super city that was a combination of underwater city, land city, and sky city. The main color of the underwater city was ice blue, which was a kind of building or called blue bricks. It was extremely malleable and took into account toughness and hardness. It was an excellent building material. In addition, the underwater city needed light, so the light algae was planted outside the blue brick building, creating a huge, dreamy undersea city. The cities on land were like ordinary human-inhabited cities. Because there was relatively little land area, those who could live on land could barely be considered the middle class of the divine capital dynasty. But this didn't mean that there was only land on the sea. In fact, the sky city 6,000 kilometers above the sea was connected from the inside to the outside. The roads were crisscrossed with many layers of man-made land. At the top, there was the divine palace guarded by 12 great monarchs. More importantly, the magnificent city that was as high as 9,000 kilometers above the sea could spin. Its rotation speed was 1 circle a month, 12 circles a year. The entire divine capital dynasty, except for the entrances, was enveloped by an invisible barrier. How could an ordinary person set up such a huge barrier? Feng Qingqing exclaimed, "Wow! Is this the divine capital dynasty? It's so spectacular." Feng Xingliu said, "It's so big. It must be very winding. Then where should we enter the city?" Han Fei said, "Look, there are many people waiting inside the entrance. They must be selling maps. Let's go. Why are you just standing outside and exclaiming?" The entrances of the divine capital dynasty were all on land islands, with a total of more than 700 entrances. The entrance where Han Fei and the others was the 203rd entrance. In fact, most of the people entering and leaving the divine capital dynasty weren't participating in the 10,000-year competition. Most of them seemed to be the natives of the divine capital dynasty. On their arms, there was an ice blue crystal, so when they entered the city gate, they just needed to show it and didn't need to be examined. There weren't many people walking into the city from outside the city. It was just the three of them. Perhaps it was because they didn't encounter anyone else entering the city at this time, when Han Fei and the others came to the entrance of the 203rd city gate, someone seemed to have noticed them and a sky opener walked from behind the gate. This person hadn't turned his origin sea into a star, but Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. There were more than 700 entrances to the divine capital dynasty. If every entrance was guarded by a sky-opening realm cultivator, it meant that there were at least 700 sky-opening realm gatekeepers in the divine capital dynasty. Regardless of whether they had entered the star transformation realm or not, the number of sky-opening realm cultivators here was too many. This was not something a place like the City of Scavengers could compare to. The man walked to the door, looked at the three of them, and said neither humbly nor arrogantly, 3 contestants, please show your qualification tokens. If you don't have one, you need to register. We will give you an identity card. Han Fei and the other 2 rolled up their sleeves and flashed their qualification tokens. This meant that each of them had more than one qualification token. Strong masters. The sky-opening realm guard nodded slightly. Please enter. There are some basic rules that I need to tell you. In the Divine Capital Dynasty, you can't go to the top 1,000 kilometers. In addition, private fights are not allowed in the city. Once you fight outside, all damages will require high compensation. If you need to fight, you can go to the arena, the ring, the Divine Capital battlefield, and other places. Furthermore, you have to register. My suggestion is that after you enter the city, you can find a guide and pay a certain fee to get to know the Divine Capital Dynasty in all aspects. The guide can also take you to the residential area where you should go. Han Fei smiled. Thank you for telling me. After the 3 of them entered, the sky opener calculated in his heart and quickly had an answer. Han Fei fighting the heavenly race, Feng Xingliu from the Phoenix Divine race, and the little princess, Feng Qingqing. They're all big shots. In the city, 7 or 8 guides were already ready. These people who came to participate in the 10,000-year grand competition were all rich. Although most of them had bad tempers, they were quite generous. It wasn't easy for Chen Yi to get a spot as a guide. He got this position only because he had 2 younger siblings at home and his late father's credits in the Sky Crater world. In the past few years, he had already received more than 30 participants. Because he met a big client once, he was rewarded with almost 50,000 kilometers of resources. It was said that some people were rewarded with tens of thousands of kilometers of resources because of their good explanation, and some were directly rewarded with sea-quelling bizarre treasures. Of course, that was a little exaggerated. It could only be chanced upon by chance, but one could obtain at least thousands of kilometers of resources by being a tour guide. This was the basic requirement of the leaders for tour guides like them. The reason was that they couldn't let outsiders look down on the Divine Capital Dynasty, so the fee couldn't be low. It had to show the level of the Divine Capital Dynasty. As soon as the 3 people outside the city entered the gate, Chen Yi roared and knocked a blue turtle under his butt before he rushed to the front. In the next moment, a seahorse tried to pass him, but the turtle suddenly stretched out a leg and extended far away like plasticine, kicking the seahorse in the face and sending it flying. A sea dragon had already flown past him, but the turtle stretched out its head and bit the sea dragon's butt. Roar! Someone shouted, Chen Yi, you broke the rules. Chen Yi said, I didn't hit you. It's just the affectionate interactions between the mounts. Behind him, a young man rode a crab over. Seeing the horrible claws, Chen Yi patted the turtle's shell and said, little green, fart. Puff. Then a loud noise erupted from the turtle's butt, releasing a large amount of dirty ink-like mist, blocking the vision of the person behind. As soon as Han Fei and the others entered the inner city, they saw a group of people riding glowing big fish, seahorses, sea dragons, crabs, turtles, and other mounts, rushing towards them. Then, they saw that these people were actually competing with each other. The green-headed turtle and the boy on it, 1 person and 1 turtle, used all kinds of unscrupulous methods to get rid of powerful competitors. Feng Xingliu, well. Feng Qingqing opened her mouth. Isn't this person too despicable? I definitely won't choose him. Before Feng Qingqing finished speaking, Han Fei chuckled. I bet you'll choose him as your guide. Feng Qingqing looked at Han Fei in confusion. Why? Han Fei said, firstly, they didn't start to rush over until the moment we came in, which means that they had an agreement that they weren't to be chosen by us at will. Secondly, although this boy has all kinds of means, it can also prove that he is smart. As long as he achieves his ultimate goal, the process doesn't matter, which shows that he is very outstanding. Feng Qingqing asked, but shouldn't we choose the guide ourselves? Han Fei said, look at these youths. They are very wild and their strength is between the peak-level explorers and half-venerables. This shows that they are talented. Just now, the Sky Opener called them over not only to attract business for them, but also to help them grow in another way. At this critical moment, what they need is some resources, insight, and combat experience. Being able to be a guide here means that they shouldn't lack anything else. All they lack is resources to help them successfully advance. Feng Qingqing added, but the resources needed for a half-venerable to become a venerable are very few. Han Fei said, if this position was specially designed, they would definitely have to pay taxes. In addition to being guides, they might have many other ways to earn resources. Otherwise, what we saw wouldn't just be these 7 or 8 people, but hundreds or even thousands of people fighting to be guides. Here, the Divine Capital Dynasty will definitely not mess around when the 100,000-year competition is imminent, so those who can be guides must have been carefully selected. Among these carefully selected people, they can compete for job chances with their own means. Don't you think this is a good idea? Feng Qingqing couldn't help but look at Han Fei in shock. Brother Han Fei, you seem to know their daily life very well. You speak as if you live here. Feng Xingliu nodded. That's right. I didn't think too much about it. I thought they were just a few guides. Han Fei smiled and said, have you forgotten what I told you? I cultivated to where I am today step by step. In every stage of cultivation I risked my life and tried my best. Only in this way can I be who I am today. Feng Qingqing was deep in thought. Even Feng Xingliu couldn't help but admire him from the bottom of his heart. After a while, when the boy on the turtle rushed to Han Fei and the others, the guides behind stopped chasing him with bitter expressions. They did not rush to compete with Qinyi for this opportunity. Qinyi rushed to Han Fei and the other two, a little nervous. He was afraid that these people would look back and pick one of them. In such a situation, he actually couldn't explain the reason to them. Greetings, my lords, my name is Qinyi. I know the Divine Capital Dynasty very well. I know all the information you want to know as long as it doesn't involve my privacy. Han Fei asked, how much does your guide charge? Qinyi hurriedly said, my lord, our price is all the same, 1,000 kilometers. If you 3 want to go different places, you may have to pay for other guides. But if you 3 travel together, you only need to pay 1,000 kilometers of resources. I will serve as your guide for 10 days. Han Fei nodded slightly and threw out a star shell. Okay, I'll take you. Translator * Kenyi Translations Editor * Kenyi Translations. Although Han Fei had several things to do in the Divine Capital Dynasty, such as meeting netizens, However, none of these was as important as selling the qualification tokens. Han Fei's first question was, Chen Yi, right? Do you know where those who had no choice but to enter the divine capital dynasty after their qualification tokens were snatched live? Feng Qingqing and Feng Xingliu immediately understood what Han Fei meant. This guy was going to sell the qualification tokens. Ever since they got off the crossing, Han Fei had already told them his purpose, which was to grab the qualification tokens and sell them in the divine capital dynasty. Han Fei said that by doing this, they could find opponents for training and earn resources, killing two birds with one stone. This sounded very reasonable, except that it sounded a little offensive. Chen Yi was stunned for a moment. He had been prepared to deal with all the questions, but he didn't expect Han Fei to ask this question. To be honest, the most bad-tempered people who came to participate in the competition were those whose qualification tokens had been snatched. Most people would take advantage of the 15 days after their qualification tokens were snatched to snatch it back. This was because during these 15 days, they were still in a safe period and the sky-opening cultivators couldn't attack them. However, either they couldn't reach the divine capital dynasty in 15 days, or someone else had snatched it after they snatched it. After all, there were ups and downs in the competition between the strong. Later, many people stayed in the non-safe zone outside the watchtower, waiting for the right time. As for whether they got the right time or not, for a period of time, strong masters who were seriously injured would enter the divine capital dynasty every day. Obviously, these people were defeated, their qualification tokens were snatched, and they couldn't fight anymore, so they could only choose to enter the city. This was because they had heard that someone in the city would sell qualification tokens to others. This was something that many people could think of. This was because a person only needed one qualification token. What was the point of snatching more? Therefore, many people made a fortune by selling their excess qualification tokens. Chen Yi was stunned for a moment before he realized what Han Fei wanted to do. Senior, are you going to sell qualification tokens? Stunned, Feng Xingliu remarked, Oh, you're quite smart. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Well, how can you tell? Chen Yi said, Too many people have come to the divine capital dynasty to participate in the 10,000-year grand competition. Many of them didn't get a qualification token and were seriously injured. These people probably don't know you, so the only reason for you to find them must be to sell them qualification tokens. Feng Qingqing said lightly, You're quite smart. Han Fei rolled his eyes. Do you know the price of qualification tokens in the divine capital dynasty? Chen Yi nodded. Theoretically speaking, the prices for the qualification tokens will be higher and higher as time goes by, and will rise to the peak on the eve of the 10,000-year competition. However, this peak isn't very high. Because in the past, only Sea Establishment realm cultivators participated in the competition, so no qualification token's price exceeded 20,000 kilometers of resources. But this time it's the 100,000-year competition. With the sky opening realm cultivators participating, the price upper limit will definitely increase, but it's impossible for a qualification to exceed 100,000 kilometers of resources. Han Fei asked, Why? Chen Yi explained, Because those who lose their qualification tokens will either lose their lives or escape with injuries. They may have resources, but they have to reserve the resources they need first. Also, they have to reserve resources for normal usage in the divine capital dynasty and those for buying A qualification token. In any case, the consumption is actually not small. Besides, there are many people snatching the qualification tokens in the wilderness. The qualification tokens are gathered in the hands of the strong. So these people also have to sell them. Therefore, there are actually many qualification tokens to be sold. I don't recommend you to come to those people in person to sell them. This will waste time and might not be able to sell them for a good price. Han Fei said, continue. If you have a better idea, I won't be stingy with your rewards. It may be a huge gain for you. Chen Ye's eyes lit up. Seniors, how much can you give me? Feng Xingliu frowned. You're already negotiating terms? Han Fei interrupted him. Chen Yi, how much have you earned since you became a guide? Chen Yi knew that Han Fei couldn't lie to him, so he said without hesitation. My income is mediocre. I received a total of 39 contestants and harvested 42,000 kilometers of resources. 90% of the resources were rewarded by a sky opening realm master because I found a material for him to repair a godly weapon. Han Fei and the other two confirmed that there was no problem with Chen Ye's words. Then, Han Fei smiled. If you want to know how much we can give you, it depends on the channel you can find. For example, I can give you one of the qualification tokens for sky openers. Chen Yi was shocked when he heard that. A qualification token for sky openers, no matter how worthless it was, could be comparable to all his income so far. Its value was definitely above 40,000 kilometers of resources. However, Han Fei continued, boy, your combat skills are good, your reaction is fast, and your comprehension ability should be good too. If you perform well on this tour, I can consider giving you a body refining technique that can increase your strength by at least 50%. Hiss. Gulp. Chen Ye's heart skipped a beat. He knew that the opportunity had come. He knew that with so many strong masters participating in the 10,000-year competition, he would definitely encounter an opportunity. As a cultivator, his greatest wish was not only to harvest resources, but also to encounter opportunities. A good body refining technique was exactly what he lacked. Although practicing it would consume a lot of resources, Han Fei also promised to give him a qualification token for sky openers, which meant that he would have at least 40,000 to 50,000 kilometers of resources to earn. For sky openers, these resources were naturally not much, but he was only a peak-level explorer. He was even one step away from being a half-venerable. How could he use so many resources? All of this was to pave the way for his younger siblings, to cultivate and improve his sister's spiritual heritage. However, if he became stronger, his fate might be changed. Chen Yi tried to suppress the excitement in his heart and immediately said, Seniors, please give me a day. Tomorrow, I will find the most suitable buyers for you. Today, I can explain some basic knowledge about the divine capital dynasty and the 10,000-year competition to you. At this moment, Chen Yi didn't know that Han Fei, Feng Qingqing, and even Feng Xingliu couldn't help but nod slightly. A peak-level explorer could still suppress his heart and calm down to explain to them in the face of such a huge temptation. This calmness was enough to prove this child's excellence. Feng Qingqing couldn't help but look at Han Fei, thinking to herself, brother, Han Fei is right. His eyes are quite sharp. Half a day later, Chen Yi took Han Fei and the others to a place between 6,000 and 7,000 kilometers above the sea in the divine capital dynasty. Chen Yi said, Master Han Fei, this is the temporary residence of the strong masters participating in the 10,000-year competition. In this 1,000-kilometer residence, the space from the 6,000th kilometer to the 6,800th is the temporary residence of sea establisher-level powerhouses, and from the 6,800th to the 7,000th kilometer is the temporary residence of sky-opening realm powerhouses. This is because there are more strong masters participating in the 100,000-year competition than in history. It's said that more than 8 million people have lived here, including more than 600,000 sky-opening realm powerhouses. Shoot. Listening to Chinye's introduction, although Han Fei didn't show anything, he felt that countless ironhead fish were running crazily in his heart. There were still nearly 2 months before the start of the 10,000-year competition. If the competition really started, there would be tens of millions of sea establishers and millions of sky openers. What kind of number was this? The divine capital dynasty made Han Fei experience how terrifying it was for the first time. A sky-opening realm cultivator might be the peak of an origin ground. But because of this competition, 600,000 sky openers came, who were carefully selected from the entire East Sea divine realm. If any random sky opener could participate, Han Fei didn't know how many there would be. Feng Qingqing exclaimed, "So many! This is much more than the number of participants in the Central Sea Divine Realms trial." Han Fei said, "They're not of the same level." The arrival of Han Fei and the others required registration. They went to register Feng Qingqing first because they were not taking the competitions of the same level. After Feng Qingqing finished registering, Han Fei and Feng Xingliu came to the registration office for sky openers. At an altitude of 7,000 kilometers, when Han Fei and Feng Xingliu appeared here, there were only a dozen people in the registration office. Chen Yi said, "Many people have already registered, but there are still about 1,000 people registering every day. It's very quick, only simple records will be made. The registration won't be very detailed in the early stages." Han Fei could understand. No matter what kind of competition it was, the first step was to screen people. The Sky Garden Square was a little like a floating island, but the scenery was more abundant. Spiritual fruits were mostly used as decorations here. Behind the square was a swirling artistic statue, which was an incomplete figure. Han Fei didn't know who it was. Chen Yi said, "That's the star observation statue. It's said to be a statue of the remnant body of a strong master from the divine capital dynasty who died in battle." Han Fei nodded slightly. When it was his turn, one of the two people in charge of registration was definitely at the late-stage star transformation realm, and the other had just entered the star transformation realm. The woman who had just entered the star transformation realm was as expressionless as a robot. Name, realm, and background, and submit a qualification token. Han Fei, star transformation, an itinerant cultivator. Huh? Suddenly, the woman couldn't help but look up at Han Fei. Even the strong master who was resting with his eyes closed opened his eyes. Translator ** Kenyi Translations Editor ** Kenyi Translations. For the cultivators of the divine capital dynasty, there were too many sky opening cultivators. Not everyone was worth remembering. However, Han Fei's name had already spread among some people, challenging the heavenly race, robbing them, and suppressing 4 heavenly talents alone. These things were too famous for the heavenly race to hide. Although Han Fei's suppression of I Chen was covered up by the heavenly race, The heavenly race had lost a late-stage star transformation realm cultivator. This matter couldn't be kept a secret. This was because the crossing happened to pass by at the time and the signs of the death of a late-stage star transformation realm cultivator couldn't be hidden. Perhaps in the East Sea divine realm, sky openers were nothing, but the people who could reach the late stage of the star transformation realm was 80% less. And the late-stage star transformation realm cultivators of the heavenly race were not something ordinary late-stage star transformation realm cultivators could compare to. Therefore, when Han Fei said his name, the two registrars couldn't help but look at him. The cultivator who was resting with his eyes closed just now said, "High quality cultivation area, no. A 306. The registrar nodded slightly and engraved the number 306 on the qualification token given by Han Fei with a special technique. Then, the qualification token changed again. It turned into a circle of light, covered Han Fei's right hand, and melted into his skin. Han Fei's left hand was full of qualification tokens, so the circle of light appeared on his right hand. The registrar said, during the competition, with this qualification token, you can enter and exit any place in the Divine Capital Dynasty. If you lose in the competition, your mark will disappear and automatically dissipate. However, you can live in your assigned residence until the end of the 10,000-year competition. And the losers can still watch the rest of the competition. The registrar briefly explained the permission of the qualification token, and Han Fei nodded slightly. From the looks of it, the Divine Capital Dynasty was quite generous. As long as you came, you could live in the house assigned to you until the end of the game. Even if you lost, you could still watch the game normally. Even just in order to watch the battles, many people wouldn't give up the qualification token. This was because it represented unparalleled luck to be able to watch such a magnificent scene. Normally, how many strong masters could you see fighting each other? But in the 100,000-year competition, you could watch it all the time until your scalp tingled and your eyes were dazzled. It was very beneficial for cultivators to watch the battles of others to verify their own Tao. If some extremely talented people could watch the entire 100,000-year competition, their strength would almost inevitably increase. Some people could even break through a major realm. Half-kings might establish the sea, and sea establishers might open the sky. This time, there might even be sky openers to prove his Tao. According to the scale of the 100,000-year competition of the Divine Capital Dynasty, even the number of sea establishment realm participants had reached 10 million. God knew how many venerables would participate. As for venerables, in a place like the Divine Capital Dynasty, there were simply countless of them. Just from the number, one could tell the scale of this 100,000-year competition. Han Fei was thinking about the unprecedented grand occasion of the 100,000-year competition, but Chen Yi, the guide, was shocked beyond words. Number A306? What kind of ranking was this? As guides, they had all been trained and had visited the area between 6,000 and 7,000 kilometers. The sky city protruded above the sea. It was 9,000 kilometers high and 30,000 kilometers wide. There were 108 such sky cities in the Divine Capital Dynasty. The one Han Fei and the others were in was specially prepared for the participants. The so-called high-quality cultivation area was above 6,800 kilometers and was called a high-quality cultivation area. The A-ranked number was basically equivalent to the combat power ranking of the sky-opening realm. They lived closest to the 7,000th kilometer. Therefore, the way Qingyi looked at Han Fei changed. Among the hundreds of thousands of sky-opening realm cultivators, this person ranked 306. He was a super strong master. Qingyi was too weak to feel it. He only felt that these strong masters were like ordinary people. He took Han Fei and the others to register first because he wanted to see their ranking numbers. According to Han Fei's ranking number, he would decide if he should do his best to help Han Fei find a buyer for the qualification tokens. In the vast Divine Capital Dynasty, this wasn't easy to find. Most people who weren't from the Divine Capital Dynasty, no matter how strong they were, might be tricked. Because this was not their territory. At this moment, Qingyi was excited. If such a super cultivator could really reward him with a body refining technique, it would probably be extraordinary. In the Divine Capital Dynasty, body refining techniques were not expensive, in fact, they were very cheap. However, body refining techniques were divided into different levels. There were too many body refining techniques available on the market. If one practiced them randomly, the result might not be ideal. As for the body tempering technique, generally only high quality and above were qualified to be called a great technique. The great technique was divided into 3 levels: high quality, ultra quality, and very rare divine quality. High quality techniques were relatively cheap and could be obtained with hundreds of millions of ultra quality spiritual stones. They had already surpassed the scope of ordinary body tempering techniques. As for ultra quality techniques, they were mostly the secret techniques of some sects and couldn't be easily obtained. As for the divine quality technique, Qingyi had only heard of it. It was said that only the royal family and some major powers in the East Sea divine realm had such a technique. Qingyi didn't expect Han Fei to reward him with a divine quality technique. But he thought that if Han Fei was ranked number 306, he might be rewarded with an ultra-quality technique. Even if it was not an ultra-quality one, but a high-quality one, it was not something ordinary people could get. If he really got one, this large technique could be used by 4 people in his family, or maybe they could trade it for a good price, so he would definitely make a fortune. Qingyi was very smart. If Han Fei knew this, he might be amazed, because if Han Fei were in the same situation, he would have made the same choice. It was never wrong to be shrewd. Feng Xingliu, on the other hand, looked at Han Fei weirdly, wondering when he had turned his origin seat into a star. Didn't he just start to do it? But it didn't matter. He could be counted as a star transformation realm cultivator, even if he was still in the process. At this time, Feng Xingliu said in a hurry, "I'm Feng Xingliu, star transformation realm. I'm an itinerant cultivator." However, this time, the cultivator who was resting with his eyes closed said, with a teasing tone, "Feng Xingliu, star transformation realm, phoenix divine race. High-quality cultivation area, no. A 3907. Han Fei patted Feng Xingliu's shoulder and thought to himself, "Stop acting. When you fight, you show everything, unlike me." The reason why Han Fei could claim to be an itinerant cultivator was that even these people from the Divine Capital Dynasty didn't know Han Fei's background. Even the heavenly race who had fought Han Fei many times didn't know his identity. How could they know? However, it was hard for others not to know about Feng Xingliu. But Feng Xingliu argued, "Why is my brother's 300 plus, but I'm almost 4,000? The registrar, you can live with Mr. Han Fei." Feng Xingliu was taken aback for a moment. What she said made a lot of sense. So he immediately forgot his original intention of asking the question. After registering, Chinyi took them to No. A 306, which was a large courtyard near the periphery of the revolving Sky City. It covered an area of 10 square kilometers, with delicate flowers, trees, birds, ponds, rockeries, a long corridor by the lake, small buildings with beautiful eaves, and a special training place. The spiritual energy concentration here was dozens of times higher than in the outside world. It was elegant and refined. Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. Coming here for a vacation would be a good choice. Feng Xingliu didn't feel anything. He looked around and then shook his head. Too plain. Feng Qingqing said, it's called elegant. Feng Xingliu said, my home's flowing fire, heavenly waterfall and fiery forest are more beautiful. Feng Qingqing explained, this is the divine capital dynasty. Every place has its own characteristics. When Han Fei and the other two arrived here, they only scanned the area with their perception and stood at the edge of the courtyard. Looking outside, the clouds floated in front of their eyes and the surroundings were empty and vast. It seemed that ordinary people wouldn't come to such a high place. Roar. Occasionally, dragon snakes soared into the sky and flew higher. Those were people living above 7,000 kilometers. Their number shouldn't be large. After all, ordinary people couldn't enter above 8,000 kilometers. Qingyi sighed in his heart. Only super-strong masters like Han Fei could live in this kind of courtyard. If he lived in this courtyard for 3 to 5 years, he was confident of breaking through to the venerable realm. If his sister lived here for a few years, the ground vein's essence here could subtly improve her spiritual heritage. Even now, Qingyi was controlling his breathing, trying to absorb as much spiritual energy as possible. Suddenly, Feng Xingliu said, boy, it's useless for you to suck like this. This is not the right cultivation method. Feng Xingliu didn't mean to look down on Qingyi. Han Fei added, he's right. This is indeed useless and may disturb the balance of your body's absorption of spiritual energy. In the future, when you go to such a place, you don't have to do it deliberately. Just be normal. When you reach the advanced venerable realm, you can stay in such a place long. Upon hearing this, Qingyi hurriedly stopped his stupid behavior. Fortunately, there was a strong master reminding him. Han Fei said, well, you can go now. Come to me when you find a buyer for the qualification tokens. Yes, Master Han Fei. One day later. Without a guide, Han Fei and the others were too lazy to study the divine capital dynasty. Feng Xingliu was eating barbecue, and Feng Qingqing ran to find some books about the divine capital dynasty to read. Han Fei closed his eyes and rested for a day. He was observing the situation of his origin star. The god of war said that he needed to mold the ground veins and give birth to a star core. But after he transformed his origin sea into a star, he felt that it was still too early to do so because he walked the path of origin returning. In theory, he could strengthen his origin star and continue to improve his overall strength through the method of origin returning. As for origin returning, would it also consume the ground veins? It seemed possible to retain the ground veins and conduct the origin returning, but he should find a way to get a batch of resources and experiment with them. As long as the ground veins were still there after the origin returning, the two things wouldn't conflict. Master Han Fei, Master Xingliu, Master Qingqing, I found a merchant who can buy your qualification tokens. They're the most trustworthy of the 103 shops I've found. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Oh? So punctual? Even Han Fei was a little surprised. He had thought that with Chenya's speed, it would be good if he could find a buyer in a day. He didn't expect him to say that he had found the most trustworthy buyer. Immediately, Han Fei rose. Well, Feng Xingliu, here comes the business. Han Fei looked at Chenyi and asked, who is the buyer? Chenyi said, my lord, this is the shop of my father's comrade-in-arms. My father saved his life before he died, so he offered me the highest possible price. Feng Xingliu couldn't help but ask, what's the highest price? Chenyi said, 1 Sea Establishment Realm token for 18,000 kilometers of resources, and 1 Sky Opening Realm token for 57,000 kilometers. Han Fei calculated in his heart. This price was higher than he thought because countless people who came to participate in the 10,000-year competition had died on the way. Some of them died in the wilderness. Crossing the wilderness was not a simple task in the first place. Being able to cross the wilderness was a kind of training in itself. Secondly, within 0.3 light years from the divine capital dynasty, this was a large hunting ground. Although only people of the same realm were allowed to fight and kill each other, there were strong and weak people of the same realm. The killing between people of the same realm was often very intense. Therefore, the number of qualification tokens distributed was definitely more than the actual number of participants. This meant that some of the qualification tokens would definitely be redundant. Han Fei couldn't help but ask curiously, Chenyi, where will the redundant qualification tokens go? Without thinking, Chenyi immediately replied, Master Han Fei, they will end up in the hands of the local residents of the divine capital dynasty. Because if you want to watch the entire competition, you need qualifications. Many people are actually not qualified, so they can only buy a qualification token. Feng Xingliu couldn't help but ask, but if they get a qualification token, won't they have to fight in the competition? Chenyi shook his head. Master Xingliu, a lot of people will abstain during the game. They are not interested in the game itself. They are just going to watch the game. So, even if they are required to fight, they can give up. Han Fei immediately understood why the qualification tokens were sold at such a high price even though a lot of participants had died before the competition. It turned out that some people would buy them as tickets. However, this benefited Han Fei. Perhaps this was also a benefit of participating in the 10,000-year competition, but not everyone could get this benefit. Feng Xingliu looked at Han Fei excitedly. If each of them can be sold for so much money, then I seem to have made a fortune. I have 278 qualification tokens, which means more than 900,000 kilometers of resources. Feng Xingliu was excited. Sure enough, Han Fei made the right choice to take him all the way here. He didn't care about the resources. What he cared about was the fact that he could earn a lot of resources. Han Fei knew the feeling of Feng Xingliu. He would feel a great sense of accomplishment if he earned the resources through hard work of his own. Chenya's heart suddenly trembled when he heard that Feng Xingliu actually had 278 qualification tokens. This kind of big shot was really a strong master from a divine race. However, he didn't feel indignant, nor did he feel that he was wronged for only obtaining the reward of 1 sky-opening realm qualification token. Wasn't this the so-called opportunity? A real cultivator could easily find a treasure that he couldn't get even if he tried his best. As long as he could get what slipped through their fingers, he would be lucky. 2 hours later. In the sky above the land city of the divine capital dynasty, Qingyi took Han Fei and the other two forward and introduced them to the training grounds, the awakening pool, the resource trade, the battlefield of the strong, and so on. Because Qingyi knew the divine capital dynasty quite well, Han Fei and the others didn't find it boring along the way. Of course, it was mainly because Feng Xingliu had too many questions. At this moment, this guy was still chattering. Xiaoya, what is this round green ball? Qingyi explained, Master Xingliu, that's a sting ball demon. Its body is spherical, and its surface is full of long thorns. The quality of these thorns is different. Any one of them can be used as a weapon. When people go to the sting ball demon and offer resources, they will have a chance to pull out a thorn. But whether the quality is good or bad is hard to say. Feng Xingliu nodded and asked again, how many races are there in the divine capital dynasty? It's not hot at all, but along the way, I saw many coquettish women who were dressed too revealingly and tried to seduce me. Slap. Han Fei immediately slapped her. Hey! That's the clam girls and the mermaids. In the undersea city. Their lifestyle is different from ours. Who would seduce you for no reason? Then why am I slightly agitated? Feng Qingqing couldn't stand it anymore. Shut up. Don't talk. Feng Xingliu snorted inwardly. After a while, he suddenly said, Xiaoya, why do you have to ride a sea creature under your butt when you go out? Is this your spiritual beast? Qingyi said, Master Xingliu, Little Green is not my associated spirit, but he is as close as my associated spirit to me. This is because the divine capital dynasty advocates mutual assistance between races. Firstly, it is to prevent creatures like them from growing up too quickly and giving birth to more children, which will lead to overproliferation. Secondly, we can make progress together and complement each other to promote our growth. Thirdly, it is convenient. It was just like buying a car. Having a car was better than running on two legs. Soon, Han Fei and the others came to a resources trading place covering about 1,000 kilometers in a land city. This shop was called the Zhao Family Resource Trade Center. Obviously, it was a family business. It occupied such a large area, and many people lined up here to exchange for or sell resources. Han Fei knew that whoever could afford so many of their qualification tokens couldn't be simple. As soon as Han Fei and the others arrived, a peak-level sea establishment realm cultivator immediately flew over. After seeing Han Fei and the others, he hurriedly cupped his hands at them. My lords, nice to meet you. I'm Zhao Chong. Qingyi hurriedly said, Master Han Fei, Master Xingliu, this is Uncle Zhao. My father's comrade in arms. I got the best price through Uncle Zhao. Zhao Chong respectfully said, My lords, I am one of the managers of the No. 13 Zhao Family Trading Center. I can guarantee that the price that the Zhao family offers is 10% higher than other trading centers. The Zhao family's scale can be ranked in the top 10 in the entire divine capital dynasty. You can rest assured. Han Fei nodded slightly. Zhao Chong was a peak-level sea establisher and one of the managers of a large trade center. He must have made connections for Qingyi out of old friendships. Otherwise, he only needed to pay the usual price. Anyway, such a superpower didn't lack such little resources. Han Fei nodded. Okay. Then make the arrangements quickly. This kind of huge transaction was naturally handled by the director himself. Zhao Cheng at most acted as a go-between. And the director of the resource center here seemed to have known about this long ago and led them to the Zhao family's house to talk. Han Fei nodded slightly when he saw the director. He was not surprised that the director was a late-stage star transformation realm cultivator. In charge of a huge resource trading center, he couldn't be an ordinary person. The people in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm wouldn't meddle in such matters, so the director was only a late-stage star transformation realm cultivator. Dear guests, I am Zhao Kai from the number 13 Trade Center. Zhao Cheng has reported the situation. It is said that you have many qualification tokens. May I know the exact number? Han Fei nodded slightly. We have 362 C Establishment Realm tokens and 569 Sky Opening Realm tokens in total, which is quite a lot. I think with the Zhao family's wealth, it shouldn't be a problem for you to take these tokens. Right? Zhao Kai's heart slightly trembled. Although he knew that this deal was big, he didn't expect it to be so big. 569 Sky Opening Realm qualification tokens. To be able to snatch so many qualification tokens, the other party's strength could be seen. Zhao Kai chuckled and said, of course, it's not a big problem. Our Zhao family's prices will definitely be fair. Please wait a moment. I'll go get the resources now. Just as Zhao Kai was entertaining Han Fei and the others, he suddenly saw a sky-opening cultivator flying over. This person was not from the number 13 Trade Center. He might be from the Zhao family. Zhao Kai couldn't help but frown, thinking that this person was here to snatch the business. He immediately said, Brother Cheng, why are you here? I'm meeting a big client here. Why don't you wait for me for a while and I'll have a drink with you later? However, the newcomer shook his head slightly, glanced at Han Fei and the others, and then said something telepathically. Zhao Kai's face immediately changed, and he looked at Han Fei and the others in surprise. Han Fei and Feng Qingqing sensed that something was wrong, and Han Fei asked, what happened? Well, the visitor said, Sir, I'm afraid we can't do this business. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? Are you going to dismiss me with a few words? Zhao Chun was shocked by Han Fei's terrifying gaze. Although he was angry, he didn't dare to flare up because he knew who these people were. In any case, they were not someone he could afford to offend. Director Zhao Kai hurriedly said, Mr. Han Fei, it's our Zhao family's fault for what happened today. But to be honest, someone from the heavenly race has issued a warning. Anyone who dares to make a deal with the three of you will face the wrath of the heavenly race. I'm afraid no one in the divine capital dynasty dares to make a deal with you now. Translator * Kenyi Translations Editor * Kenyi Translations. And like heavenly race, they're too much. Feng Xingliu was still delighted that they were about to get a lot of resources, but when it was time to get the money, something unexpected happened. Feng Qingqing said, it seems that they can't threaten Brother Han Fei in the wilderness, so they have to suppress him in this way. Not far away, Qingyi secretly looked at Zhao Cheng. Zhao Cheng's expression changed slightly. He looked at Qingyi, whose face turned pale, and shook his head slightly. This matter involved the heavenly race. There was a reason for this. Even Feng Xingliu couldn't blame this on the Zhao Family. After a few seconds of silence, Han Fei asked casually, how big are the properties of the heavenly race in the divine capital dynasty? Zhao Kai was stunned. Do you want to fight the heavenly race here? But this problem was not a big problem, so Zhao Kai said, the heavenly race are a big power. Basically, they will be involved in all the livelihood and cultivation industries. For example, resource trading centers, refining workshops, alchemy houses. Han Fei turned around. Okay. This matter has nothing to do with your Zhao family. Since our business can't be done, we can't stay long. Then, Han Fei glanced at Chen Yi. Let's go. Chen Yi's heart did a flip. He was afraid, wondering if Han Fei would vent his anger on him. He didn't know that such a thing would happen. He was still dumbfounded, wondering why a superpower like the heavenly race would attack Han Fei and the others. After Han Fei left, Zhao Qing took a long breath. Fortunately, I came quickly and the deal hasn't been completed. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Zhao Kai frowned slightly. He is Han Fei? Zhao Qing said, that's right. I heard that he killed a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator of the heavenly race and extorted many resources from the heavenly race. Up to now, no one knows his exact background. They only know that the two people beside him are the heavenly talents of the Phoenix divine race in the South Sea divine realm. Zhao Kai said, I heard that this person is extremely ruthless. He dares to challenge the heavenly race in the wilderness. Unfortunately, he shouldn't be from the East Sea divine realm. It's difficult for him to do anything in the divine capital dynasty. But I estimate that the heavenly race actions this time might make them a great enemy in other divine realms. Zhao Qing said, that's right. Feng Xingliu was obviously holding back his anger just now. I heard that the first place on the heaven roll, Feng Yu, is also here. She's the number one on the heaven roll. The Phoenix divine race can't be underestimated. I wonder if these two parties will encounter each other in this 10,000-year competition. Han Fei was also furious. If he sold all the qualification tokens he had, he could also sell them for more than 900,000 kilometers of resources. However, just because of a word from the heavenly race, his qualification tokens couldn't be sold. How could he not be angry? Feng Xingliu was angry because he was being targeted. He had never been targeted like this since he was young. Han Fei's fire was hatred. Cutting off my source of income is like killing my parents. How could Han Fei not take revenge? However, Han Fei's top priority was still to sell the qualification tokens. If he couldn't sell them, he would lose nearly 1,000,000 kilometers of resources. He had just F*King turned his origin sea into a star and might need a lot of resources in the future. How much resources would these qualification token could be sold for? Feng Xingliu cursed, no, I can't stand this. When I return to the South Sea divine realm, I'll make my family suppress all the powers of the heavenly race. In the South Sea divine realm, Feng Qingqing said, if you suppress them, why won't they suppress the Phoenix divine race? You have to know that the Phoenix divine race also has some power in the East Sea divine realm. Feng Xingliu said, I can't just let them bully me. I've never been bullied like this in my life. It's not easy for me to earn resources. If I take the resources back, how glorious will it be? Just because of those ants of the Heavenly race, my source of income is cut off. After that, Feng Xingliu looked at Han Fei. What do you think? Should we target the heavenly race in the 10,000-year grand competition? Feng Xingliu talked like a robber now, thanks to Han Fei. They had robbed and killed more than once, so he inevitably changed. Han Fei said indifferently, don't panic. These big clans in the divine capital dynasty are threatened by the heavenly race, but don't forget, there are many people coming to the divine capital dynasty to participate in the 10,000-year competition. There are also many people who can afford the qualification tokens. As long as we find the right users, we won't have to worry about not being able to sell the qualification tokens. Besides, I don't believe that everyone in this huge divine capital dynasty is afraid of the heavenly race. At this time, Han Fei looked at Chen Yi, who quickly lowered his head and said apologetically, sorry, Master Han Fei, Master Xingliu, I really didn't know. Han Fei said casually, it's not your fault. Feng Xingliu, and I won't blame you. Back to the first time I asked you, do you know where the injured and disqualified guys are? Chen Yi hurriedly said, Master Han Fei, those people are too scattered. However, because they don't have a qualification order, they can't live in the number 1 spinning star city, or they can only live lower than 3,000 kilometers. I can go to the major inns to ask. There must be some gathering places for them. Han Fei thought for a moment. That's not appropriate. It's indeed troublesome to search them one by one. You might be familiar with the divine capital dynasty, but you're only a peak-level explorer. With your strength and identity, it's difficult to find out when the strong masters stay or leave. Han Fei said, perhaps we don't have to sell the qualification tokens to these big families. The divine capital dynasty is essentially a dynasty above the East Sea divine realm, with great monarch East Marshal presiding over it. The heavenly race can threaten these big clans, but can they threaten the royal family? Feng Qingqing's eyes lit up. That's right. The royal family is extremely powerful, suppressing the entire gate of heaven. If we can cooperate with them. But there's a problem. The heavenly race has been standing in the East Sea divine realm for many years. The royal family of the divine capital doesn't need to offend the heavenly race for us. And the heavenly race might have a good relationship with the royal family of the divine capital. Chen Yi was shocked. Do you want to do business with the royal family? Chen Yi said, well, Master Han Fei, the royal family of the divine capital only collects taxes. They won't participate in the trading of qualification tokens. Oh? Han Fei frowned slightly. In that case, was he going to find the crossing? The crossing should be arriving at the divine capital dynasty soon. However, if South Monarch helped him, wouldn't he owe her another favor? Although Han Fei felt that owing a favor to a person for 1,000,000 kilometers of resources was nothing, a favor was a price now, and it might not be the same price in the future. Han Fei knew that he couldn't help South Monarch at all now. If South Monarch valued him, she would be glad to make him owe her a favor. But Han Fei was not used to it. He never liked owing favors, and it was not easy to owe a monarch a favor. Even if he did, he shouldn't owe someone like South Monarch. Suddenly, Han Fei's heart did a flip. Damn, how could I have forgotten the vast ocean navigator? Han Fei immediately said, Chen Yi, give me a map of the divine capital dynasty. Chen Yi was dumbfounded. What's the use of this? Feng Xingliu and Feng Qingqing were stunned too, not knowing what Han Fei was doing either. A moment later, Han Fei took Chen Yi back to residence A306. As Han Fei issued an order in his heart, he discovered that the scaled-down map of the divine capital dynasty was like a three-dimensional projection. Han Fei held the vast ocean navigator in his hand and stood in the projection. As the vast ocean navigator spun, it quickly found a place. Feng Xingliu and Feng Qingqing widened their eyes. What's this? Feng Xingliu sniffed. Qingqing. Can our family also make such a sacred weapon? Its function is too powerful. Feng Qingqing said, this isn't something that you can make easily. Chen Yi was dumbfounded, not knowing what Han Fei was doing. At this time, Han Fei suddenly asked, Chen Yi, what is dragon fighting? Street? Huh? Chen Yi was stunned for a moment and then quickly said, Master Han Fei, this dragon fighting street is not a good place to go. Han Fei said, tell me about it. Chen Yi seemed a little scared. My lord, almost all the hedonistic playboys of the divine capital dynasty gather on Dragon Fighting Street. The entire street is for consumption. And it's full of blood and violence. There is the most terrifying dragon fighting arena in the divine capital dynasty. Ordinary people can't enter it without a lot of money or a distinguished identity. Otherwise, they can only enter it as gladiators. Feng Qingqing frowned slightly. Is there such a place in the divine capital dynasty? Chen Yi nodded. In the dragon fighting street, everything is chaotic and disorderly. It's basically an anarchic place. It's said that in the divine capital dynasty, countless hedonistic sons of rich families idled around, but later angered great monarch East Marshal, so he directly ordered a street to be built for them called Dragon Fighting Street. It's said that those hedonistic sons of rich families can only play in it. Whoever dares to do evil outside will be killed. Han Fei's eyes glittered. Oh. Feng Xingliu wondered, they sound like my cousin Feng Yi, who fools around all day long. Han Fei grinned. This is a great place. Chen Yi, take us there. Chen Yi panicked. Well, Master Han Fei, accidents happen often in that place. Han Fei, with me here, what can happen to you? Don't worry. Just lead the way. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Feng Qingqing felt her teeth ache when she heard that. During the time that Feng Xingliu spent with Han Fei, his personality had changed a lot. Although he became more scheming, he became even more arrogant than before. More importantly, Han Fei took Feng Xingliu to experience things that he had never experienced before and often stimulated Feng Xingliu. As a result, Feng Xingliu now became very accepting of new things and was bold enough to come into contact with them. On the way to Dragon Fighting Street, Feng Qingqing took out an exquisite flame badge, which seemed to have some special use. Han Fei was curious. What is this? Feng Qingqing said, oh. This is our family's totem token. We can use it to communicate with a few people distant, as long as the other party also has this. Han Fei was shocked. Wouldn't this be equivalent to being able to chat with each other, no matter how far away they were? It was equivalent to the altar of the god of war and the fire curtain appearing after his sacrifice, through which he could chat with the god of war. Feng Xingliu asked casually, where are Feng Yu? Feng Qingqing said, she should already be in the divine capital dynasty. In fact, Feng Qingqing didn't know where Feng Fei was. She wanted to send a message to Feng Yu to help them out. It didn't matter if Han Fei had the support of a powerful force or not. Han Fei clearly didn't know much about the big clans. He seemed to be used to being reckless and was even a little lawless. Therefore, in Han Fei's eyes, the Dragon Fighting Street was just a bunch of hedonistic kids. How could he be afraid of some hedonistic kids? Feng Xingliu was thinking the same thing. I'm a heavenly talent. How can a bunch of hedonistic kids compare to me? But Feng Qingqing was different. Although she was young, she read a lot of books and had critical thinking. Qingyi was only a peak-level explorer, so he only felt that the Dragon Fighting Street was just a place where the divine capital dynasty exiled rich kids. However, Feng Qingqing felt that one couldn't judge a book by its cover. Was the appearance of such a chaotic place in the divine capital dynasty really just for a bunch of idle rich kids to have fun? Their goal was very clear, so they were very fast. In less than an hour, they arrived at the 1001st island on the ground. This island was directly called the Dragon Fighting Island. The Dragon Fighting Island spanned 120,000 kilometers and wasn't large. It could even be said to be very small compared to other islands. However, the people on the island seemed to be very tough. As soon as Han Fei and the others arrived at Dragon Battle Island, they saw a few law enforcer-level children fighting each other. Yes, Han Fei could be sure that they were just children. Perhaps because the cultivation environment here in the Divine Capital Dynasty was too good, the children born here were all very talented, so it was very fast for them to grow to the law enforcer realm. This was the difference between the core of the East Sea, the Divine Capital Dynasty, and the Yinyang world where Han Fei used to live. Their starting line was completely different. The starting line of these children might be the finishing lines of Han Fei's group. Oh, no, it might exceed their finishing line by far. At this moment, the two youths were fighting each other, holding big bone sticks in their hands and smashing at each other's heads. Clang! 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 The two of them knocked each other until their 7 orifices bled, but they didn't seem to care. Feng Xingliu couldn't help but ask, are they stupid? Are they practicing the Iron Head technique? Qingyi said, well, they are just competing to see whose body is tougher. There is a sun-moon shell behind them. They are gambling. Feng Xingliu. Feng Qingqing. Han Fei. Han Fei grinned. Interesting. Qingyi, we've arrived at our destination. You can go back now. Well. Qingyi thought about his duty as a guide and then heard Han Fei say, after all, you are from the Divine Capital Dynasty. You don't have to get involved in the matters here. Go. Yes, Master Han Fei. In a place where you didn't have to be reasonable, Han Fei's wild personality was exposed. Han Fei's perception swept across half of the Dragon Fighting Island. Han Fei wanted to sweep the entire Dragon Fighting Island, but his perception was shattered halfway, so he didn't see the other half of the Dragon Fighting Island. Even so, Han Fei had found the legendary Dragon Fighting Street. The Dragon Fighting Island had the worst environment in the Divine Capital Dynasty. Battles often broke out here, so many places showed signs of collapse. The so-called Dragon Fighting Street was a road that stretched for 80,000 kilometers. The street was so wide that it was almost unbelievable. The street was 3,000 kilometers wide and there was nothing but a flat road in the middle. After Han Fei's perception swept across, thousands of perceptions immediately swept over. For a moment, all kinds of voices were heard. Someone shouted, "Which son of a bi*ch dares to sweep the dragon fighting street with your perception? Do you want to die?" Someone scolded, "Which be ****? Is the dragon fighting street a place for you to behave wildly? I'm doing something and you're peeping at me. If you don't give an explanation, don't even think about walking out of dragon fighting island today." Someone sneered. "Stranger, do you know what happens when you break into the dragon fighting street?" Someone was too lazy to curse and simply shouted, "Someone, bring those people here. Make them kowtow and apologize." A shop owner from Dragon Fighting Street smiled. "Interesting. Newcomers. They have qualification tokens for the competition. They are outsiders." Someone was amazed. "I can't see through their strength, but the other one has just entered the star transformation realm. His strength seems to be mediocre. Why did they bring a peak-level sea establisher with them?" At this time, Feng Xingliu said, "Many people have gathered around." Han Fei said, "Don't panic. Let's fight our way through." "Huh?" Feng Xingliu was dumbfounded. "Wait, we haven't even figured out what happened yet, and we're already fighting our way through?" Han Fei said, "In such a place, there's no need to reason. The more chaotic a place is, the more strength speaks. Let's fight first. After fighting, we can do our business. The ways to integrate into different circles are different." Buzz. The void trembled, and someone stepped out of the void and pointed at Han Fei and Feng Xingliu. "Who are you? How dare you mess around in the dragon fighting street? Go to hell." Ah. Bam. The group of sky-opening cultivators at the edge of the star transformation realm had only come to call for reinforcements, but they were used to being fierce. They didn't expect someone to attack them. Ignoring his strength, he was kicked to the ground by Han Fei. This person was kicked into the void, flying 8,000 kilometers in the void, and a hole directly appeared in his chest. Hiss. So strong. Outside, someone shouted angrily, "You blind be ****, come to dragon fighting street if you have what it takes." Dragon Fighting Street was 80,000 kilometers long and 3,000 kilometers wide. And many people were already waiting there. Han Fei could tell that the whole street was sealed by a spiritual barrier. The ground was paved with special black bricks, but even so, many places were damaged. Obviously, there were frequent battles here. Han Fei smiled and said, "Xingliu, let me recite a few poems for you." Feng Xingliu Lu Mengran asked, "Poems? What is that?" Han Fei said with a faint smile, "Listen carefully. The first line, even if it is an army of 100,000, I will go forward." Huh? Feng Xingliu couldn't help but be refreshed. Why was this sentence so appropriate to the scene in front of them? Feng Qingqing's eyes lit up too, but for some reason, she found his words a bit weird. Han Fei followed. "Holding the sun, moon, and stars in my hands, there is no one like me in the world." Feng Xingliu looked at Han Fei in shock. So arrogant? Is this Han Fei's belief? The sky's the shore of the immense sea. I am the tallest when I stand on the peak of the mountain. The strong have been lonely since ancient times. Only the arrogant leave their names. Standing on the peak, no one can be my foe. Stepping fighting dragon. Underfoot, who can beat me? Shoot. 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 Feng Xingliu was amazed by Han Fei's poems. Although he wanted to learn it, he really couldn't make such poems. The poems were so domineering and unbelievably arrogant that Feng Xingliu felt that he wanted to slap Han Fei's face. Feng Qingqing opened her mouth, took out the flame emblem again, and sent a message. Sister, it's out of control. Han Fei has already gone wild and challenged the dragon fighting street alone. Oh no, with Feng Xingliu. Han Fei stepped into the dragon fighting street, and Feng Xingliu followed him. Feng Qingqing was only spectating the battle, so she wasn't worried. Besides, she had jade slips to protect him. Even if a monarch came in person, he couldn't kill her easily, so she followed them in. Immediately, when Han Fei entered the dragon fighting street, a star transformation realm cultivator burst out with his rod like a roaring dragon. Han Fei also roared and punched out. With a loud clang, the ultra-quality long rod bent, and half of the body of the person who attacked exploded. He was sent flying for 30,000 kilometers. Someone attacked Feng Xingliu, and the latter grabbed a fiery feather in the air and shot an arrow at the cultivator who was in the late star transformation realm. The cultivator's body exploded and he was burnt to ashes. Huff! Feng Xingliu exclaimed, his heart trembling. Can people fight like this in the main city of the divine capital dynasty? I'm so fierce. I can actually be so fierce. On the other side, Han Fei kept attacking with the sacrificing punch. A strong master who had obviously mastered the great Tao of strength rushed up. Thinking that Han Fei had also mastered this Tao, and prepared to fight Han Fei head-on. Bang! He punched out a spiral storm, crushing the vast sky of the dragon fighting street. All the other people who were about to attack had to dodge this punch. Han Fei roared, "My name is Han Fei, the Invincible. I'm told that there are many strong masters in the dragon fighting street, so I'm here to fight you."